GT Final 15 Final 9 Final over here in the red. This is going to be a faction mirror match, two very different lists.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to the stream. It's time for the T5S2 Season 6 Invitational Top 4. Thanks, everyone, for joining. We are live today with, over here in the red, playing Grey Knights, Patrick Prax, with a classic build of Grey Knights running maximum Nemesis Dread Knights. I know he had shaved a couple of them going into this game, but today he's decided to bring every single Nemesis Dread Knight available to the Grey Knights chapter. Over here in the blue, he'll need all that firepower to deal with the Dark Angels of Jonah. Thanks, everyone, coming and watching this morning. We've got two awesome games of 40k scheduled for you today. First, this one. And then in just a couple hours, we're going to have Paper versus Josie, Necrons versus Dark Angels once again. And that's going to lead us into our finals game tomorrow. We've started with about 400 players, chat, and ended with now just 4, down to 1% of the field. And only one of them will be crowned the greatest virtual 40k player in the entire world after tomorrow's game. Players are just going through their deployment right now. We are on Death and Zeal today, everyone. Exclamation point lists in the chat if you want to take a look at the lists as we run through them. Is there a website you can buy the objective markers? Absolutely. Exclamation point objectives in chat, everybody. Speaking of which, you can get those. That is from 3D6 Wargaming. He'll make all sorts of amazing objective markers, so you should go check them out, because their objective markers are great. And you can get TacticalTortoise ones. It's all amazing. Big thanks to all of our invitational sponsors for this season's event. GameMat.eu, if you need mats to go underneath those objective markers. Game Mats got you covered, also with 3D terrain, pre-painted resin terrain even. And it looks great. I have a bunch here in the studio, and I love it. And last but certainly not least, VoxLink, which is currently on Kickstarter, a new social media app for gamers to connect gamers together, where you can both look for and find games online. It's good stuff. We're going to be giving away some free memberships to VoxLink, by the way, on the stream today. We'll give a couple away today and a couple away tomorrow. We're also going to be giving away a 3D6 Wargaming objective marker set. So if you need one, maybe you'll win one. That'll be in our finals game tomorrow. Where do you get the awesome-looking maps? They are available currently in the Discord. They haven't made it to the TTS 40k website yet, but they're in the Discord in the Rules and Resources section as the latest season. These are WTC layouts. The terrain on top of the ruins isn't exactly the same as WTC, obviously. I'm taking a couple liberties there, but the layouts are the same for the most part. All right, chat. Let's talk about some lists as these players are deploying. For those who don't know, you can check out tts40k.com/invitational. That has all of the lists and information about the event. With Patrick Prax going over here in the red with Grey Knights, the players did get the opportunity to swap their lists around since the group stage, the first two halves of the bracket, moving into the games this weekend. They lock yesterday, though, so we were using rules as of yesterday, and they are no longer able to change their lists. But they did get a chance to take a look at who they would likely be facing and potentially jiggered their list a little bit. Although, to be fair, we did not faction lock them, so there wasn't a guarantee they were playing against the faction that they were paired against in the bracket. No players elected to change their faction, which I think is very appropriate. Faction mastery is typically more valuable than doing some chicanery, but if you feel like you're a jack of all trades, you do have the opportunity to flex your stuff there and maybe totally switch into a brand new army that your opponent wasn't prepared for. Nobody elected to do that this season, however. So we are in rapiers today, leaving our prescient brethren at home for Patrick. That gives them a 1 CP stratagem for exploding sixes. And now, an interesting thing that Patrick's done in this game is he's actually maintained a 10 model interceptor squad. So normally what we see with these Grey Knight lists is that they take tons of interceptor and strike squads. Usually you max yourself at 30 interceptors, 3 units of 10. Sometimes 2 units of 10 and a unit of 5. And then you use the combat squad's ability, which lets you split the units into 2 pre-game to give yourself a 2 units of 5 instead of the single unit of 10. And that just gives the Grey Knights sort of this incredible volume of units. They have a lot of kind of disposable units. It's weird to use that term in terms of Grey Knights because they are expensive on a per model basis, but they have so many units that they can throw 5 Space Marines away at your opponent and use them to trade for an objective, to kill something, to just, body block, get some secondary points, and they don't feel so bad about it. But in this case, Patrick is actually elected to keep his unit as a big like Death Star hammer blow. And I imagine that what we're going to do is try to fuel those guys up with some rerolls and then use that Rapier's Exploding Sixes to supercharge their damage. And we're going to need to do that extra damage to get through these Deathwing Terminator units. So I think that makes a lot of sense on Patrick's part. Moving on down the list, chats, we have a Brotherhood Chaplain, Words of Power on that guy, so he can double dip on the 6s, dealing mortal wounds alongside the Tide of Convergence ability. So we can be doing 6s to hit, exploded to additional hits, 6s to wound, do 2 mortal wounds in addition to normal damage. So this unit can, this 10 model unit, once all of those buffs are applied, can do absolutely insane damage. We then have a Brotherhood Tech Marine, this one with Foretelling of Locust, the intercept ability, so if anybody deep strikes around him, he's going to be able to shoot them. Not sure that we have anything in reserve for Jonah. In fact, we don't, so I don't think that's going to be super useful. Although we do have the opportunity to guerrilla tactics the infiltrators, so it is not, it's not unlikely that we see some deep striking happen. Obviously, you do want to keep that ability around just in case your opponent elects to get pretty spicy with some strategic reserves, especially since now in the Arcs of Omen format, strategic reserves are free, so we actually see them happen quite a bit. We're lucky that we don't get Dark Angels versus Dark Angels and Dark Angels versus Dark Angels. That is the, that's kind of the meta right now. It's a little bit of the Spider-Man meme, but it's all Deathwing Terminators looking at each other for sure. This Dark Angel is pretty strong. Absolutely. We also have a Grandmaster in Nemesis Dread Knight armor. This guy with all of the classic combination of abilities. Unyielding Anvil to give a broadcast an aura of objectives secured to core units within 6. He is the... he's got the Servant of the Throne and Sigil of Exigence as well, so he is... I think we called him Jumpman. We did, yeah. Mr. Mario over here. Has the ability to, in response to a ranged attack targeting him, he can teleport. He can use a redeploy ability to jump to the other side of the table. In addition, once per game, he can improve his invulnerable save to a 3+ for the remainder of the turn upon taking a save, which allows him to tank pretty hard. We then have Caldor Drago, the Great Man himself, to give full rerolls to one of these Interceptor units. And, yeah, I do believe that's going to be part of the reroll combo over here to try to get mortal wounds and 6s on their hit rolls. If we can get exploding 6s with full rerolls, you can even try to fish for those exploding 6s. Thanks to Caldor Drago, then you move into the Force to Wound, hitting into the Transhuman Terminators, and hope for the best. Seems like a pretty strong strategy. 5 Strike Marines in the troop slot, 30 Interceptors in the fast attack slot. Classic build, 3 units of 10, all of them with Nemesis Force Swords. Interestingly, the Nemesis Force Halberds are actually not super useful in this matchup, specifically against the Deathwing Terminators. They are, sort of ironically, very useful against the attack bikes, specifically, since they put you to Strength 6 rather than Strength 5, so that you wound those attack bikes on 3s. And you wound Land Speeders, which are typically Toughness 6, on 4s. Whereas the sword being only strength 5, you would wound the bikes on 4s and the land speeders on 5s. But the sword does come with an extra pip of AP, and that is relevant against the power armor of enemy Space Marines, and it puts those Dark Angel Terminators on their invulnerable save for their Storm Shield. So that is still incredibly useful. We then have 3 Nemesis Dread Knights in the heavy support slot, double Dread Fists on these guys, and all the weapons, Gatling Silencers and heavy Psy Cannons, as well as one little Rhino in the back here. An amazing Rhino. as Patrick has entitled it. Amazing Rhino hanging out with Jumpman to most likely keep these interceptors inside it and then allow them to push out. I think we have 2 units of 5 in there, I imagine. It looks like 2 units of 5 are teleporting. Or they may be in the Rhino, actually. I'm not sure. Good stuff. I think this is an interesting kind of evolution of the normal Grey Knights build. And for the most part, it's sort of standard Grey Knight stuff. Quad Dread Knight, Caldor Draco, 30 Interceptors is basically how you begin a Grey Knights list. Oh, look at this. We've set up our positioning perfectly to allow the Nemesis Dread Knight to be placed on the edge here. And we do have, I believe, a Foretelling of Locust. Oh, we do, excuse me. I think I referred to that as the Omen of Incursion, but that's not right. I actually don't believe that we have an Omen of Incursion. That was a misspeak on my part. We have the Foretelling of Locust to allow these models to redeploy. So Patrick here is setting them up such that they can force their way through the center of the table, and Patrick does love to start in Tide of Convergence for the buffs to movement. And charge rolls specifically. Oh, I think that we are those models actually. Oh, they're not. They're not technically placed yet. He's placing one at a time. All right, fair enough. It's not like Jonah doesn't know where those are going, to be fair. I wonder if they will be placed in this very specific formation around this Nemesis Dread Knight. So that gives him the most opportunity to move across the table here in Alpha Strike, this Dark Angels army, which has very limited opportunity to use pregame moves. It can screen a little bit using the infiltrator squads that are in it, and it also has the stratagem TCP for Dark Angels to pregame move a Ravenwing bike unit. So we could see the Black Knights move either to save themselves or to get in the way and try to protect the Deathwing Terminators. Either one of those is perfectly fine.
Fear not, brothers.
Indeed, chat. Fear not. By the way, for everybody who's just joining, we are streaming both to Twitch and YouTube right now. And if you hear some funky sound alerts, that is the Twitch audience giving us some love taps. Moving on, we do have Jonah's army.
Hey, boys.
For the Emperor!
Indeed, chat.
Over to you.
Looks like players just discussing the positioning of the Deathwing Terminators. This big brick of Deathwing Terminators doesn't look like we've combat squatted at all. Just sitting in the light cover here. Thank you, chat. There you go. Sitting in the light cover, ready to shoot at something. Although I don't know if it's going to have that much to shoot at, to be honest. The models in the front here are going to be redeploying if they end up going second, and the Jumpman will not allow himself to be shot to death by a bunch of missile launchers if he doesn't want to. Although he may be able to take one turn of shooting. I guess not from Talon Masters. He wouldn't like that. Those guys are pretty good against Deathwing. Against
Cleanse, purge, kill.
against Nemesis Dread Knights. Moving on, anyway. Let's talk about Jonah's list real quick here. This is a Dark Angels list, chat. I appreciate you guys. This is a Dark Angels list. It is running a mixed Arcs of Omen detachment, both Ravenwing and Deathwing today. That's typical of what you see of Dark Angels now. They do lose their first and second company bonuses, which means that not being in a pure first or second company detachment, they do not gain objective secured on their bikes or Terminators, as they would in a pure Deathwing or a pure Ravenwing detachment. Instead, they're just going to be using Rights of War on one of these Ravenwing Talon Masters to grant objective security to all those guys. However, they retain most of their other benefits. Deathwing Terminators are still Inner Circle and will get the Transhuman effect to only be wounded on the roll of a 4+, despite your strength value. And all of the Ravenwing units get Jink for their built-in invulnerable save and their ability to move very fast in the Devastator Doctrine. So usually what we're going to see here is with all of these, with the new Doctrine bonus, because we have all of these Ravenwing units, they're going to retain Devastator Doctrine for essentially the entirety of the game. And that's going to grant all of these Ravenwing units plus 3 movement and the ability to advance and fire their weapons as if they remain stationary. So they are going to be super fast and get +1 AP on their heavy stuff, which is all of the Talon Master's guns and all these multi-meltos on the attack bike squads. So in the list, we have Azrael. So we're going to try to protect the army a little bit with a 4+ vulnerable save against ranged attacks. To start with, that's certainly going to help against the Black Knights, or the Raven Wing units, who may not have moved at the start of the game. You do need to advance to get your 4+ invuln save for Jink. We have 2 Raven Wing Talon Masters. One of them bringing Arbiter's Gaze to always hit on 2s, including in Overwatch. Makes that guy very difficult to pin down. Alongside one with Rites of War. Both those Talon Masters, for those who don't know, they are characters, so they're little character land speeders, which means that being sub 10 wounds, they cannot be targeted when they're being lookout served for by a unit of at least 3 models within 3 inches of them, and anything else is closer to them. And they have insane shooting. 2 assault cannons and 2 heavy bolters on each of them. So for a total of 18 shots between Strength 5 and Strength 6, AP 1 and 1 to 2 damage. And given that they are all heavy, despite the fact that this thing is moving 21 inches with a base move of 18, plus the Speed of the Raven bonus in the Devastator Doctrine, they are going to be getting +1 AP as well. So super fast, super hard hitting, tons of volume of fire. You can shoot both heavy and light targets with it and do reasonable damage. And incredibly difficult to interact with. Deathwing also have an ability, which we may see come into play today, to spend 2 CP to move after making an attack, which can be used to keep those Talon Masters out of harm's way. If you ever allow them the opportunity to attack you in melee, even if you've engaged them, they can spend 2 CP to just leave. And that can make it very, very difficult for you to get to grips with them if you're not sort of choosing to hit the Talon Master first, depending on how many command points the Dark Angels army spends. A lot of times we'll see the Ravenwing Black Knights use that. These guys do have Corvus Hammers. I think they got a little bit misscripted in here, but they do have Strength 5, AP 1, 2 damage melee attacks with 3 attacks each on the charge, thanks to Shock Assault. So a reasonable profile at killing these little 5 model interceptor squads, and then they are also eligible to be moved after the fact. So in the troop slot of this list, we have 2 Infiltrator squads with Helix Gauntlets. Pretty classic unit and very important against Grey Knights because it prevents Grey Knights redeploying within 12 inches of them. So you can throw these guys up, and Gate of Infinities or Teleport Shunts cannot be used effectively to Alpha Strike your army if those Infiltrators are pushing too far forward. And the Grey Knights, while they do have a lot of redeploys, they have absolutely no forward deploys. So they have no way to screen out the Infiltrators screening them, which is exactly how you want it if you are the person with the Infiltrators. We have a Blade Guard Ancient, running Pendant of Remembrance and Steadfast Example, so he can grant double objective secured to a squad, any squads that's within his aura. So as long as he's within 6 inches of you, and you are within 6 inches of the Rites of War Talon Master, you have 2 instances of objective secured, which means that Steadfast Example grants you 2. Lets you count as 2 models for holding objectives. Pendant of Remembrance then reduces damage on a Deathwing unit that he chooses at the command phase. So this big Deathwing Terminator squad is going to be -1 damage. Unless Empiric Amplification gets cast on it, it is a little difficult to get through these guys with these big Psy Cannons. Even though the Psy Cannons are 2 damage, they're only AP 1 unless we use Psychic Onslaught to give them +1 strength and AP. So you're probably going to be running into a 2+ or maybe 3+ save once these guys are in cover and on their Storm Shield. They're going to be reducing your damage to 1, and then because we have an Apothecary here, ignoring that damage on 6s, and if any of them die, the Apothecary can bring them back. This unit is incredibly difficult to kill. The Blade Guard Ancient is an interesting pick in that slot as well, because he is, all the Blade Guard in a Dark Angel's army are Deathwing units, so he automatically unlocks his Inner Circle ability, which is pretty cool. Speaking of Terminators, by the way, chat, we have 1 unit of 5 Terminators with a Watcher in the Dark, a Cyclone Missile Launcher as well, a 2nd unit of Deathwing Terminators, 2 Cyclone Missile Launchers in that unit, as well as a couple of Lightning Claws. That's interesting. The Ravenwing Apothecary that we talked about before, running, he is a Chief Apothecary, so he does have the opportunity to max heal, and then using Selfless Healer to get the free regeneration on those guys, or reanimation, I guess. Bring somebody back to life. 5 Raven Black Knights with Plasma Talons, as we talked about. A unit of 4 Servitors to do some actions and screening, as well as 9 Attack Bikes, 3 units of 3 Multi-Meltas, and Twin Bolt Guns on those friends. And that is where the majority of the anti-tank shooting is going to come from this army. Obviously, we have a little bit with the Deathwing Terminators, and their Cyclone missile launchers, and the Talon Masters can contribute a little bit, but these attack bikes are really where the meat of the damage comes from. Especially with the additional speed on those guys, they have the ability to move, I think, 23 inches in still fire, since they can turbo boost and get the bonus from speed of the Raven. It's hard to escape from them. There is no escape, as the Dark Angels would say. Repent now, for tomorrow you die, is, I believe, their battle cry. And hopefully these Grey Knights have repented their sins, because they're about to get multi-meltered right in the face.
Please go back here.
How's it going, chats? Looks
And
like
there
we're pretty tight on our prediction here. We have a prediction over on Twitch. 56% for Dark Angels.
I think we both want to go first, yeah.
All right, here's the big roll-off.
All right. I come to you if you want to. Or...
Oh, yeah, sure.
Eat
All
balls,
right. Ooh.
All right.
I'm
Well,
happy with that.
excellent. So blue goes first.
So that is Jonah with the Dark Angels taking the first turn.
Redeploy.
Now, we do have a bunch of pre-battle abilities to resolve. Arcs of Omen does have timing within it for pre-game abilities, where the player going first resolves them first automatically, rather than having to roll. So, now we are going to be seeing if we want to do any pre-game moves for Jonah. Where did his infiltrators go? They've been placed? Oh, they're in the back over here. Cheeky boys. There you are. There's some back here and some in the back corner. So that's going to make it so he doesn't really have to screen his backline too much. That's actually super useful for Jonah. He has a very, very nice safe castle here for these infiltrators where they can't really be shot by almost any angle that doesn't come behind them. And you can't come behind them because their Omni Scramblers prevent you from deep striking there. So that's super useful. A lot of times you see these infiltrators pushed right up in the front to try to block the turn 1 deep strike, but I think Jonah's just he's happy to take that on the chin. He is playing the tanky army, probably the most difficult army in the game to kill right now. So if his opponent wants to overcommit and try to shoot him a bunch, then it is what it is. Looks like we're pushing forward with the Raven Wing Black Knights. Gonna do a little bit of an alpha strike here. He did paste 2 CP for this pre-game move. Be interesting to see if he banks the 2 CP once the first battle round begins to then move them after attacking so that they can escape retribution.
It's cheating.
Like this match because 100% of the deaths are Space Marine deaths. Excuse me, I think you'll find that 50% of them are Adeptus Astartes death. The other 50% are Sanctic Astartes. So technically, they're slightly different.
Give me an aura there. Does that really help me? Yeah.
Conflicted about the Dark Angel meta as a Space Wolf player. I mean, it's true. Space Wolves should have a reroll stratagem against Dark Angels, right? Who remembers the day of the Lion and the Wolf? There was a Lion and the Wolf list that was very competitive at the end of 8th edition. It was a mixed Adeptus Astartes list that ran Ravenwing Talon Masters backed up by Ragnar Blackmane, and you could use a stratagem to let 2 of your characters duel at the start of the game. They would both have a chance to take mortal wounds thanks to the duel, but they would get an attack bonus, which I thought was the coolest stratagem in 40k. I should do a short about that stratagem. It's actually one of the it's a great story. And as soon as mixed Astartes list started to become popular, it got used very widely, and it was very sweet.
So that is no problem at all. Probably.
All right, so that is the pre-game move for Ravenwing Black Knights pushing up right in the middle here. I think we wanted to keep them in range of Azrael to get turn 1 rerolls, but I probably would have strung the unit back a little bit too far. I imagine that they probably wanted to sit over on this side, in this area, and get the rerolls from Azrael, but I don't think that they had the movement to do that. Somebody put a unit of Deathwing Terminators in the way, and they had to go around. But that does mean that now we do have that foretelling activation on Patrick's side, and he's going to have to choose whether or not he takes the hit on the chin He's probably not the end of the world if the Nemesis Dread Knights get charged by the Talon Masters, by the Black Knights, excuse me. But he doesn't want to get hit with those Interceptor squads, so he may have to defensively redeploy an Interceptor squad to a less advantageous position, which he really doesn't want to do.
Thank you very much, Kurt.
Apologize, chat. Get my Telestrator going. Now, I should mention as well, chat, we do have a little bit of an expanded clock. It was requested by several of the players in the top 4 that we move the clock to a little bit higher. So we're running 1 hour and 45 minutes per player rather than the normal 1 hour 90. And we do have some extra time in this top 4. We're not really crunched for time right now. So we have we got all day to play these games. Chat, we do want to keep the players on a pretty reasonable pace. So we are still going to be on a clock, but they do have a little bit more of a luxurious pace to play the game to its completion. Once the clock runs out, if it does get to that point, then that player can't take any more active game actions. We do allow them to take saves and morale checks, but those happen on paused time. The benefit of TTS is that we don't have to wait for other games to complete before this game's done, which is good. But they are no longer able to move models around, for example, declare actions and make attacks and things like that. Yeah, even compulsory attacks are not allowed to be made. They can score passively, so there are situations where you can get yourself up to a point where you can still win even when clocked out, but it is unlikely.
Do something about that. Yes, we need to jump.
A moment of fun, Agent X. This game isn't about fun. People play 40k for fun? Get out of here. What are you doing?
If I do that, but then here, then they will not fall out. So I actually don't think that's a good idea.
I think we're worried a little bit right now on Patrick's side, and I think this is a very appropriate concern, that if he clusters behind this building a little bit too much, these attack bikes over here are looking pretty scary. They're going to move extremely fast. They're super maneuverable, and they can potentially pack an enormous punch, especially with those AP5 multi-meltas that you cannot save against if you are a lowly Rhino with no invulnerable save. And if these attack bikes elect to commit, and Patrick has eaten all of this space up around this Rhino, he actually no longer has the opportunity to disembark the units embarked inside. And I think he would lose 2 Interceptor squads to that if he elects to just place a bunch of Interceptors back here. Putting a Nemesis Dread Knight in the back now. Yeah, so just going to try to refuse as much of a hit on the chin here as possible. Now, Jonah is most likely going to be the one sort of playing this aggressive seat right now because he hasn't forward deployed anywhere. And Jonah does have shock tactics, so if Patrick plays a very defensive game, he's not going to score any points on that, most likely. So Patrick can basically just sit back for a bit and force the Dark Angels to move up into the center and to come into him. And at that point, the Grey Knight's threat ranges are solid, but they're not like the entirety of the table. But as soon as you move these big bricks into the center of the table, your Interceptor squads are in pretty easy charge range. So I think Patrick doesn't really need to push the middle, at least for the first turn. He can kind of hold in the back. He can cede board control to the Dark Angels and then use Gate of Infinity and his teleport shunts to reestablish his position later on in the game. 2 units have withdrawn from the battle in order to gather their strength. I do appreciate that narrative, chat. We're really fortunate narrative, you know? The Dark Angels have sallied forth from the rock for this brief shining moment of being super duper powerful to bring the fight to the enemy. You know, the enemies of the lion are gonna feel the blades of the Raven Wing, right?
All right. Not standing on the ruins, obviously. So that's
Yeah, so it looks like we are bringing this Interceptor squad back. I really appreciate this really fine positioning from Patrick. He does have the opportunity to disembark units into this area or this area over here if that Rhino goes down. And that is if Jonah elects to shoot multi-meltas at it. And we're off, chat! Let's go!
Sorry? Can I press start game?
Exclamation point Discord in chat. Should be able to get you there. If you go to my link tree in the description as well, there's also a link to all of my social medias, including this huge Discord server in which these games are being held. We have a great Discord server, by the way.
I'm in danger.
Dr. Dudes, thank you. Someone is in danger over here.
Oh yeah, beyond shadow.
We'll have to decide if it's the Dark Angels falling into the Grey Knight's trap, or whether the Dark Angels can fight their way out. Let's see.
My Watcher tokens. I just want to put them on the unit so I don't forget about them. Those are my denies.
Hmm?
These are the Watcher tokens, so just
Yeah,
remember.
I get it.
Yeah. All right.
No. Very important.
Yeah. Very important. I'm not gonna.
So taking a quick look at these players' secondaries real quick here as they begin the first game. Patrick taking Assassination. That is maxable against this army. Since it, or I guess not quite maxable. No, it is maxable against this army because we do have 5 characters: the Ravenwing Apothecary, the Blade Guard Ancient, Azrael, and the 2 Talon Masters. Each of them will give up 3 points. Azrael will give up 4, given that he's the Warlord. They are difficult to get to grips with. Those Ravenwing Talon Masters, ironically, are some of the easiest characters in the army to kill. Once you touch those guys, they vaporize. They don't have any invulnerable save, and just being land speeder profiles, it makes them pretty easy to kill. Although we have, as we have seen in Danny versus Niklas Papers game, they do have the. Sometimes they just save out of danger. You know, sometimes they just don't. They refuse to die. Looks like we are going to be pushing these attack bikes forward with that big advance roll. Or turbo boost advance. There they go. But I think that Assassination really, I think, displays to me a little bit that Patrick is very confident about this matchup. Assassination is usually a secondary you only choose if you're confident you're going to be able to hammer through your opponent's front line, and they actually have to get their characters involved. If we see Patrick just get pushed out of the mission by these Dark Angel Terminator squads, then he's never going to get the opportunity to score Assassination, since they're going to be protected by the Terminators for the entirety of the game. So it is an interesting pick. I think it's a little spicy. We also have Psychic Interrogation. Oh my god, chat. What interesting stuff. So that is an action that he can perform. Normally you would see Purifying Ritual in this slot for Grey Knights, but Purifying Ritual did get some nerfs in Arcs of Omen. Got a higher warp charge. That is a psychic action that the units in the Grey Knights army can perform on objectives to get them points for every objective they completed on every turn. So it does require a lot of repeat casts, and it went up to a 6 warp charge rather than a 5, which is actually a kind of prodigious increase in difficulty and makes it much less reliable. So taking Psychic Interrogation makes a ton of sense, and interestingly, the Talon Masters are actually the perfect target for Psychic Interrogation because they have to be in line of sight of their target. Psychic Interrogation is another psychic action that the Grey Knights characters can perform, as long as an enemy character has line of sight to them and is within 24 inches. It's a little bit of a weird idiosyncrasy. It doesn't actually check your own line of sight. It checks your opponent's line of sight, which is very strange. Mostly so that it's more difficult to perform on Titanic characters, I believe. So if that character has line of sight to you, can perform the Psychic Interrogation. If you get it off, you get 3 points automatically. We have the Chaplain back here, who is a 1-cast character, as well as the the Toolbox, the Tech Marine. So we have a lot of opportunity to just throw a castaway at that Psychic Interrogation. And outside of Watchers in the Dark, there are no denies on the side of the table for the Deathwing. So I think that assuming that Jonah elects to play aggressively with his Talon Masters, is actually a very, very strong pick for Grey Knights here. I really like this decision. Last but certainly not least, Teleport Assault. That's going to score Patrick 5 points if he destroys a unit with a unit that teleported during that turn. So it looks like we are going to be angling for the kill on the Rhino there. The Amazing Rhino. We do have a couple bolter shots, maybe be able to go into something. I don't know if you trigger the Jumpman's jump pack quite yet. He does have to be 9 inches outside of the enemy units, so these I want to keep on to call them Hump Masters, but that's just the unit champion. These Black Knights are going to be probably screening out a lot of the front of the board here. Moving over to Dark Angels, we are taking Abhor the Witch. I think that is why we don't see any denies, or even a lot of psychic protection on the side of Jonah. A lot of times you would pay a CP for heroic support to get yourself a Captain Lazarus, or you would take a chaplain, I think, in addition to the other characters, to give yourself that Litany of Faith effect to get a 5+ damage ignore against mortal wounds, to protect yourself against the predations of the Smites and Psychic Epitome Librarian. Who actually I don't believe that we've taken. Right? Have we? Oh yeah, here he is. Oh no, this is the chaplain, the jukebox. He's playing the tunes for the army. Yeah, we don't actually have the Psychic Epitome Librarian, so I guess that's pretty prescient for Jonah. His opponent's not taking the maximum mortal wound damage output, so maybe he doesn't need that, but it will protect him against the Words of Power plus Tide of Convergence mortal wounds from melee attacks, which is pretty useful. We then also are taking, but that unlocks the ability to take Abhor the Witch, so it's going to score Jonah 2 points every time he destroys a Psyker unit, 3 if it's a character. So he should, assuming that he's killing a lot of these little combat squads, he should get that pretty readily. And that may be another reason that we see this Interceptor squad not split into 2 units, because it does become 2 separate units for the purposes of secondaries. So if you use the combat squad on it. So that would allow it to give up 4 points on Abhor the Witch rather than 2. So in this case, to eke the 2 points out of this Interceptor squad that Patrick most likely will use as a big counterpunch or a hammer, Jonah's going to have to do kind of a ton of damage. And that's mostly not worth it. Huge advance roll on these Terminators. Oh my god. Look at them go. Oh, I got objective right there. That's mine. Give me that. Oh boy, that's scary. That's scary for the Dark Angels. They have to deal with this unit now, because otherwise it's going to push them off their top left objective. Uh-oh. Oaths of Moment also being taken for Dark Angels, so they'll get points when they destroy enemy vehicles or characters. That's probably why we're seeing this push for the Rhino down here. And then they also will get points if they have a unit wholly within 6 inches of the center of the table. And if they didn't fall back or fail morale that turn. That one's a pretty consistent score for Dark Angels. Interestingly, it is actually significantly worse if you go second. Or if you go first, excuse me, because all of the different varieties or the different criteria score at the end of the battle round, which means that your opponent gets an opportunity to respond to whatever you do before it checks for scoring. So if we see, for example, these servitors push up to the middle, which I believe can score the secondary, then the Grey Knights have an opportunity to just Stormbolter those guys away. It does require them to shoot at something they probably didn't want to, which is these servitors, but they will go down. Better to deny your opponent 2 points than just let it happen. And then last but certainly not least, Shock Tactics, which I think is a little bit of an interesting pick for Jonah, and another one that's probably doesn't benefit him going second or going first also. It scores him 4 points each time he takes an objective away from his opponent. And it really requires your opponent to play very aggressively in order for you to be able to counterpunch them. If your opponent is not standing on objectives and not taking them, then interestingly, Shock Tactics doesn't score for you taking that objective for yourself. So if Patrick plays extremely smart here and doesn't take objectives that he knows he can't hold, and instead just tries to contest them and tries to make it so that no one holds them, either by killing all the Dark Angels off of them or by putting an equal number of models on the objective himself, then Shock Tactics is actually never scoreable. And it is possible, if you're a really good player and you have a solid game state for it, that you prevent Dark Angels from getting more than maybe a 4 on that objective. Now, to be fair, that does require you to potentially give up primary objective points for it, and the arithmetic there might not make sense. So you may have to choose between giving your opponent 4 points on a secondary versus 4 points on a primary, which is usually kind of a wash. But if Jonah is angling to max his primary, then preventing the secondary score is much better, because the primary score at that point doesn't matter so much. So if he's already getting, or on a track to get 45 points, then Patrick is highly incentivized to try to stop him from getting Shock Tactics by any means necessary. So I think the interaction between all these secondary objectives is going to be very interesting. I'm actually, I'm excited. I'm excited for this game, chat.
Can you give his rerolls at the end of the
Just a 6-inch aura.
okay.
6-inch aura if reroll 1 to hit, because he's captain.
Yeah, 6 on an advance roll for the Terminators over there, chap.
4. Move squad of
Big move!
This.
Big move for the Deathwing Terminators pushing up the table. That's huge.
In. Get them all in range. They're not advancing. And see what that charge like. 8-inch charge. All in range here. Range and range. Just barely out of range. We just got forward a bit. There we go. All in range.
So it looks like we are going to be triggering Jumpman's jump pack this turn.
Single once, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And just keep reusing it. Okay, good. Just want to make sure. Because that would be very feels bad if I did all this work to make him jump and then he stayed where he was.
Yeah, I mean, he could pop his 3-up in one and just try to weather storm. But this is a lot of water, so
it's a lot of shooting. Yep.
Yeah, I think the real question here is where these, I almost called them Hunt Masters again, where these Black Knights go. If the Black Knights can prevent any reasonable withdrawal positions for the Jumpman, then they're going to have a... then Patrick's going to have a tough time sort of getting that guy back into the fight. He may be forced to teleport Shunt back up to the front line, and that's not really where you want to be doing what you want to be doing with your time. So it looks like we'll probably at least blank the attacks off these attack bikes, and potentially the Talon Masters over here. The other attack bikes will most likely kill the Rhino and score us a bunch of the moment points. It's been interesting because most of Patrick's games have been kind of decided by the existence of this Rhino. It is a little bit of a meme. Every time a Rhino gets seen on stream, everyone's like, what, a Rhino? People are playing Rhinos? Yeah, for sure, Rhinos are great. And especially in Grey Knights, where Interceptors, while operating like jump infantry, they have a high movement, ignore intervening models in terrain, do all this, jump infantry style stuff. They aren't actually jump infantry, and so they can embark into the Rhino. They don't have the big jump pack that prevents them. They have the little tiny teleporters. So you can disembark and then move 12 inches with those guys. And the Rhino actually acts as a little bit of a threat extender, in addition to protecting the models inside it. Got some very effective screening out here in the back line by the infiltrators. Now, infantry, interestingly, nothing's running onto Objective 4 for the Dark Angels. I don't believe they have anything. I mean, I guess we could throw a Talon Master over there, but there's no way that survives. Unless we have some very interesting positioning from these Black Knights, I think. Which means that it doesn't look like Patrick has to push too much to prevent his opponent from getting a 12-point primary turn. He will have to throw a unit onto an objective to contest, or he may actually even just try to contest the middle objective and then say go, and prevent his opponent from taking shock tactics.
Sorry, this taking me so long. This is...
You can stop apologizing.
Are we pushing the Talon Master? Oh man. Ooh. This is sticky objective chat. Yeah, we are on Death and Zeal today, so if the players hold the objective in their command phase with an objective secured unit, it locks in and is held permanently until your opponent takes it in a phase. Okay, here comes the Talon Master. All right. All right. I see you over there. Yeah, trying to keep himself out of threat range of the Interceptors. Now you have to be careful with the sequencing here. Patrick has a lot of CP in the bank. He's got 5 CP. And what we may see is if Jumpman clears the way here, and the Dark Angels kill the Rhino with the with their last set of attacks, or late in their shooting phase, Patrick can actually choose to emergency disembark Interceptors farther forward, 6 inches forward. So they're going to be getting sort of around this red line, I think. And that actually, if he switches into Tide of Celerity to give himself longer charges, he could actually get maybe, what did we say they were? 24 inches away so he can shoot? So he could actually get himself a very, very reasonable charge. That would be a 6-incher. He normally threats 15, but he would threat 18 off of it. Yeah, 6-incher into the Talon Master. That's some spicy meatball. But interestingly, the Talon Master's not on the objective over here. So actually, he's not holding objective 4. He would certainly be charged by interceptors, I think, if he held objective 4.
Let's move this attack bike squad.
That's a spicy meatball, as Jumpman would say, you know?
Here,
It's a me. Nemesis Grandmaster.
here,
That classic Nintendo character.
Apothecary. Okay. First Blade Guard Agent will come in through the middle. I'll advance him, actually. Nice. There. Cool. Then... Who's there? Who's there? And... Ravenwing Apothecary. Here, give out that Field of Pain. And the other question I have, okay, one of these guys have got to move. All right, let's go.
Let's go, Jonah.
2 is there.
Torin, thanks for the
There goes.
resub over on Twitch. Appreciate you.
Here, and then let's go. Move them up there, so they're touching onto the terrain. So I'm going to rotate him first.
Seems like it's going to be a tough sell over here. I'm not sure what we're
I may
doing.
not have given myself enough movement.
Looking soft. Looking like yeah, we're gonna peek onto the terrain. But if we need to keep a Black Knight in the back here, I don't. It's gonna be interesting to
I'm gonna adjust that.
get shots into anywhere that's reasonable.
Figure out. Yeah, just move. This is the only guy that I moved because I just want to make sure he's
Oh.
in range. The other guy. That guy's gonna come up there. Let's just go Azrael there. They're gonna have a lot of things to go into. Let's see. So if I can even get touching into this terrain, not many. Go up. So I can get a couple in there. Back, I'll have to do my link. All right. So Ravenwing Huntmaster. So let's move the other Black Knight up like this. I'm going to rotate him. Extra movement. He's got 20. 3.4 out of range. Move him back. This guy will come up and go. He's going to be out, so he'll move. How much movement does he need to rotate? Measure that since this one might matter. So let's say 2.8 or so. Do like that. 2.5 looks like. Okay. 2.5, so he's still got 14.5. And 2.5. Be able to move him through there, 14.5. Right, so he'll go something like that. And touch in, and then this guy will come in. Touch in. Cool. So with that,
So that was not an advance. That was a normal move.
it was a normal move. Yeah, yeah, just a normal move with those guys.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Let me pull that guy back a little bit. So measure that. 1.6, 1.6. Yeah, move him up a tiny bit. Just trying to get that. All right. Cool. So only 2 are touching the terrain. That's it. All right. So let's go over to my other talent.
It's a bit of an interesting move from the Black Knights. It looks like we're only going to get maybe 2 shooting. It's not enough to kill one of these interceptor squads, but it may lay them low.
I'm just gonna double check something here, and you get closer to him. Probably, let's say, teleport something in 9 inches there, and definitely closer.
Yeah, so seeing if we can push a Talon Master far forward. I think the danger here is that Patrick actually kills 3 of the Deathwing Terminators before he goes to shoot the Talon Master. The Talon Master is an eligible target if the Terminators are dead. So between the Psychic phase and shooting phase, we could see Patrick try to kill half the unit and then open the Talon Master to maybe a shunted Nemesis Dread Knight over in the corner. I think the danger there is that it takes so many attacks to do that, because those are Deathwing Terminators and they're so difficult to kill, that it actually alleviates pressure from this side of the table, and that actually could be disastrous.
I mean, you can touch here or something. Let's see.
Good touch there. Then you can teleport close, and he'll be closest because Jeremy is just too slow.
Yeah.
And I don't really want to do that.
Little mind games maybe there from Patrick. Oh no, it's fine, dude. You can make it. You just put your model, you put your character in the front of your army. you know what I'm saying?
So let us check. They cannot see anything else, right?
Nope.
These guys with a plasma cannot see anything else, really.
Yeah, they're gonna be.
Yeah, interestingly, I do think we have a very nice, a good spot maybe over here for this, for the jump man to pop into, or he maybe only takes a couple plasma shots and a rocket launcher.
These guys can shoot him, but they also have fusion into this. This guy has options, but a lot of jump man. No, okay, yeah, so he jumps.
All right.
I must go. My planet needs me. Nah, here we go.
He goes. Is that?
We're gonna just
This
grab
is
objective 2
9.
real quick. I love this. So the Unyielding Anvil actually makes him objective secured as well. So if he can place it such that he is on this objective, he actually locks that objective immediately, and then now has this really, really powerful melee presence to be able to counteract these Deathwing Terminators.
Yeah, I still need to check the distance. I'm too close right now, so just check.
So I think he's just going to check line of sight, make sure he doesn't get accidentally shot by a multi-melta. Got to watch out for the measurement on the Deathwing Terminators, but he's probably going to shun back a little bit there.
So I need to do that anyways, so I need to get basically back here. So am I missing anything? Can anything shoot him now, except maybe this low?
We need a sound effect that's just the Mario jump sound when that guy teleports around. Just the boing.
I think you're out of range, so I think you're good there.
I can rotate him like this smidge to get that thing shut out. Yep, okay, good. And I can... Yep, okay, so but that's where he's going. I'm just checking one more time. That
So not placing him on the
These
objective?
guys,
Interesting.
That is 20, but hopefully invisible. And then... No, for him I need to watch out a little bit.
Yeah, for sure in line of sight there.
Okay.
That's probably fine.
Good. So not visible by the bikes, but here. Bike match. Okay.
They're all done.
And on the objective, there it is.
All multi-meltas are
And
gonna
the
go into
Terminators here
Rhino,
advance, so they
and
cannot
the
charge him.
bolters are gonna go. 2 sets of bolters are going to go into
Aw,
Pig
Torn,
Squad,
I,
and 1 set of bolters will have to go.
I was out ahead of you on that one.
Okay.
All right, so let's do.
Hasn't done anything to anyone. So
6 meltas into the Rhino.
they are -1 hit, right?
On 4s, rerolling all.
Excellent.
All right, and then on 3s, rerolling 1s. All right, so it's 5 into the.
Let's see some I guess. Okay. Yeah, great. So...
You got an info on that guy?
No, I don't.
Oh,
yeah. 3 or 84? Oh, yeah, 84. I don't have anything. Yeah, just roll your damage.
AP5, in fact. They can't save on. You can't save against multi-meltas there, my guy. All right, so there is the Rhino going down, and that is Jonah's first shot of the shooting phase. So we do have the opportunity here. Patrick could potentially elect to emergency disembark, get his models way far forward, but then they just probably get picked up by the Right-Wing Talon Masters and the other attack bike unit. So I think Jonah's excited about that. But at least he's not going to lose too many interceptors here, hopefully. Maybe he gets 1 unit shot by the Talon Masters, by the Arbiter's Gaze Talon Master, the other one. Eats a little bit of a little peck of damage from the Black Knights. Yeah, explosion would have been brutal. I mean, fortunately, the Grey Knights do have a 5+ damage ignore against
Terminators can shoot the rockets, right?
the any mortal wound, so it works on the explosion mortal wounds as well. So it's not as bad for Grey Knights as it would be for other armies, but it would be real bad. Hits 3 characters, 2 interceptor squads, and a Dread Knight. So you're doing 6d3 mortal wounds, just an average of like 12. Ooh. That is pretty brutal, but it did not happen. We're gonna see some good. We're gonna see some good explosions sometime today, chat, but maybe not today.
And
The explosions are maybe for Josie's game, where we have like Transcendent Catan freaking out on people. Nemesis Dread Knights, unfortunately for us, don't explode. Although Talon Masters do. Which is, you know, could be fun. This is a tight position right here. I don't know. I don't know about this one, Patrick. You may have to put somebody on the other side of that librarian there. Or the Caldor Drago, excuse me. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Patrick, no. Not like this. May lose a little bit, a few more interceptors than we anticipated originally.
Alright, I guess then I need to take the rockets.
Uh-oh. Do you have to emergency disembark for this unit?
On the King Squad. They will have to take the rockets. We have this guy here. Squad over.
Can we just give the combat squads a different base color real quick?
Excellent idea. So, how many of them can your Terminators see right now?
Let's see.
Yeah, wrap and trap your own stuff is awkward. I mean, to be fair, you know, Patrick is having to deal with this Ravenwing Alpha Strike right now, so like he's trying his hardest.
Shuffle these guys just as much, and I'm not sure if it's possible. No,
It is a little bit funny.
Okay, so
This is a very similar first turn to the one that we saw in Patrick versus Ashley earlier in the game, earlier in the tournament, where Patrick basically had a similar Alpha Strike style of turn. Only one guy goes down.
Alright.
Actually, I do think the Talon Master.
I think we were probably okay from the corner of the Rhino there, since the Rhino's angled.
All right, cool.
But we'll have to see how much Patrick loses. He is hoisted by his own petard a little bit here.
Yeah. So let's do 8 Bolter shots. Probably should have made the Jump Master jump second. Damn, did that out of sequence. All right, so 8 Bolter shots into the back pink squad. On 4s, rerolling all. All right, and then on 4s, rerolling 1s. All right, 3, no AP.
They're good.
2 up saves.
Tide of Shadows, you're more than 12 away.
Ah, my apologies. Sorry, I thought you were in the Tide of Longer Range Guns. I can't remember what that's called.
Yeah, Patrick, I think is Patrick might be the player who uses Masters of the Warp the most effectively out of Grey Knights players that I've casted. I know a lot of Grey Knights players love to just like lock in Tide of Convergence, which gives plus 6 inches of range on their ranged weapons for these psi weapons, their silencers and psi cannons, and mortal wounds on 6s to wound with nemesis weapons in melee. But the other tides are very useful. Patrick likes to use them to the best of his ability. Tide of Celerity for guaranteed charges, automatic 3s on your dice rolls on charges, and Tide of Shadows, as we have now for the light cover bonus when you're far away from your opponent. So it is good to see that. And he does have enough casters to get Warp Shaping off. It does require you to Warp Shape in your psychic phase, so there is a little bit of a danger that you fail your warp shape or you eat a power that you would normally want to have off. But ooh, there goes an interceptor squad. So we lost 1 combat squad to that. Could have been worse, I think.
And then let's
This is the point where you're like, man, I should have picked Codex Warfare. And it's like, yeah.
I am really regretting shooting Jumpman first. I really should have shot Jumpman second. Because that would have really screwed up your getting out of the Rhino thing. I am kicking myself for that. All right, let's go. Bike Squad, the 2 that can see are going to go into not the
Does
4
Jumpman even jump,
squad,
I think, if he gets targeted by the second attack Bike Squad? I think we see an emergency disembark because there's so much less shooting going into that if the Grandmaster eats 1 hit on Servant of the Throne.
Right. So they're all overcharged their shots, so it'll just be
Interesting
the
discussion by
front
the
two.
players.
So
I
let's
think
see
the
what
fact that there's
Master
like sort of
shooting.
interphase interrupts here
And second
makes
guy's shooting,
the optimal game plan very difficult to
nope,
assess,
all good.
since both players have
Moving on
opportunities to
some
interrupt.
Rerolling, I believe. Am I? No, I'm out of reroll range in this Talon Master. Let me just check. Yes, I am. Oh, right. So that'll be 3 wounds at AP 3, 2 damage.
That's
each.
the front squad, right?
This is the back thing, so not the ones that are right into the wall, but the further back purple. Squad.
Okay. So 3 hits, 6s. Okay. Yeah, making its point pretty clear here. That's right. Okay.
All right.
3 6s to wound and a 3 1s to
those
save.
advanced,
Okay.
hidden from- oh, sorry. I have to leave a second. Sorry, one I proxied, so we'll get that
Ah,
over.
warning
That
more
is-
spell monsters.
So that guy won't be able to see
Excellent.
it. And let's do any other shooting that I'm forgetting about? I don't think there is. So let's go for the 1 charge. Let's go Talon Master into the purple squad. That's right there.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think Jonah's doing it too now. These are Black Knights.
9.
These are Black Knights, not Talon Masters. Jonah, what are you doing?
So I'm gonna
So he did bank 2 CP to move and fall back
there,
after charging.
poking through the wall.
So we can see
Yep.
potentially these
There, poking through the wall,
bikes in here.
and
Get some swings and then run away.
that. I'm going to get the extra movement just to try and move block you a bit.
Oh, they might stay here, actually. Well, that's bold.
See.
I guess it does mean they probably aren't being shot to death.
Okay. Cool. So they'll move like that, and then they will.
All right, so it's
That-
time to
that's
see if
what
these
it
AP1 weapons can
That is how they want to stand?
get work done into the interceptors.
Yeah, that's how they are going to stand. Yep.
Okay, you're good.
Yeah,
You're
no,
on- yeah, I think
no
you're on range.
intervention
Yeah, I
there.
did measure that right. Didn't mess that up. Okay, yeah, good. 6, good.
A little bit awkward.
And-
Caldor Drago just picks up a unit by himself. What a boss.
Okay, good.
Not today.
And you don't have any. Oh, I should have asked. You don't have any extending heroic engagement range abilities, do you?
No, no.
Okay, good. I thought so, but then I just realized, oh shit, did I just?
It wasn't another version of the list.
Yeah,
I
there
didn't
is
think you
a
did,
there is a
Made a very unfortunate
wisdom of the
mistake.
prognosticar ability to get a heroic intervention on anything. I don't believe it extends the range, but it allows you to heroically intervene with core infantry. So we could potentially see the second interceptor squad like peek around and engage the Black Knights, which I don't know if that matters so much, but it does give you an extra swing into them. I don't think the Black Knights kill 2 interceptor squads. Most likely they'll just kill 1 maybe.
Oh, sorry, that's 17. My apologies. 16 attacks on 3s, and on 3s again. Okay, 9 at
9
81.
saves, saving on a 4+.
Yes.
What do we have? Oh my god!
Oh,
Chat!
wow.
These dice rolls are so bad for Patrick! 8 failed saves, and that just picks the unit up. It was actually a coin flip that he loses the unit there. And the dice roller said, "Not today, my friend."
Totally average.
I actually expected a slow roll there in case you wanted to CP one of those into a potential pass to keep an interceptor alive. Oh my god. Yeah, that is a bonk and a half. And now these Black Knights could just go wherever they want. We could even just like see them sort of subsume this Grey Knight deployment zone and just really gum up the works. Are they just gonna stay here though? Just save our 2 CP?
I don't think you have to take more out.
Yeah, Patrick's dice have been terrible so far. It is only turn 1, but he's lost a reasonable amount of stuff.
You did us 3, so they need to roll. 60 run.
Is he down 3 combat squads? Ooh.
Yeah, we've had a bunch of close
Yeah,
calls.
2 and a half,
Yeah,
I guess.
yes.
Yeah, that was a brutal alpha strike from the Dark Angels, but I think that was sort of to be expected. Yeah, I think he lost 13 Marines and a Rhino. Not quite crippling damage, champ, but it certainly makes it a tough pill to swallow getting back in here. Yeah, Jonah's probably having a good time right now, for sure. Patrick gonna go in the tank a little bit, I imagine.
Trevi, just Brack need to go grab something, so I'm just gonna pause the time if that's all right.
Yeah, all good.
Okay, cool.
We got plenty of time, chat. Play it out. That was a pretty good turn, I think.
Yeah, I'm regretting not shooting. I should have shot the Jumpman after the transport.
Yeah. I mean, there's like we were talking about that. There's a lot of things change, I think, if the sequencing happens differently. Because if it's only like one unit and maybe a Talon Master that can shoot him, he might just go to Servant instead, and then he has a Nemesis Grandmaster here you have to deal with, and then he can emergency disembark the Interceptor squad somewhere else too.
Yeah, and that's the main thing I was worried about. He just ended up proccing the 3-up in Vuln, and then suddenly I've got to deal with that guy right in my face.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think shooting and making him use the sigil makes sense, because you don't have to worry about it later in the game, and I don't think he's gonna sit there and take the hit.
Yeah.
If the dice go as bad as those Interceptor saves did, then it's very bad.
Really regretting those didn't go into the Dread Knight.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, if you can bank your opponent rolling a bunch of 1s and 2s on save, it's actually great for you. There you go.
Yeah, I mean that just worked out so far. So.
Yeah. I was like, I was wondering if we like saw a slow roll there to try to re-roll and keep that squad alive, and then you're just like, no, it's all like all once. Everything's once. Why even bother re-rolling dice? They're all gonna fail anyway.
Sort of how it feels so far. Yes.
Yeah, it's been bad. All right, good luck, guys.
Cool.
Oh boy, chat. I think if that Interceptor squad had survived, that actually would have been a pretty it would have been pretty good for Patrick for sure. He can pick up a couple Black Knights there. He has another squad he can potentially send to the center, and deal with the Servitors to prevent that objective from ticking over.
For 12, you have to move 7, 8. Now let's get 3 into advance, which I'm a bit late for that.
So I don't know it hits the Talon Master now, chat. I think that the Talon Master is safe, given how much damage was dealt to the Interceptors. I think what we were talking about earlier, where there's a potential that the Interceptors could sort of Tide of Celerity, emergency disembark forward, require that the Black Knights don't charge and like murder everyone, which is what they did. So I think the Talon Master's safe. The attack bikes over here for sure get picked up, I think. They did advance, so they have their Jink and Vulnerable Save active. The Black Knights should get picked up. But the problem is that Patrick's dealing with the stuff, and this is like the strength of Dark Angels right now, right? You have to deal with the stuff that's in front of you, because if you don't, it's just going to hit you again. But in doing so, that allows the Deathwing and the Talon Masters to position themselves to sort of dominate the midboard. So your opponent comes in with a bunch of land speeders or a bunch of attack bikes, a bunch of Ravenwing stuff, and harasses your flanks and sort of alpha strikes you. You clean that stuff up, and you're like, okay, I'm feeling good. But now your opponent's on 3 objectives, and they're forcing a 12-point primary. And if you come out to fight that stuff, not only are you peeling attacks away from killing the Ravenwing stuff that's currently killing you, but then also you open yourself up for the Talon Masters and further attack bikes to hit you. There's 2 more units of attack bikes back here once these 2 units of bikes go down. Like... These Space Marine bikes are so cheap, chat. They're so cheap. You can just throw them away.
Empiric amplification into them. With Empiric, they pop like popcorn. And then what?
Yeah, Gatling Silencer is actually an incredible profile at shooting these guys if we get the +1 damage spell off.
Unless I jump
because they go to 2 damage, strength 5 AP 1, so they just put them on their 4+, and they wound on 4s. If you drop the Psychic Onslaught, they wound on 3s, and every 2 failed saves is a dead attack bike, so you probably pick up the unit with the Gatling Silencer shot. But it does require you to get the spell off, which is always a little bit awkward, and we are probably in Watcher in the Dark range if Jonah wants to pop that this early. We do have an easy Psychic Interrogation, though, so that's good. We'll be on the table for that. We do have some Abhor the Witches. Should be 2, I think, scores on Abhor.
That's very boring
for Jonah.
Anything here else? If I jump you forward, you can shoot.
No Librarian, chat.
These guys with a big gun.
We don't have a single Librarian in this list.
And then what? Then we get melter shots in the face. Like a lot of them. Unless, yeah, I guess we can overload you here a little bit. If you go here, how far is that? That's 13. So that's for you an 8-inch charge if I want to have this in combat. that is going to be really, really unhealthy for Jumpman, but on the other hand, then your Terminator squad is out of position, which is, just as well. Astrea could come up here, but he might just take a hammer to the face.
Yeah, Librarian would be nice. For sure. I do think the Psychic Epitome Librarian does feel like a pretty important include in this list, but I think that Patrick was pushing for the Psychic Interrogation play. So he wants his characters to be kind of low impact Psychers so that he's not seeding a bunch of casts if he's going for Interrogation. And he wants the increased damage in melee that Rapiers plus the Chaplain gives him.
So from here, we will have like a fairly reliable charge on them.
His units are going to hit really, really hard in melee. And if this, it sounds a little bit weird, chat, but if this Strike Squad gets the buffs off and starts to hit and goes to punch something, those guys can, if Caldor Drago gives them the buff, they can be exploding 6s, double mortal wounds on 6s to wound, full rerolls. So you can fish for both hits and wounds of 6. So the damage output from these 5 Strike Marines kills, like, may literally kill a Deathwing Terminator squad if they have all their buffs active. The Rapier's damage output is mildly ludicrous once the Wombo combo is assembled. And speaking of somebody who's been on the receiving end of it before, you don't want those Hammerhand squads to hit you. It's real bad. It's a bad time. Fortunately, the Interceptors themselves don't have access to Hammerhand, but the Strike Marines do.
Give this guy a bonus and shoot them a little. No, we don't. That's the thing. We shoot these guys. That is a much better deal. They are -1 to hit, but I can accept that somehow. It's not that bad.
I do have a 1 CB stratagem to make them -1 to hit as well, because they advanced.
Oh yeah, that's an excellent. That's an excellent plan for everything, or?
And no, just bikes and land speeders.
Yeah,
I thought you were handing
riders.
up -1 to hit tokens there like candy.
No, I didn't mark them as having advanced. And I should have done
Okay,
that.
no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, cool. So
Thank you, Dr.
these
Nudes.
guys will go here. We give him the +1 to hit. Do we give them rerolls? Do they
It's
do anything to
we
it?
did see that technology, the hit them closer with hit them with my sword technology in Papers list previously in the first two halves of the bracket. Because he did have a Smash Master, Talon Master with the Heavenfall Blade, Imperium Sword, so a bunch of extra attacks, and then the opportunity to pay to move after attacking. So we could do some real Winged Hive Tyrant overrun shenanigans with that guy. Not so much today. These Talon Masters actually don't want to be in melee right now, but that's a real drive me closer energy on that guy.
They jump forward. He just gives them a buff. He shoots those. They fight this. They hopefully get a spell off. Yes, I think that's the plan.
All right,
They jump
Patrick.
forward,
Sounds
so
like
now
he's got the
bunch
game
of
plan.
Attack bikes. Can you revive attack bikes?
Yep.
Oh, of course.
If you don't wipe this squad, one can come back.
Yeah, that is the case.
Yeah.
Who remembers when you could do that to Invader ATVs, chat? It's always been a Dark Angels thing, reviving attack bikes. They love doing that. That's their favorite pastime. Is that apothecary? That bike's not just for show. He tuned that up himself. He's an adept mechanic over there.
Oh. Your Blackwing Knights are really annoying.
Thank you. I figure against an all-psycho army, I need something to take some smites.
Yeah, that as well. That might come into play.
It's a little bit of an interesting point. Between these guys and the Servitors, we actually have a lot of mortal wound sort of ablative damage. That instead of eating mortal wounds on your mostly defenseless Terminators, you can just put it on your idiot bikes that are running up in the middle.
Okay, so these guys jump here.
I wonder if there is a rumor in 10th edition where psychic powers are conducted in the command phase, and if offensive psychic powers also work in the command phase as well. I do wonder if that's going to make a significant difference in that this style of play, because these Psyker armies then tend to do a bunch of damage to the units blocking them before they go to movement.
Where do you jump to?
I guess that's not an angle I'm sure I've really considered before, but if that's the case, it actually is a really interesting dynamic. Might make Psykers almost required for vehicle-based armies.
Here. Yeah, very annoying. So just there. Smite. Yeah, you can do some phonic strike or something. These guys go forward. We hold them up. And they stand here. 6 inches out, that's too short, or I'm in danger. So I can give them quite the results that they would like to.
All right, chat. How are we feeling about this matchup so far? Was this Alpha Strike too debilitating from the Grey Knight, from the Dark Angels, excuse me, or are the Grey Knight's going to be able to swing back and hit hard? I think that we have a good game. We have a solid game if both of these attack bike squads get knocked down. If we can push Jonah to a single attack bike squad, as we saw in his game against Arna, those attack bikes, they are dangerous, but they're only especially dangerous against units that they can punch through the the armor save of. As soon as your opponent starts taking invulnerable saves, the fact that they only shoot 6 times with the multi-meltas means that a lot of times they will just fail to wound sometimes. They just won't do that much damage.
Just so. Okay,
Just
cool.
do that.
Lucky. Good. So we take that. Yeah, before that, we give the rerolls for, here we have Supreme Grandmaster rerolls to this Nemesis Dread Knight, and we give the +1 to hit. Let's pull it from here to the same dude from the from Toolbox. And we just attempt a normal song, I think, for there's no real point in doing it auto for 2CP. So we sing the spell song to give exploding 6s to the interceptors.
All right.
Let's see if it goes off. It doesn't. Good. Excellent.
Patrick, your dice box is broken. Roll more than one, please.
So then these guys fly here. How far was the charge? That's like 16 point. Yeah. Wow. Is it the 15? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's what I was saying with the model.
Yeah, that's what you were saying. So that's like a 3-inch charge, right? So they move like here. 12 inches. Perfect.
Gotta be worried a little bit here. I
Excellent.
think this is a really juicy Overwatch from these attack bikes. I don't know if that is that's what Jonah's kind of excited about, but or maybe what Patrick is hoping for to eat the Overwatch on the interceptors.
Let me just check this one. I would love to give a buff to these guys.
But I think there is a pretty reasonable chance those guys just get vaporized on the charge in. All right, here we come, staging the big interceptor squad. Now we do allow wall screening with these maps, chat. So if the units are an inch away from the wall, if there's no physical place to place the model's base between a charging model's base between the defending model and the wall, you cannot complete that charge. That is a little bit of a difference from the classic WTC, which uses the WTC Ruins rule, which allows you to phase through the wall. So that will allow the interceptors to be mostly safe from the Terminators for at least one turn. Although they do have to be worried about maybe some sneaky Raven Wing coming around the sides.
You know what I'm doing here, right?
Wall, I assume.
An inch of the wall, just far. They want to be just far enough so that the Terminator base don't fit inside, and they can inside.
There you go.
Good.
Gotta go around, Mr. Terminators. Nice defensive position here.
Plan. Good. That is their plan. That's where they want to live. I just consolidate them into it a little bit. I think this is going to be. Let's just check this beforehand. This doesn't fight through the wall, so if he moves, like if they survive, they have to probably get the base around here. So that's a 12, and then still like 2 inches in, 13, 14. So 9-inch charge, and I think I can even just. Yeah, no, they don't need to go around, but yeah, 9-inch charge, something like that. I think is what this would be, so that they doesn't fit inside. Yep. Yeah. Good. Okay. So and here for these guys, more important, Going around this side is probably pointless. Yes.
Yeah.
Going this way would be like probably still needing like yeah.
3. So
I
I
mean,
guess I could do it on a 12. If I got 11 or 12 on the dice, I think I could make it.
Yes.
But yeah.
Yes, exactly. I think I can even pull this one smidgen back. It's like either in 11 or 12, so it's going to be not a great charge. Good. So something. If I can get this one here where you cannot shoot him, that would be lovely. And I can, I think, do that. You can, of course, always fly him here and murder everyone. How far does this thing go again and can shoot?
The base is 21 and can advance without penalty to his shooting.
21, so 27. So it wouldn't quite make that. These guys, on the other hand, can go 23 and shoot.
23 with the advance, yeah.
Yes. So there's that, and that would make it still a little bit tricky to be the closest. So I would have to stand here and fight you. This guy can 23. Yeah, it's still tricky. Okay, let's see. I think we need to be a little bit risky here this time around. Yep. So Kaldor goes over here. Excellent. And did I miss anything? Mess anything up? Otherwise, 20. We don't want that. We want these spells to go off, so I need to stay out. Okay, so here, that is 22. No. Oh god, too many requirements. 23.4. Here. Making this 3-inch charge.
Trying to save himself from the Watcher in the Dark Deny here.
So, Jukebox, you would like to cast some Vortex of Doom on these, and that would, yeah, it's not super necessary, but it's nice. Oh yeah, I can see them because they're looking through. Okay, I forgot. Nice. So, cool. So he can come here, he can also charge them, his spell is not as important, so you can burn your deny on that, that's completely fine. He casts warp shaping though, so that is something that we would like to have. So these guys go here. Just out. And excellent. Like this. Yeah, can you fit through? Otherwise I need to move him. I fly them first, I move this guy back so that the Red Knight can walk through. So this guy goes forward 5 inches. So now we have a bit longer charge. Yeah, 4. And you go. Plenty of space. Excellent. How far do we need to be? Don't even need to go that far. No, we can even just shoot from here if we wanted to. Or we could. So that is nice. So that is the 22 inches gun here. But no, we wanted to shoot on these guys. That was the deal. And they are visible from here, I guess. Like, maybe they aren't.
Yeah,
just over
there. You gotta kind of get this angle.
This. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
There you go.
So here. Cool. Takes pluses with him. Good. Yeah, we need to pop off. These guys can now. This guy can so far not do anything of note, so we really need that spell to function. So otherwise he's kind of useless. Or I just jump him now and just call it a day for TCP.
Jonathan DeLeo, yeah. Hell yeah.
You would,
so
you
much
could
streaming.
Go up here
Between Cherokee Open
and
over here. Hopefully lots of good games of 40k happening this weekend for sure.
That's actually not that bad. Because
don't forget to stick around here after this show because we're going to have another game later tonight as well as the finals tomorrow. Exact timing of the finals is going to be TBD depending on who qualifies. Josie does have some traveling to do, so if she qualifies, it will be later on in the day.
Yeah, let's go for that. Jumpman moves 9.
Mm-hmm.
So how far is this charge on your Terminators from here?
Oh,
Go
man.
around the
Jump
building.
man, going for the swing.
Like a 4-inch charge or something.
Does have the Nemesis Great Hammer. Unfortunately, -1 to hit with that guy.
4-inch charge, probably,
So
something
he's
like
going to
that,
hit
but
on
it's probably
3s,
for
wound
him,
on 4s.
for him
It
it
actually
would be
doesn't look like that
5.
great of a charge, to be honest.
For him, it would be like I have to stand inside the thing and punch him through the wall kind of thing. So you would a bunch of things would have to die for this charge to become difficult, right? Because I could still put the base in this window, and it's a 2-inch charge. Good. So guns in here, spells there. We are obviously in deny range because deny is right in front of us. This guy can jump for 2 CP. He can jump here. He can shoot them there. He cannot charge. I mean, he could, but it's not going to work. And nothing picks up the servitors. That's just sad. They're standing there, waiting to be picked up.
We did put a silencer in range.
No, that won't got to happen.
I think that Patrick did
So
account
from
for that.
here we get a bunch of shots into them. Okay.
In his game plan.
And your resurrection happens at the end of the movement phase.
Correct.
Sounds like a plan. So we get empiric, we try amplification for here. For the guns to shoot that into there. So that makes sense. Then we don't need to do it on Drago. These guys, yeah, I think that is sort of the play. I mean, if we get that here, no, we will never get these. So I think only really scratch them. Good. I think I need to jump this one here out of, let's give you a 9-inch bubble so that you have it yourself. I'm just going to use this one. So here we would.
The worrisome
out
part here, I
and
think,
be
is
able to see it
that
with
whether
spikes and probably one of the Terminators. Maybe not.
if Patrick shoots his way out of this Deathwing Terminator squad, he could potentially either block his own line of sight to them or block his charge to them.
So
I think maybe he's just trying to kill the attack bikes and hope that the Deathwing Terminators don't hit him too hard in melee. They do have largely -1 to hit in melee, and then are bumping on the invulnerable save of the Dread Knights.
Or just shoot them, no problem.
I don't think that Jumpman particularly wants to use the Servant of the Throne this turn, so he doesn't need to do a bunch of damage to the Deathwing Terminators right now. So that if he goes into them, the swing back isn't too bad on him.
And no, the next question is, can I from here still see your bike, the bikes?
With the blue guy?
Yeah, sure.
So-
Looks like we can, yeah, make use of these kind of open ruins in the side here on both sides of the table.
So
I
let's
think the
go
Nemesis
for
Dread
that.
Knight in the
blue guy jumps over here
corner
for
on
50.
objective 2.
All right.
It's going to make it a little tougher for those Deathwing Terminators to take this objective back, even if they survive. If Patrick had locked the objective, which he did, and then moved off of it, then all the Terminators have to do is move on to score strike tactics. But now, because the Nemesis Grandmaster is here, he's granting objective secured to the Dread Knight. And the Deathwing Terminators, unless we see a push from the Rights of War Talon Master, which would get him out of the middle of the table, these guys are not objective secured, so they will actually most likely not hold this objective.
Then I shoot some Terminators and a bunch more Terminators, but I won't kill them. Yeah, okay, let's just put them here. But I get the objective. Oh, I need to decide.
Oh.
Put me in a stressful situation. Like, it's a really good first turn, I have to say. It's like, no, absolutely, because these are really, I really want the 5 points here. Look, they're standing there and just looking at them.
Oh, I see the dollar signs in Patrick's eyes. He doesn't want to kill them with this Dread Knight. He wants to kill them with this Dread Knight because this Dread Knight's teleport shunting. I see it.
Yeah.
He's getting psyched. He's like, ooh, what's this? What's this? 5 points? Don't mind if I do. Thank you. Ooh, a piece of candy.
Then I would maybe also only hold one, depending on how the charge goes. So, yeah, then I put them forward.
All right.
Here. So this way, it's still an impossible charge for the Terminators, isn't it? Yes, they don't move 8. It's an annoying position for him. I would like to not get seen by the Talon Master. I don't think I do.
No, although Talon Master can almost certainly reposition to see.
And yeah, no, I don't want to get to the cover removed.
Oh, cover removed. Got it. Right. Yeah. Sorry.
So I can see him. I can see them. We have a bunch of options. Cool. Okay. So that is movement phase. Let's do some psychic. We start off with toolbox casting. No, we can. You know what? I'll start with color. These guys moved here.
Yeah, interestingly, I don't think we put ourselves in a position to get psychic interrogation this turn.
I
think we're just assuming we're not going to do it. Unless the
Jumpman. We go to Jumpman.
Grandmasters
He
in
casts Empiric Amplification with 3d6. So 1 CP down, 3d6. Don't let me down, buddy.
the 3d6 is just oh, actually
8.
goes off.
So far, so good.
Empiric application. Sorry, let me just double check what that thing does. And
It's
what
a +1 damage on the psi weapons. Yeah, it's gonna give him big damage against the attack bikes or the Terminators. Makes him 2-shotting the attack bikes with every weapon.
Excellent
If he puts
choice.
it over there.
Yep. So here, hold on to that for a while.
All right. Yeah, we're just going for this Terminators. If we can pick up a Terminator squad and then soak the swing back with the...
Because I'm gonna charge you and shoot you a bunch anyways. And here, this would pop you on a 3 and 3. And but you no. You get charged. You get a bunch of hammers, but they only wound you on force. So this is super unreliable. We need to basically already get.
Need to shoot some of those guys to death, I think.
Okay, good. So here we go. Then. Next order of business, we cast Symphonic Strike from the Interceptors. The purple ones. Nope, not happening. Now this is kind of stupid. We cast Warp Shaping on Toolbox. That goes off on a 5.
Let me see. You're out of deny range? Oh no, you're in deny range.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and deny you there. And
Ooh.
So 1 deny down at least.
Denies the warp shape, so no Tide of Convergence. Ooh. It's mostly going to alleviate the mortal wounds in melee, so this turn it's actually not that big of a deal. And staying in the light cover benefit is actually kind of okay.
Goes off on an 8.
So gonna slam these Black Knights with mortals here.
So that's 5 mortal wounds on the bikes.
very nice.
Solid start. Seems good.
I guess I'll probably kill that guy. Get 2 wins off of
Okay.
him.
Cool. That's acceptable as well. Then we cast the Nemesis Dread Knight over here. He could doesn't really it's not really interesting. It's a smite in these guys. It won't kill one. It might scratch them a little bit. No, it's gonna hit hitting these. So it doesn't super matter. Calder casts Sanctuary. Goes off on a 7.
Go for it.
So in case this goes wrong, yes, we put Sanctuary on these guys. And then we
So 4+ invulnerable save on the big interceptor brick, just to make sure that these attack bikes don't push really hard to multi-multi them. That would do very little damage if they did. Patrick really is putting all his hopes and dreams are relying on this interceptor squad right here. If they can get everything off, yeah, they can do ridiculous damage to some of these Deathwing Terminators. But he needs them to survive.
So from here, we could jump him forward there.
Did we gate? Oh, we did. Okay.
You just want to check if that's outside of the range of these guys?
I think you're good. Oh, no.
No, I'm not. I need to be here. 9.6. Now I'm also at the -1 to hit. Excellent.
So he's granted his rerolls to the blue Dread Knight, or to the Dread Knight in the bottom here, and now is going to be giving reroll 1s to the other 2 Dread Knights.
Good, but like, no, you're pretty tanky, isn't he? He's got a 4-up invuln.
Oh, he has a
Pretty
3-up.
safe.
He's not going to die super easy. That is true.
I think if any shots go into the Drago, they're shooting through the Nemesis Dread Knight there, and then also that means they're not going into Joe Man or the other Nemesis Dread Knights. I think that is just gravy for Patrick if Jonah decides to try to kill Caltro Drago right now. I should not be worried about that guy.
I'm not sure if they kill them. And you could interrupt, right? So you have
That,
option always. I hope this will mostly
Good old
be a better
Sanctum
point. But yeah,
Sigillum.
we cast,
Relic Shield.
no, one of them is one wound. So yeah, we cast Smite. Smite
Alright.
into the bikes. On a 7, you want to interrupt, or do you want to deny?
I'm gonna
Good.
deny.
This one is gone, so we do the 3 mortal wounds on your bikes. 4, go into the box. 1, pops the bike.
Black guy.
Good. That is all nice and dandy. These do nothing. This guy casts Smite into your Terminators, so I think he needs an 8 now. Nope, that's just a 7. And this guy, last but not least, yeah, he's just within 18. He tries for a Smite, needing a 9.
Yep.
Nope. No more Smite. Oh, damn it, I forgot something. Did I cast with him already? Yes, I did. And here I didn't see anyone. See, I shouldn't have, but yeah, I messed that one up. Okay, good.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
mistake.
no psychic interrogation. I think is what Magic is realizing.
That has been a
He could have tried it with the
Okay.
Grandmaster
No,
over here,
no,
maybe,
good.
because
Okay,
the Talon Master
good.
can see
So
him
next
currently.
round,
Looks
next
like,
round.
but that's it.
Cool. Then let's do some shooting. Command, movement, psychic, shooting. We need to keep those things alive here. We'll start off with Nemesis Dread Knight over here.
Mm-hmm.
He has all these buffs. He has at least the rerolling ones to hit. He puts all the big guns into the Terminators, and he puts all the small guns into the Servitors.
All right.
Oh no, he can see actually more. Let's start with this one, because he might shoot himself out of targets. He puts all of his guns into your Terminators.
All right.
So I start with the red ones, and then the blue ones, but I roll them together. Okay?
Sure. Sounds good.
Rerolling ones, because Kaldor is
Can we
nearby.
get a Daka in chat for these guys shooting?
Very
Those are
nice.
some big old
And
Gatling
now we
cannons
go
going
force. Excellent.
That was very nice. Okay, so sorry, reds first, then blues.
Yes.
And the reds are damage on these again?
Damage is 2, but you have Empiric Amplification, so you're up to 3. And it's minus 2 AP, so you take, I think, 3 ups.
3 ups on these? Okay, perfect. So let's do... I'm gonna roll... Actually, no. I think... I want to save... Yeah, no, I probably should. Okay, so let's do 2 at a time. 3 ups. Ooh, fail 1 already.
2 that
Oh
Terminator.
my god!
Alright, we got Terminators already. Not what I like to see.
Vaporizes too,
Figure
thanks to
out.
that Empiric Amp.
No, the Pain Train.
Good old,
Not what I like to see. Alright, and then these blue ones.
good
are-
old
I'll
big
figure out
3 damage Psy Cannon.
Let's see, I guess I've got to pull... I really don't want to pull the Sergeant, but I think this guy can do pretty much whoever he wants. I'll make your charge a little harder. Pull that guy, and that guy. Alright, and then the other shots, and how many shots? These are AP 1, 2?
AP 1,
AP 1? Okay, so these will all be 2 ups. Take 1 more damage.
2.
Oh, sorry, and amplification. My apologies. Yes, absolutely.
You're still in.
Can't be on him, so I'll take it on him.
Exactly. So, you're still only taking 1. You're just...
Oh, sorry, right. Yeah, sorry, I missed that. My apologies, thought I hit it twice.
It's all good. All good. Cool. Kaldor shoots you with his gun. That was 2 shots. Nope, apparently not.
You're not
Going well over here. Excellent. So this Nemesis Dread Knight shoots your attack bikes over here.
Alright.
With this one, Kaldor
Kaldor
flips.
does shoot
Nemesis
4
Dread Knight
times.
over
I think
here.
he
We start with
bolter
damage
disciplines
shots.
his
Again,
own weapon
same
for being a
procedure
Terminator.
as last time around, because you have 4 lives, right? Yes, exactly. So hitting +1, so again on 3s, but rerolling everything because it was Kaldor told him to do. Oh, and these ones as well. Excellent. So these are out, and now your toughness 5, right? So I wound you on 4s and 3s. Come on. So go ahead. Red ones first, and then blue ones. I think you can roll them together if you don't want to CP.
Alright, let's just do...
I mean, yeah, it's up to you. I'm sorry.
I just want to see what I get here. So these will be 4 ups.
So one dead
One
bike.
dead bike. And then over here, 1 dead bike and 1 on 1.
So let's see if that has done anything. so far, it probably hasn't. That was into those, though.
Oh, sorry, is it the wrong bike squad?
Yes.
Oh, you were on -1 to hit for all of that then.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you were? Oh, sorry, I
Yeah,
thought
he
you were
was
hitting
on
on
threes
I
there.
think normally T2s? Hit on 3s?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this one to hit from the attack mark.
Ah, right, my apologies. Okay, sorry, let me bring that back. My apologies, I misunderstood.
No problem. Like now, in retrospect, I would have preferred the red one, you know, because
Okay.
now that it's
Then let me just do 7 feel no pains then. 6 ups. Okay. So, there we go. So I will pull. Yep, I'll still pull that guy and then 2 on that guy.
Yep, and I'm gonna be a dick and say you don't know if that feel no pain wasn't the. No, you do. They 4 damage. Never mind. All good. Perfect. It's perfect.
It's fine. Yeah.
All good.
It's
Never
fine.
mind.
I don't have problems
Alright,
with
so good. Then we have these guys. Cool. That means that the jukebox can shoot a stone bolter into your hunter people here for 4 shots, and they don't hit. Yeah, I think they do. Let's see, how do you hit on ballistic skill 3? Excellent. And 5s, 1 save, please, on them. Nothing else.
3 up. Yep. Good.
Cool. Then yeah, they should die to this. They should really die to this. They don't have a save. So we should all put all the bolters that can see into this guys.
All right.
I think that's 3 of them. This charge is how long exactly? That's a 6-inch charge. Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not going to kill one anyways. So that is 6 of them. So these bolters into them. The other ones into the ones right in front.
Mhm.
So, and wounding on 5s, so 4 saves, please.
4 saves. These would be 3 ups. Take 1.
Cool. 4 shots into the 8 shots in the guys right in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
And nope. 2 saves. Good stuff.
Saves. This would be 3 ups again. Take 1.
Nice. Cool. You ignore the first damage, so it doesn't matter. Here, 1 is hurt. So the interceptors shoot your bikes. Nothing.
Oh my god.
No, it doesn't.
Well, you know, it's been swings and roundabouts here, I think, for Patrick.
He's
down to only 3 Deathwing Terminators over here. One of them, interestingly, 1 hit has to go through on this guy in the middle, which does actually means that Patrick's charge is relatively easy with the Grandmaster Nemesis Red Knight. So he is kind of open to shoot the other attack bike squad.
Alright.
Oh. Now. Small guns first. Come on. Go in. And we roll for Kaldor. So, 6 saves, please.
6 saves, and these are AP2?
These are AP1.
AP1. Alright, so these will be. I believe the base save is 5. Let me just double check, sorry. It's been a while. 4 up. Okay. So 3 in cover. 4 ups. 2 dead. 1 in cover. Alive. 1 in cover. Dead. Guy in the middle. Dead.
Boom.
We had the pieces.
Barely got him.
Kills on the servitors. There's 5 points for teleport assaults. Hell yeah. Looking good.
And now we have 6 shots. I roll them blue now. It's your Terminators, big guns, re-rolling. What was
Sorry,
that?
why'd you reroll the 2?
Because Kaldor is standing next to him.
Oh, you reroll everything? I thought it only
Reroll once. No, this was the wound roll.
Oh. Oh, okay. Alright. Alright, so just do 4 ups. Oh, ouch. Alright. So how can I be as annoying as possible? Let's pull those 2. Alright. Oh, sorry. No, it has to be that guy. What am I saying? So just keep the sergeant alive. Everybody else is dead.
Okay. Cool. Then Jumpman puts all his guns into your attack bikes.
Alright.
I mean, I could potentially. No, he cannot. Never mind. Big guns first.
Yeah, the lack of Tida convergence here means that these psi weapons don't go quite as far. Don't really have the same
We start with the
breadth of targeting as they would normally.
18 dice. Excellent. And we're rolling to wound on 3s and 4s. Here we go. Okay.
Alright. Let's do these 2 ups again. Or 4 ups again, excuse me. Already one dead.
Did those guys hit?
So one's dead, and I'll just roll the other ones. Alright, just one dead.
One dead.
Alright.
Not sure where we assigned these
That's a bit underwhelming.
saving throws over here. I think that Jonah may have taken an additional hit here that he didn't need to.
Mm-hmm.
One of his wounds had to be on a 3+ save, and I think the other one could have been on
a...
one of them could have been on a 3+ save, the other one had to be on a 4+ save. But that's okay.
Okay, so then we'll charge. We first charge in with Jumpman.
Alright, moment of truth. Probably looking for a 6 here, I think.
Or does he?
To get around the wall.
He cannot. He would have to be here. Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Charging.
Probably looks good.
You're probably alright.
Yeah. Look at
Let me
that.
see if I could do anything cheeky here.
Gorgeous. Looking good, jump man.
Get here, so I think I would like to be.
And we've cut Jonah to a 4-point primary too. The we've kind of spread damage a little bit, which is a little unfortunate across the Dark Angels army. But we have we may kill a Terminator squad here. We've killed 2 attack bikes. Might get another one depending on how this charge from these interceptors go. And we'll pick up the Black Knights. So didn't push quite as hard on this bottom flank, but pushing really, really hard on the top flank. And I think just hoping to sink the game, basically toilet bowl the game on a 3+ invulnerable save on this guy for a turn. And if Patrick can get a good turn of 3+ invulnerable saves, and you know, the dice do owe him, and that is how dice work. If you roll badly on the first turn, then you're guaranteed to roll better later on in the game. So you can take that to the bank. But if the dice don't utterly betray him right here, Patrick could just eat a bunch of the damage. Looks like we are overwatching the interceptors.
Yep.
One.
Only one with the multi-melta. Should vaporize one guy. Poor little guy.
So this is that here.
One guy dead.
Okay.
And then 12 bolters. On 3s, rerolling everything. Or sorry, 6s, rerolling everything. Sorry. Alright, 2, and then 4s, rerolling 1s. Alright.
Yeah, I've considered streaming on YouTube with all my streams, chat.
And he's good.
Honestly, Twitch interface is so much better. The and the like audience interaction stuff. We wouldn't get the sound alert, like the voice alerts and the predictions and all that sort of stuff on YouTube. And there's a lot of like dislike on YouTube for this content, so I don't usually spend too much time on it over there.
And I don't think the other ones will charge. I think he just sees who he is. Okay, so then I'll start to swing with the interceptors. Let's give this to so the interceptors hit you on 3 attacks each, so 15 attacks. With a leader, do you have a leader? Yes, you do. Excellent, and they do obviously not want to get to the other side of the room. It's pretty self-explanatory. And as much nudged in here as possible. Cool.
Right.
On 3s, I guess?
Yep, sounds good.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say.
Not like this. Not like this, Patrick. Stop missing.
So, 4th, great.
6s. These are AP3, right?
Yes.
Alright, so these will be 6-ups.
So no saves go through. That only kills 2.5 bikes, though. Uh-oh.
One guy alive. Yep.
Oh, boy.
Interrupter?
Let me think. If you do that, 2 damage. Nah, not worth 2 CP. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Then I do this here. Excellent. Let me see if
there's a wounded bike here,
now
right?
I'm just coming closer to you here, and no,
that puts 2 damage on the Huntmaster, right there.
Oh,
right, because there was a wounded guy, so he gets killed. 2 more kill another guy, and then the Huntmaster takes on.
My apologies.
So
yeah, sorry, I didn't notice one was wounded. My apologies.
No, it's good. I'll stay where I am. I don't want to be that much closer.
That's like the rub-ins.
So
it's the rub-ins of the
cool.
game
We
into
have 6
Patrick.
attacks
It's just
here.
like even when
with
You take
do we need
dramatically
the hammer?
favorable
Yes.
engagements. You cannot kill a single
No, it doesn't matter.
single
right?
Black
You are
Knight.
wounded.
Wounded on 4s no matter what.
No, the damage is a difference because then I need to get 2 hits through. Okay, so hitting you with a hammer, so hitting on 3s.
Alright.
Wounding you on 4s because you are that kind of dude. So, 2 saves, please.
Ooh,
Alright. 4 ups.
there he goes. See
Now-
ya.
Cool.
Good job, Nemesis Grandmaster. So we did
Here,
we
you
didn't get
advanced
the Black
out of the
Knights.
slides.
Maybe you could have gone in with a
excellent.
character. I don't know,
Interceptor,
just to make sure.
Swinging into the bikes. He is
Got
doing
our
it.
single
That's what I
interceptor over
exactly
here. Going to try to knock out an attack bike
yeah.
and maybe at least
So
force a
it
fallback
does,
at
and
a hit and run
four
warfare
attacks.
from the last attack bikes here.
Didn't get the
Hopefully they don't
spell,
kill him. They do have 2 attacks
so
apiece plus shock assault.
Misses most of it. Wounds
Yeah.
twice.
There's 2 wounds. Should get him unless we see a 6 here. Nope. See ya.
Oh,
Get out of here.
Ooh.
he 1 bike. Cool. So then he puts them into bases this one here for both of them.
Alright.
All right. So we've killed 1
Cool.
out of every attack
Good
bike
turn.
squad so far, which is not exactly what you need. At least only 1 of those attack bikes is coming back. So that's something.
You can punch me. Punch me.
Engage the other 2
Alright,
with
yeah,
the
right, going with his 4 attacks.
so to force a fallback and shoot.
And on 3s.
The Huntmaster swing in here. 2 saves in the interceptors. Patrick saves those.
Wow.
Finally, his save's coming back. Here we go.
Attack back.
Attack bikes on 3s, rerolling everything.
Ooh,
Nope.
that's a very good roll on the interceptor. Just a big forced wound, just punching.
In the box, please.
What are we doing here?
Thank you.
Oh, doing
and
rerolls.
then on you, their T4, I think. 'Cause I think they're
Yeah.
weaker. Yeah. So on 4s, rerolling 1s. And boop. All right, just 2, no AP.
No
Oh,
way!
nice,
Are you
nice.
kidding me, chat? They kill him! Failed both 3+ saves, and that frees the attack bike squad to operate normally. Patrick cannot catch a break this game.
What?
Are you kidding me?
Let me re-roll this one for CP's last. This gives you a whole more. Yeah, it's an 8-point swing and then some. Okay, I re-roll that for CP. What a.
Yeah, we're gonna see. At the very least, this trades a CP, and actually, I don't believe gives
a CP to survive.
a hold more. Yeah, there he goes. It actually doesn't give Jonah a hold more, but because I think Patrick has forgotten that he's locked this objective over here, objective 2. At least I believe he has, because that Nemesis Grandmaster is objective secured.
Nobody.
Yeah. So then I'm going to do
With the
and,
Unyielding Anvil. I believe that does count for characters, which he is a part of.
do that. I'm gonna give full rerolls to their
Yeah,
not
core
one
characters.
hit. You can pop that 3
So
up,
when the
go.
Grandmaster teleported at the end of Jonah's turn, once it ticked over to the command phase, because he held that objective in, because Patrick held that objective in his command phase, it locks for him. So objective 2 is currently being held by Patrick, which I'm not sure he realizes. He's actually on 8-point primary right now, and Jonah may also not realize that as well. He is kind of being blocked off here. I don't think he has an avenue to get in without giving up a Talon Master, which is probably not worth the trade, but he does. He could have the opportunity to shock assault if he wanted to. Yeah, that wasn't a great turn from Patrick, I think. I think he gave it his best shot, and it certainly had the opportunity to go well if he got a little bit lucky, but he mostly got a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, okay.
And now the Deathwing Terminator is going to push to the middle.
Alright, so let's see. That guy will probably stay in combat just to annoy you.
Having to CP reroll a 3+ saving throw on an Interceptor is not where you want to be, you know?
We're gonna come in with all of those guys. All right, let's go. Yeah, just double check. See, can this guy go around the wall? He's not gonna fit around the wall unless I advance him. Not do that. So he's gonna have to jump in.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
one interesting interaction that we may see come up here that Dark Angels players love to do is if they're spending their Selfless Healer revives on Deathwing Terminators, they oftentimes put their saving throws on the Terminators. And it looks like we've actually taken the Storm Shield off the Cyclone Missile Launcher Terminators. so that they're a little bit easier to kill. Which is it gives them a little bit more shooting, which is nice because those are usually the models that you want to see in line of sight of your opponent. And clearing infantry is sometimes a problem that Deathwing Terminators specifically have. The Talon Masters and the Ravenwing stuff shores up that weakness quite a bit of the army. But if that stuff's dead, which is often the case because it has to play so aggressively, then we will see the Stormbolter equipped guys take some shots and clear some infantry models. And once the shooting comes back at them, a lot of times Dark Ages players assign saving throws to the Deathwing Terminators, and that to the Cyclone Missile Launcher Terminators, and that allows the pennant on the Ancient to trigger when they die to allow them to fire their missile launcher on a 4+, and then they'll just bring that guy back with the Apothecary the next turn. It does mean that they can't be bringing back multi-melt attack bikes, but it does give them the potential opportunity to 50% of the time to double shoot a Terminator missile launcher, which is very valuable. And we have seen that, especially like in Paper and Danny's game, that can be huge. Killing your opponent's stuff on their own turn during their own shooting phase can potentially swing the entirety of the game. And we saw that happen to a Goliath truck that had moved up to try to kill a Talon Master and was destroyed in the middle of the Genestealer Cult shooting phase.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to see what line of sight looks like from here. Get some in there, some in there. That guy's back
Now, the other
there.
interesting thing about the positioning of these attack bikes right now is that they're kind of all over the place, and they are going to be forcing that Ravenwing Apothecary to kind of move out of position if they want to get healed by him, if he wants to repair any of those models. So he may actually lose the 6-up damage ignore on the Deathwing Terminators. And if that's the case, the Grey Knights might go in with the big old Mortal Wound Bomb and just try to do as much damage as we can to that Deathwing Terminator brick. Now that these interceptors are really threatening the center objective in a big way. We also have Azrael out in the front. Hopefully that guy doesn't just get insta-gibbed by interceptors. That would be awkward. Nurgle Matt in chat, how's it going, buddy? Thanks for taking a gander over here at our semifinals.
What's that range? 4, so I want him to be just further back. Melt to range. All right.
So I think we're on plan. Make a bunch of invulnerable saves for Patrick. This game actually, if Patrick can basically tank the damage this turn and doesn't lose too much stuff to the multi-melter shooting, then this game actually looks pretty close. So I think that's got to be the game plan, if I do say so myself. I think that is part of it. Patrick, after that first turn, after getting Alpha Struck so hard, he's basically just going to be putting a lot on the shoulders of the Servant of the Throne 3+ invul. And it actually kind of looks like Jonah may not even go for it. And he may actually preserve that invul for another turn. I guess Jonah can shoot him with like one Talon Master, which doesn't have a great chance at killing the Jump Man. But it does force him to consider putting his invulnerable save up. And if he puts his invulnerable save up and then Jonah kind of has a lot of additional targets and he can just reorient all his other guns to shoot at Nemesis Dread Knights, then he doesn't even have to deal with it for the rest of the game. So he can do a little bit of damage right now through it and then kill that guy next turn, which is probably what we're going to see. I actually really like this sort of reactive style of gameplay from these two models, or these two players.
You need to declare that when you fall back or when you shoot.
Oh, sorry. I believe it's in the shooting phase, but I'll double check the stratagem in a second.
So we actually will have scored 2 victory points for Grey Knights that turn because they destroyed the servitor unit that was on the center objective.
I'll go to the bathroom for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good.
Osa moment ticked up for 2 for nobody failing morale and destroying a vehicle. Abhor the Witch just at 4 for killing 2 combat squads. That would have gotten another Abhor the Witch too for this interceptor. I mean, we'll pick it up with something. Might just be the infiltrators, honestly.
And then, that instead. Get them both touching in over the terrain there. Cool. Let's do shooting. What is it?
Not sure. No, I think so.
I'm trying to find it. Like.
So, did you figure it out?
Can't remember where it is. Movement phase. Okay, yeah. So you have to spend it now. So I'll spend that now. Down to 2 CP.
Good.
So I move back there. This Ravenwing Apothecary.
That's
is
a
going to
hit-and-run
advance.
warfare on the attack bikes.
Up to
So yeah, Apothecary is pushing over to this objective, and it looks like we may not have a damage ignore on the Terminators. That's dangerous. We're playing a dangerous game there, my friend. But Patrick did sort of push Jonah to this position. Kind of required him to...
6 means he can move 3.4 more.
asking the question whether or not he wants to push for those Terminators. I would say the Grey Knight turn was mediocre, chat. We did kill this whole Terminator squad up here with the Grandmaster and all the shooting. We killed the servitors in the middle, which was good. The Interceptors over here whiffed hardcore on the Black Knights. They missed most of their attacks just because they didn't have any rerolls available and left one model alive on 1 wound. And then we only killed 1 out of every other attack bike squad. So we're going to see 1 come back, 1 guy get healed by the Apothecary. They're going to pick up this Interceptor squad, and they're going to put all the multi-melts, I think, into this Nemesis Dread Knight and try to kill it. And we'll see what happens. We did push this guy way up on the top of the table here, shoot a bunch of people, punch the Terminators to death. And now it doesn't look like there's going to be too much shooting going back at him. Maybe 1 Talon Master, maybe 2 attack bikes. But the rest of the army is kind of out of line of sight. Maybe a couple missile launcher shots. So the question here is whether or not that guy pops as a Servant of the Throne inbound right now or saves it for a turn.
Just gonna give him...
So I think it's... if Patrick got a really great turn there, I think he may have put himself in the driver's seat, but his turn was unfortunately a little unlucky. He also had to CP reroll. He had 2 Interceptors come in here. 1 died to Overwatch into the attack bike squad. He killed 1 attack bike, and the 2 remaining attack bikes actually punched that guy to death, and he had to CP reroll a saving throw in order to keep his model alive. Yeah, so we are pushing the Deathwing Terminators up to the center of the table. Again, shields down on these guys. They do have the -1 damage, but if we get Empiric Amplification off and 1 Watcher in the Dark, in fact, both Watchers in the Dark, are gone because the Terminator squad that had 1 has been removed, and these guys already spent theirs to block the warp shaping. So if everything goes swimmingly for Grey Knights this turn, they could do a bunch of damage to these Deathwing Terminators. They don't have a damage ignore roll active. They are -1 damage from the Pennant of Remembrance, but we can push the Interceptors back to 2 damage with Empiric Amplification and then do 2 mortal wounds on top for 6s if we get the Words of Power off. Yeah, if we pay 2 CP, I guess, to get the Words of Power off. I believe that you have to target that in the command phase unless you do an Inspiring Oratory.
Behind. You guys just move forward to 5. And let's go for Israel going over here.
Excuse me, Empiric Declamation is the
bikes
oratory
around
strat for
here.
our Grey Knight friends.
The Emperor's finest are running away. So we have it.
There.
Shots fired. Okay.
Have line of sight on your big boy there. Then this guy, -1 damage there. Blade Guard Ancient, he was going to move up 6. I'm going to check to see if that's as far as he needs to go, if he needs to go a bit further. He does. I need to keep him moving.
Emperor's finest are running away. So we have it.
There. 8.6, maybe can't quite do that. Damn, messed that up. Alright, so instead, we'll go down this way.
We are top of Battle Round 2, chat. Just getting into the
so.
Dark Angel's second turn.
Go move up here. Up transparency a bit, so I'm gonna do that. Range. There we go. That guy's gone there. That guy's gone there. Move Azrael slightly more. So we can get in range there. Oh no, he's in rapid fire range regardless. So let's not risk moving up.
Good target ritual movement.
Get rid of all of those advanced tokens because none of those are there anymore.
Actually,
know about that. And these guys do not advance either.
I'm just gonna put this thing under Azrael so that he stands
Okay.
straight. Not for a second. Do you want to lift him up for a
Good.
second? Do you want to lift Azrael up?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Much more. Yeah, something like that. All right, cool. End of movement phase. Ravenwing brings back a bike and heals the other one. And so he will pop out over. Let's see. I still want to try and make this charge not a gimme. 4. Let's see if I do something like that. That charge now.
Does Azrael just actually add an angle?
1.9. So
there's like a weird.
mess him back a little bit. So make that charge.
I think the
tiny
collider
bit
on the
hotter.
Deathwing Terminators is fucked is the problem.
Cool. So it should be 22.3.
These are strike marines. They're not gonna charge.
Oh, those are Strike Marines. Thank you. I thought they were okay. Cool. Well, that makes that simpler. In that case, they are going to go like that because I want to get extra shots on those interceptors. All right, and that should be able to see. Cool. All right. So with that done, I'm going to go over to shooting. Skip that and skip that. Shooting phase. I'm going to start by doing the Terminator squad. Is going to shoot all of the missiles into Jumpman.
Yep. I mean, he obviously turns up as 3 up in 1.
Perfect. All right, so these will be on 3s. Reroll.
Gonna servant here.
Not so good.
Eat the multi-melter shooting.
And on 3s, rerolling 1s. Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
Really bad.
Oh, just one. Well,
83.
okay, at least got the one through.
3 up.
Okay, damn it.
Damage will
Patrick,
be-
my man! Stop it! Stop failing everything! Oh my god, dude.
Then let's do
You're killing us here.
Or 8 shots with bolters.
Oh,
Good.
jeez.
3s, rerolling 1s. Nope. not on. And on 5s, rerolling 1s. All right, 3 more. 2 ups. Ooh. Not good.
Okay, it's going well already.
Yeah. All right. Attack bikes. We'll put everything. The 2 green attack bikes. Everything into Jumpman again.
Hmm.
All right. 3 multi-multas. They're in multi-multa range here. Or 2 multi-multas. Excuse me. Rerolling the 1. All hit on 3s. Rerolling 1s. All right.
All right, we gotta. Oh,
1 will go through for. Let's see the damage. I'm not
slow roll that.
You have an entire Talon Master left to yeah, okay. Who's that?
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh boy, chat. Yeah, that is not what we needed. Oh my god. Yeah, this is just disastrous rolling from Patrick.
All right, over here, I'm gonna go all the.
If he tanks that, I mean the swing back's huge, right? From that Nemesis Grandmaster, and I think the chances that he tanked that are pretty high.
These are the infiltrators. Excuse me, I said interceptors. Infiltrators shooting your interceptors.
Right, let's see if some magical happens.
All right, so shooting on 2 6s auto wounds.
Why do they die, Chad? I think
full
that's
wounds
the
there.
question.
No, wait.
Why are these Space Marines just keeling over?
Excellent.
Oh my
over
God.
here, I'm gonna go with red attack.
Sometimes
squad
invulnerable
first.
saves do be that way, but it is unfortunate.
See him. That is risky though, because if you pull right, my Talon Masters
Fear
require
not,
shooting.
brothers.
So Talon Masters, actually Talon Master can still shoot. Where's the bigger
Dragon Theory,
target?
thanks for the
Those
follow.
2. Let's go Red Squad first. I'm gonna do Red Squad 1 bolter into teal guys, everything else into blue Nemesis Dread Knight.
Okay.
So multi-multas, I don't think I'm in melter range here. I'm not.
No.
Okay. 4 multi-multas. These will be on 3s, rerolling nothing. And on 3s, rerolling 1s. Alright, 2.
One goes through.
And damage is 4. Then let's do 4 bolters, same target, and then I'll do the 4 bolters to the other one. So 4 bolters that guy. And on 5s and 6s. Rolling 1s. Alright, 2 more AP0.
It's good.
Yep. Alright, let's go over to
So what's the rest put? Okay.
yeah, that's one squad gun. Alright, I'm gonna go Ravenwing Apothecary into Nemesis Dread Knight. Oh, actually, double check he's in range. Yes, he is. And I believe you can see around here. Yep. So Ravenwing Apothecary, not overcharging. Just 2 shots of Plasma Talon on 3s. And on 3s, no rerolls. Alright, 1 AP3.
Takes the damage.
Alright, and then comes the harder bit. I guess I've just got to do it. Because there isn't really a way around that. Alright, I'm going to do Talon Master is going to put everything into Teal Squad. I believe they're all in range, yeah. So Talon Master into Teal Squad. Start with heavy bolters. It's going to be 5 shots on 2s. Ooh, not good. And on 3s. 2, 82.
So 4 ups?
Yes, I think so, yeah. 1 dead. And then 4 shots, double thingy on 2s and on 3s. And that many AP2, 1 damage each.
AP2 again?
Yeah, AP2 again, 1 damage each.
So they had 3 up, 2 up, back to 4 up. Okay.
Hey, there's a decent roll.
Yeah, just 1 more
We're
die.
getting we're getting a little bit there. Killed 2 interceptors out of the big brick.
Alright.
Down to 8. And that is unfortunately sort of going to compound their ability to deal damage.
So I think these 2 can still see them because I killed less than I thought I would. So I'm going to do 8 bolters into Teal Squad. Everything else. But I really need to kill this squad. Never mind. I'm going to do all the bolters into Pink Squad. Everything else into Dread Knight.
Okay.
I believe they can all see, but let me know if this guy can't. I believe he can see because he can reach there.
Yeah.
Line of sight's really really
Right,
tough.
so let's do 12. Oh, yeah, but let me know.
Oh no, he can see. He can see.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So let's do 6 Meltas into Dread Knight.
Oh.
These are on 4s, we're rolling everything.
They can't target the interceptors, right? They're currently in melee.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
sure.
I'm sorry. Right, I forgot my Huntmaster was there. Oh man. Whoops. Yep. All right. Yeah, they cannot. So I guess I'll be going into Teal and then the Dread Knight for the one that can't see. Woo! Thank you, Trevi. I completely
Yeah,
forgot
it's
about
like,
that.
hold on,
Right,
why are
so-
these guys getting shot? I'm confused.
So, yeah. So I'll finish these rolls on 3s. We're rolling 1s. Okay, just 2.
He's so
each for Dread Knight.
camouflaged.
That
2
is
saves
the
with Nemesis Dread Knight.
Yeah, these are the Melta.
Gotta do some slow rolls here, Patrick.
Alright.
Oh yeah, let's get some
like
saves. Oh, double
Ooh,
6s.
that was not good.
Hey.
All right.
Alright, well, this Dread Knight
and
escapes
four
relatively
shots.
unscathed and will be repaired by the Tech Marine. We're getting there. Well, this is coming up.
Bolters into the red.
Something's happening.
On 4s and on.
I don't know if we have another Empiric Amplification on the
Yeah,
table,
just
unfortunately,
4s and then
though.
5s and 6s. Just 1 more.
I don't
AP0.
have another one. It's gonna get really tough.
And then 8 attacks into the pink guys on 4s
Heal, I guess.
and on 4s.
In the teal guys, right?
Yeah, sorry, teal guys. Yeah. Sorry, I keep saying pink. There you go. So just 3.
Okay, good.
Okay. Well, blanks that attack
Alright,
bike shot.
That was not what I wanted from that shooting activation.
I mean,
all right, let's go
I'm
with.
not sure Jonah can complain too much, though, to be fair.
Last
His
thing
opponent's
is
vulnerable
Battle
saves have been
Master. You can
abysmal.
just shoot everything into this blue Dread Knight over there. Yeah. So yeah, Talon Master is gonna go into blue Dread Knight. So let's do 6 shots.
He gets -1 to hit.
Yep, he'll have -1 to hit.
Okay.
So that'll be 6 shots on.
Patrick did position himself so not to get hit by the ignore cover
5s.
radius.
2 there.
2 from
82.
the heavy bolter.
So 3 ups. 2 damage.
Yeah.
What did he get?
It's that Gordon Ramsay
Blue
meme,
Shadows.
right? It's like, finally,
Oh,
some
right,
good
right,
fucking
forgot one.
saves.
Right, Then,
Oh, jeez. Yeah. This turn began terribly. It's we've recovered a little bit, but and fortunately there won't be really any melee to speak of, so we're just gonna do whatever Patrick's gonna do. So it could have gone worse for him. He did lose the Nemesis Grandmaster, and if that Nemesis Grandmaster had survived, it would have been amazing. But he didn't lose anything else, really, so that's probably fine.
That's gonna cost me. Okay, so that's everything. And charges, don't think there's any charge that's worth doing. So
Yeah, we really got to get the DPW in here to fix these roads, chat, for sure.
Over to you.
I'll swing into the Huntmaster. If
Oh,
that's
right,
all
sorry, yeah, you swing to
Yeah,
that
so
first.
now I think
Yep.
we're just going to see some interceptors do interceptor stuff. This coming turn actually could be really, really good for Grey Knights. If they just slam everything into the attack bikes maybe and just push through this objective, even leave the center objective to the Terminators, they're not going to get Osa moment this turn.
This guy couldn't go there because that doesn't get him any closer. So, yeah. So like this. Cool. And
All right, Huntmaster.
Force, yeah, 3.
All right.
Focus.
Please don't roll all 6s.
All right,
get
so
out of
probably
here.
dead. Yep,
You're
there
dead.
we go.
4 6s. Nope.
Good stuff. All right, and then the interceptors get to go do whatever they want.
That means that we can.
Ooh, could they push for the apothecary?
Big
Chats.
mess up for getting the fall back.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a punt there. Although he was only getting like 12 bolter shots in that unit, so it's unlikely he kills more than one guy. But it does mean that the Talon Master couldn't shoot into him, and that was unfortunate. He had to shoot the Sanctuary unit. All right, chat.
Just lost 2, so they are okay on morale. I can probably.
We are off to the races for
charge and kill that guy.
Grey Knights. And we're still in the game. Only lost a single unit that turn, and I guess this one interceptor.
Okay. So yeah, exactly. Thank you. Over to me.
Yep.
I hold 1 exciting objective, and
You should hold 2, right? Because this one's locked.
He never put anything on there because he never ended up teleporting there.
Did the Dread Knight not end the...
It wasn't in range because of my Terminator squad. That was the thing that I was pointing out, that he had to move further back.
Okay.
Interesting. I'm not sure. Interesting.
Because I think you were killing onto it, but that's why I was pointing out, no, you're going to have to move back a bit because you're too close to the Terminators. Because I think you were like 8.5 instead of 9.
Okay, so he didn't actually have the space on that thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. That would have been better. We'll be fixed up.
Would have been better.
Okay, cool. So 1 point here. Some excellent. So now we need to figure out what to do with you. We give the full rerolls to the Teal squad. Sanctuary comes back. We are at 3 CP, which is about what we need. Azrael, you moved up here, but there's 2 Deathwing Terminators that are protecting him from getting murdered, similar to here. So that is frustrating, and these people still have their insanely big bubble over here. But if we stand here and shoot this, then we should afterwards be able to kill and shoot this guy. Maybe that's a tall order, though. The more interesting part, these guys will... What else do we need to do? We try to... we give +1 to hit, again, to Nemesis Dread Knight over here from Toolbox. We need to move up Jukebox to kill your Terminators. All of them. All of them. Turn that place of the rock into a literal death. Cool. So if we move here and stand an inch out, somewhere like this, then this would be like a 7-inch charge into the Talon Master or into the bikes. And can I get on the other side? No, I cannot. Can I stand? Not quite here. This venom is still out. But I think I could be here. From here, how far is my charge on your Talon Master?
That would be, I think, about here, so that would be 6.
Yeah, I cannot jump over on the charge phase, so I would have
You get over on the charge. Okay, yeah. So
I do think that this GMNDK was.
So if I kill these in shooting and psychic, then I can end up here, and then you cannot see.
Back.
So you cannot overwatch me. So that's going to be my plan.
The forwardmost Terminator.
And with these guys here,
It's here.
So as far forward as I can without the Tunnel Master seeing them, right? So that I can sort of hopefully end up my charge here. So that's like a, yeah.
So I think that, just to pause real quick, I think that the Grandmaster was on this objective, running back through, right? Because the forwardmost Terminator was here, and the Grandmaster was touching the objective here.
Yeah, the base is a little bit there.
Yeah.
Oh, but I thought that was the whole reason why you were trying to decide if you wanted to take this objective when you teleported over, or move up there and shoot those. You couldn't do both. Because I thought the Grandmaster ended up being further down there so that he could move around the wall and get line of sight.
I'm not entirely sure how it was. Like if you, like Trevi, if you think it was, then I think that would be, it makes sense to me because the base is that oval and fits doing that. I mean, he moved 9 over to stand here, right? So, yes. I mean,
yeah, I show him as touching here.
Terminator was about there. So I thought it wasn't possible, which is why you were trying to decide if you wanted to move the other Dread Knight, because that was your choice in your teleporting, right? If you wanted to take the objective or move up there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I cannot say anything.
I'll go the other way. I thought that was the whole, yeah. I thought the whole reason why you're trying to decide between teleporting onto this objective or going up there and killing.
We can figure it out in retrospect, and I'd love to hear the results, but right now I don't. I cannot claim that right now. Cool. So does the Talon Master now? Yeah, I don't think so. From here, yeah, he sees them a little bit. I need to pull that back. That's no problem at all. So here we go. Good. Nemesis Dread Knight. These belong to these guys, right? Yeah, exactly. So he moves up here, as close as possible to these guys without being in direct fighting range.
Take a sec to verify chat.
Toolbox follows him. He can repair on 6.
At one point, he was placed on the objective, and I don't know if it got repositioned.
No,
I wasn't looking at it.
This, so that's all fine. You lost the Knights on Astrea, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's my only other. Yeah, my only deny left.
Let me get over here.
I think that might have happened.
Nothing crazy that should be happening here. I'll fly these guys, the interceptors. I don't need anything super crazy for you guys. You can just charge them and kill them, and that would be great. And we don't need anything else. Insanity. A bunch of them can get shot. They are in cover, so on my 2 AP shooting, they will take 2 out saves, which is not exciting.
Yeah, that happened.
You will have to cast that in a deny.
Yeah,
but you don't need to cast necessarily that in a deny, but maybe
because they remeasured.
That's going to happen. If I want to move up here and hopefully play the game next round. We have the Talon Master here that has rights of 4, but sure.
Yeah, Jonah, I think you're right, actually. It looks like he was placed on the objective, and then you guys remeasured, and he shifted off.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, yep, you're correct.
Then that's cleared up. So we shoot you here, and hopefully...
Yeah, I think he could have positioned on the objective, but in doing so, he made his charge another inch.
Get you closer.
So that is unfortunate for Patrick. Yeah, I thought that objective was luck chat, but I had misread the situation.
That means I would have to jump, and I can jump you like here, here on the objective from behind, and then 19 being closer, like 20.6. Difficult, maybe not possible. I'd have to stand basically over here, and that is
unfortunate for Patrick, but still looking okay.
Guy. So I could shoot Azrael, but not Master.
Skullstar 126. Thanks for the follow.
And here this is a 9-inch.
Interesting so game, chat.
Jump here, but these guys are crazy.
So misread stuff a little bit.
So
I'm a little bit worried about this charge, honestly. Does Nemesis Dread Knight of these attack spikes may eat another set of Overwatch, which is a little bit dicey.
Yeah, thank you. My time. We walk this guy up.
So I think the question is whether or not these interceptors push forward. We may not need to. I think that, and I think I like this game plan from Patrick. He may literally just elect to kill all of the guns in the Grey Knight's army, excuse me, in the Dark Angels army, and then just kite the big Terminator brick for the rest of the game. If he can knock out every attack bike this turn, he only has to deal with 2 Talon Master shooting, and that will not kill him. I actually think Patrick's in like a dominating position at this point. He had 2 not very good turns, and is still looking extremely strong right now. The fact that he didn't lose a single Nemesis Dread Knight that turn besides the Grandmaster is huge. I do wonder if maybe Jonah's kicking himself a little bit, not for shooting this one down here that the Tech Marine's going to repair. If he could at least bracket that one, the chances of it knocking out all these attack bikes is huge, but it's going to get repaired now. It probably bounces the Overwatch, although there's, dice could still be dice. But now it gets to shoot and charge, and it may try to shoot that unit down to 2, so the Overwatch is less scary. And we are putting everybody into the Deathwing Terminator. Oh, okay, we're just in charge. All right. Fair enough. So they got the full hit rerolls going on. We won't have the Words of Power. The whole combo is not going to be assembled, I don't believe. Unless we get a huge advance from this Chaplain. I guess what maybe the plan actually is that we use a Gate of Infinity. Oh no, we're going to try to put the Chaplain in range, yeah. So we're going to use go put the Chaplain in range, put that Empiric Declamation down to automatically cast the Words of Power, and then try to get Symphonic Strike off for Rapiers to get an additional attack with that unit. So they're going to be swinging 4 attacks each, 5 attacks on the Justicar, so 33 attacks. 6s explode with full rerolls, into 6s dealing additional wounds and mortal wounds on top. So, and because we are -1 damage on that Deathwing Terminator squad, but we are no longer have a 6+ damage ignore. They are just shields down against the mortal wounds. They're going to take basically everything that goes through the invulnerable save. And this is the point where having those Stormbolters on the Cyclone Missile Launcher carriers is actually really bad for Jonah here, because he wants to be taking saves on the models that are not currently on the objective and not currently threatening that big 12-point primary. But those models are much easier to kill. They're only saving against these swords on 5s. If those guys will go down immediately to these interceptors, and then that dumps the mortal wounds onto the shield carriers, which is perfect for Patrick. He's super happy about that. This charge has the potential to be devastating. Oh my god. It all comes down to whether or not he can get that damage through. Just gotta watch coherency here for these guys.
These ones?
Yeah, because they need 2-inch coherency. This guy needs a buddy.
There we go. Here's a buddy.
Now this guy needs a buddy. Yeah, I think, we could also just shift people this way, I think. If this guy is based with that guy, then we're good.
Alright, so that should be okay. Kaldor comes up here, and
good enough.
He would like to just be in range. His spells, you can attempt to deny them, I think.
It is interesting now that the attack bikes have all committed, and we've killed five of those guys. What do you call them? Hunt Masters? No, Black Knights. Oh my god. This game's too difficult. It's hard to remember everybody's name. Now that we've killed the 5 Black Knights and the 5 Terminators, this Dark Angels list looks a lot smaller when compared to the Grey Knights list. And the Grey Knights still have almost 15 Interceptors left, and 5 Strike Marines. It's actually actually interesting. This is gonna be a bloody turn, chat. This is gonna be a mess of a turn.
He needs to advance. Would he get? No, he doesn't. Kaldor advances. Four. Thank you, buddy. Now we're talking. So that is 7. So that's 2. And then just a bit. Can you check that I'm within 12? Wow, that was easy. It was way easier than I thought. Even be back a little bit. Oh, not that far. Cool. And on the cover. Cool. Dread Knight moves up here. So that he is within the color rerolls, can potentially, I think, from here see. No, he cannot see them. Then he would have to be a bit further back. Cool. So here we go. And this has line of sight on the bikes, but is out of range. But we'll fix that. Excellent. Yes. Okay. seems like we could maybe salvage this. So if we get the spell off and do that in the psychic phase now, let's see. These guys moved. This guy moved here. That's all good. As close as possible. 1 inch out. Nice. 7 inches here. Can charge. Can shoot. Can psychic. Good. And the only thing that we maybe should have checked for is this. Yeah, no, we can do that. We don't probably get teleport assault this round. Maybe next round. Let's see. Psychic phase. Jukebox does no, does yeah, maybe. We start with toolbox over here.
All right.
Toolbox casts warp shaping. Hits it on a 4. There we go.
All right. Yeah, I think you have a deny.
Oof.
You are
That is
out.
scary.
We go to what is it? Type of convergence, I think. Like more mortal wounds on damages. I think is it convergence? I should know this by heart.
With your nemesis, yeah, room rolls of 6 with your. That helps?
We go to. Sorry, what?
No, never mind. Sorry. Keep going.
Type of convergence. Yep, good. Everybody agrees. Cool.
Yeah.
Then we cast with Kaldor on. Yeah, do we do it? Yes, I think we need to do that on 3d6. We cast on 3d6 for Kaldor, starting out with Empiric Amplification.
All right.
Okay, doesn't go.
Ooh.
Okay, cool.
Do we drop a CP on that?
Don't be stupid. And now we can teleport you, or we can.
No
I
CP
guess,
reroll?
give
I
them
guess
an
we're
reroll.
saving CP for the strats over here. Oh.
So
The
yeah,
Empiric
we try to
Amplification, I mean, it
cast
literally doubles damage against these
Okay,
Deathwing
you wanna
Terminators.
deny
Teleport. Nope. Go ahead.
that? You good with that?
Yeah.
Cool.
Go ahead.
Keep hip hops up and down.
Boing. So you're gonna try to kill the attack bikes with
This fella.
the shooting from the Nemesis Dread Knights, and that's gonna score
Jumps up and
teleport
down.
assault for
These are
Patrick.
three bikes, right? These are two.
Yeah,
maybe
so
in
that should be
case.
relatively
Yeah,
easy
cool.
for him to pick
Good
up.
enough. So I guess we're trying to kill them. Yeah, no path on the side, so that's fine. We cast.
Oh yeah,
Symphonic
we need to
Strike
save 2 CP, 1 CP for the exploding 6 strat, and 2 CP for the auto cast on the litany here. Is what we're saving CP for Patrick, so he does not have rerolls available. Ugh. Unfortunate for Patrick.
Interceptors over here casts Smite.
So
on
there's
the attack
Symphonic
dice.
Strike going down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure which ones are closer. Maybe it's even the red ones.
Red ones? Yeah.
No, it might just be the red ones, right? So that is cute. In that case, we start with Jukebox's Vortex of Doom. Vortex of Doom into your bikes.
All right.
Goes off on an 8. So that is 2d3 into your attack bikes over here.
All right.
That is a 4.
No damage. Let's do feel no pain.
1 dead.
Do them on my side.
Yeah, of course.
There, I'll do them over here. Feel no pain. In the box. Oh. That guy.
Cool, and 1 more wound on everything that's around.
All right.
It's a lot of Stacks Mortals there. It's a lot of Ravenwing stuff all together. Yeah. Ooh.
Talonmaster. Oh, Talonmaster can't save it, so that'll then other tap fight. Cool. All right.
Excellent. Then I would like to cast Smite into this guy. Yep, here. This is the closest target. Perfect.
Alright.
So we just squat a Smite from the pink guys.
Oh,
And
a
an 11.
super!
Oh, Smite. Go for it.
Oh boy.
Denying or no? Or no? No deny?
Nope.
Okay, so they take. Go in.
Oh
4.
my god, no
4,
way.
alright.
Clips
4
a
for the
attack
face.
bike potentially? Leaves him on 1.
Saves 1. Sorry, that was in red squad or was that?
That was in white.
That was in white. Okay. So saves 1. So I'll keep.
Excellent.
Just load my army in, yeah.
Nemesis Red Knight over here, same thing. Smite.
Oh no! It's
Doesn't
it's
go
the
up.
unknown third
Okay.
faction.
That is just
I do
fine.
think
These guys are out,
at one
think.
point I
No,
considered
this
doing that
is
for
good.
having interesting sort of like donation abilities for that. Not for competitive games,
Smite.
obviously, but for the more fun
Two
ones.
attack bikes.
When I was playing daily.
Oh, on the 10 goes off. Deny.
Go for it.
2 mortal wounds.
All the wounds into that. All right.
Caldor, you disappointed me there a little bit. So then, at the
I
start
mean,
of the
to be fair, it is a Grey Knight psychic phase, which is maybe the most inconsistent mechanic in basically all of 40k.
Psychic phase.
And only failing one crucial power is pretty big. If we'd failed the gate, that would have been big. If we'd failed the symphonic strike, that would have been big. Literally, all of these would be unfortunate.
No, you might kill things in the shooting phase. We don't want that to happen, so we need to do that right now. At the start of the shooting phase, I let Jukebox's song go off automatically to give for 2 CP these guys exploding everything. So now they explode for real.
I love the I love that sequencing there, chat. Not waiting until the charge phase or something for these guys to charge out. We're just going to do it in shooting, so we can now pull these models if anyone dies to shoot on deaths.
Starting off,
Although I don't actually think they can be shot on death. I guess maybe the bikes could trigger it.
Into this one attack bike over here. They're probably all out of range. Yes, excellent. So that is just one. That should be 8 guys. 3, 6. 8.
Oh, yeah, Jonah's not taking up his support, yeah, so he should have 3 for the Grandmaster. He has killed, and he killed another interceptor squad. He's killed 3 combat squads so far.
So this many, and they're wounding you on 5s.
All right.
Nope. It just ate the. Okay. You saw them.
Pick one and feel no pain. He feels no pain.
He feels no fucking pain.
No fucking
sorry, I'm not sure why I'm excited. All the interceptors shoot into that.
Oh, Patrick, I think I know why you're excited. This looked so bad for you, and now it looks very good. It took one underswing on a Dark Angel shooting phase for you to be back in the game, and I think it's happened.
Nice. So 5 saves, please.
Yep. And feel no pain.
The powers are like a box of chocolates.
He feels the pain.
It is interesting that that is the mechanic that they chose to go for Grey Knights. The psychic army that's actually kind of low-key, very terrible at psychic powers. But turns out when you have a million Nemesis Force weapons, it doesn't matter so much. You can still do massive damage.
I don't think so. You're trying it through the terrain over here right now. But
the Oath doesn't score until the end of the battle round, chat. So Oath is on the table for another point, but it won't actually tick up until later.
Yes, I can.
Yep.
I can. So he puts all the guns into him.
all right. Only the side weapon,
Now
right?
we get to shoot the Talon Master, chat. All the screeners are dead. It looks like there's 3 attack bikes here, but it's a unit of 1 and a unit of 2, so he's not lookout cert anymore. Oh, no! Oh, this overcommittal on this bottom side is hurting Jonah so bad.
But it doesn't really matter in this case, I think. Rerolling 1, speaks Calder is nearby. And I think these go. Oh, no, not reroll. You need to pick deleted.
Second line slot for it?
Good. So here we go, and now we wound you on. Yes, nice. So this means.
All right, 4 ups. Nope. That's 5 damage.
5 damage. You need to not feel, I guess.
Yep,
You feel it.
all of it. He's dead.
Oh, he shot the attack bike. I'm just kidding, chat. I got very excited about shooting the Talon Master, but he fired an attack bike.
And,
But that will get him.
so
That will get him
then,
teleport assault.
right.
And now we have the Nemesis Dread Knight. It does have an easy charge on the Arbiter's Gaze guy. Well, not easy, but at least a clean charge. Oh no! Here goes the shot in the Talon Master. Okay, so now that he's cleaned up and scored his teleport assault, that would have been a pretty dicey teleport assault shot into the Talon Master. But now we're just going to be firing the close guy with +1 to hit.
Has nothing special in defense, right?
Yeah, just 4 up in 1, but that's it.
Yes. Okay. And we get +1 to hit from our friendly Tech Marine. Oh yeah, at the end of the movement phase, they also repair him. That's a good thing. Like obviously, that's what. So for 3.
Oh my god,
1, 2,
so
3.
good.
There we go. Cool. And now wounding you on.
Bank's basically all, or blanked
That is a
basically all the
horrible
damage
roll.
that had gone into that guy from the
Okay.
shooting last turn.
All right.
No,
Here.
so 4 doesn't wound you. Toughness 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So first up, 4 up. Ooh, so that's 2 damage already. And then let's see the rest. Ooh, not good. So that's be 5 damage total. He's down to 2.
That was still a pretty good result for you here. Okay. Cool. So shot, shot. Toolbox himself can shoot you. That he has a whole bunch of weird guns. That's something that doesn't really matter to. Yeah,
It's a
plasma
toolbox
cutter.
full
We're
of
not
guns.
supercharging. We're just shooting normal plasma cutter, and he has a flamer for 12 inches. That is out. Okay, cool. So he shoots his plasma cutter, I guess, and his bolt gun. So one for plasma cutter, not overcharging, and then the two for...
Is the plasma in range? Yeah.
Oh, plasma cutter is 12 as well. Funny. No.
Yeah, I
What
think
if
it's
we
just a
profile?
pistol.
So just bolts.
Just
two
a
bolt
pistol.
shots.
That's the plasma pistol there, buddy.
One hit.
If we kill a Talon Master with
No.
a bolt gun,
Good.
all right,
Jukebox shoots his rapid fire, but it's out of rapid fire range, so just 2 shots, hitting on 3s and wounding on 5s. Nothing. Good. Then we have this Nemesis Dread Knight over here. He wouldn't by any chance be able to see that. No.
They do get double rapid fire at full distance because they are Terminators.
Oh, he's a Terminator. Cool, so 2 more shots.
Yeah. We
They
didn't do
hit,
that on Drago
and
earlier, but it is important.
1 wound.
Wounds be a 3-up, I think. Yeah, good.
Yep, all good. All fine and dandy.
In fact, that is not even an optional
so,
ability. You
Nemesis
are
Dread Knight.
required to
All the
double the
guns,
number of attacks you make with your rapid fire weapons at full distance.
into these up here, obviously.
That's interesting.
Starting off with 2 damage because
They're so disciplined, they can't even pull shots when they need to.
Right, yes, exactly. And then we do this, roll all dice, reroll all the ones because Calder is there, holding his hand. And I -1 to hit because you're standing. Ah, that's brutal. And here we go. Trying to wound.
Ooh,
Hey,
very
that's a good roll.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a pretty good roll. All right, let's do these first 4-ups.
Excellent.
Save, and then other 4-ups, I'll just do them all. So it'll be 4 damage total. So that'll
So
kill
yeah, that's-
back by 2. And let me
Not all that eventful for entire Dread Knight
let me see if he
shooting.
gets on death. 1 second. Nope, he does not. Keep going.
Good. He has the decency to not do that. Okay, so let's do some charges. You have Overwatch guns. You have 3
That's
points
true,
on
chat.
Overwatch points.
Mhm.
Cool. So let's flip you guys up again. We start with the charge from. I mean, yeah, I don't actually need to charge the bike over here. Only if I want to get into close combat with it. And
Yeah, I'd be worried about declaring the charge on the Talon Master here. I think the Talon Master just rips that unit apart
No,
if it
those bikes are not. You killed the bikes.
gets the Overwatch, and I do believe it has line of sight, unless we may be positioned specifically so it doesn't.
I killed the bikes with the full rerolls. So then we, yeah, do I want to risk it? I mean, I need to kill you. I need to kill this. The Talon Master, would he kill that in Overwatch? Probably not, but he hits on 2s still. We don't want to get hit on 2s. Interceptors charge the attack bikes, the Talon Master, and the Apothecary, I guess.
Dodge is going ham with the Interceptors.
Yes, go on.
So we lost the full reroll bikes are gone, so we're not worried about those guys, but we are worried about the
Heavy bolters first.
Arbiter's Gaze guy who for sure wants it to Overwatch because he has really, really strong Overwatch. We may actually just lose these Interceptors here.
You get 4 shots fusion, right?
Oh, sorry, I'm shooting with the Talon Master.
He
Overwatch
cannot.
with the Talon. Can't. Right there?
That was the entire point of placing them there.
Oh, I'm.
Okay,
I
so
thought,
I think we
sorry, I
did
didn't
declare our
understand that. It
intention.
seems like they're still targetable. Are they not? Okay, maybe they aren't.
No. Yeah, that's exactly the point. That's why they are
Oh,
placed.
okay.
We measured this out. Dude.
Oh, okay. My apologies. I didn't understand that. I thought you drew that line to check. Okay.
Yeah,
Alright,
that's. I measured. No, this is. I mean, I can place them further back. It doesn't matter. But the point is that they can charge the Talon Master to avoid the Arbiter's Gaze Overwatch. So
okay,
that's
my
cool.
apologies. I did not understand that. Okay, then in that case,
Yeah, that's for sure possible. I think literally if this guy's
yeah,
base
I
to
guess
base with this guy next to him, there's no line of sight drawn there.
all right.
And if that was the intention, then that certainly is possible. And I don't see a reason that wouldn't be the intention.
You're probably going to cut through and deal enough damage, but I think I may as well try. All right, so Meltas. All right.
Oh!
Very nice. On 2 rolling ones.
Oh, but only gets
Ooh,
one
one.
through with the
55.
Meltagun shot. That's exciting.
Out.
One guy gets vaporized by the Meltaguns.
Or bolters.
Still worth.
Just one.
Not going to matter so much for the bolt gun shots, yeah. Well,
Nope, nothing.
trying as hard as we can to keep the characters alive. If these Interceptors get in and block this Talon Master from shooting... Oh, no! Do they fail? Chat, no way! And we do fail because we placed ourselves out of Overwatch distance. They were far enough away that they don't hit the Talon Master, and because they can't make it to all of their different models, the charge fails. That's huge! Needed a 3 and rolled double 1s with no CP to reroll. That's enormous. Well, the Arbiter's Gaze guy does not get to Overwatch again, so we're just hoping that this Nemesis Dreadnought gets in. That's enormous, chat. That might have flipped this turn on its head. This went from being an incredibly strong turn from Grey Knights to being not super exciting. Oh, and fails that charge by 1-2. No way. No way. Jonah remains unpunished for this huge push in the bottom here. Oh my god.
Okay, Interceptors into your Deathwing.
Alright.
Oh, Patrick getting... He did have good save. Well, he had... I want to say a good save last turn. He did lose the Nemesis Grandmaster through Servant of the Throne, which is unlikely. He finally rolls the 7 he needed on that Dread Knight. Oh, no! Yeah, honestly, I want to commend both these players. Not only are they playing a great game, but they're also like staying in it. They're keeping it super exciting.
Ooh, I need to resort my head a little bit.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Hashtag just random charge things, chat. Random charge mechanics in 40k are nothing if not controversial for that exact reason. You can flip a game on its head just by rolling bad one time. Yeah, and I think
okay.
Patrick is so tight on CP this turn, but I think he had to spend it all, right? He didn't really have any rerolls. He might have spent it on his reroll on Kaldor Drago earlier, though, to be fair, to try to get Empiric Amplification. But if he gets a good Empiric Amplification into the Deathwing Terminators, it's huge. He probably wipes the unit.
This is the only charge made.
All right, chat, here we go. This is the big one.
Okay.
For all the marbles, let's do it.
So we stay on the objective as much as possible and just, try to kill you. You don't have the attack nearby, so that is something, right?
Sorry, say that again?
I mean, in fairness, chat, like Patrick
nearby, so
did
that's
have to,
something,
he had to, it's like a 98% or a 97%, 95% maybe to get into this huge charge. I guess he needed a 4, probably. He needed a 4, so it's like a 90%. But he could have gone for just the charge and the attack bikes and seeded the assassination. But he put himself out of line of sight of the Talon Master so that he could charge the Talon Master through it. So it's a risk and reward, right? You take this charge that would be really good if you take it, but you also take a 10% chance that you fail it. And 1 in 10 times that just flubs.
All right, not great so far.
Good thing we are re-rolling thanks to Drago over here, and also the ones.
There was one. No, I have one there. Okay, so I take 1 hit out. So,
all right.
Now we didn't have the money to splurge on the added exploding 6s, so we just need to roll our wounds.
All right.
Nice.
Ooh, that was a great wound roll. A bunch of 6s that turn into a ton of additional damage.
Let's not go too fast. So here we have these added hits.
Yeah, we gotta stack all the insane exploding attacks going on.
Also, each of them causes 2 mortal wounds. So you take, to start with, 12 mortal wounds at the end of all of this, and you have 23 saves to make, 83.
Doesn't the ability say it maxes out at 6?
Yeah.
The unit cannot for more than 6.
The song and the tide both have 6. Tide matches out at 6. The song doesn't match out at all. It's in the Grey Knight flank.
Okay.
Yeah, he's actually he's perfect. He rolled perfectly to deal the maximum number of damage that he could with Tide of Convergence there. 6 mortal wounds from Tide of Convergence plus 6 mortal wounds from the other.
Yes.
From the Words of Power.
AP3, so taking it on.
Remember when this Codex came out and this was like the most controversial combo in the game? Everyone was taking chaplains to Words of Power themselves into mortal wound damage.
Take 6 on the guys in the back.
So we are going to be taking this on the Deathwing Terminator, or the Missile Launcher Terminators.
AP3, AP2, so it'll be 3 ups on the guys with the Storm Shields. So I'm just going to take it on the guys with the Storm, or I'm going to take it on the guys in the back first, annoyingly. Okay, so 4 ups on the guys in the back, the 2 shooty guys. All right, so 1 dead, and then get rid of those.
Is it 4s or 5s on them?
You are right. Sorry, they right. Azrael's only in melee. My apologies. So sorry, that was 1 more damage, I think.
Is that forced, or let's see. Last roll had 1-4. Yeah, 1 damage.
All right. So then more. All right. So one more.
So there
All
you
right.
go.
Not great so far.
I take the
Those.
roll.
All right. Storm Shield guys. So roll 9.
Now you can just roll it together, right?
It depends on the guys in the front. So, if it gets to the guys in the front, like hopefully it won't get there, but if it tells us to roll,
What's the difference between the front and the back?
just the front guys, some of them have Thunder Claws and not Storm Shields.
Ooh, tasty.
Yeah, so guys in the back. So let's do, these will be 4 ups or 3 ups. Wait, sorry, AP2.
4 ups.
4
AP3.
ups. Okay, so one more dead guy. Oh, this is not going great. And this is... Alright, so get rid of those. So that'll be another
never
3,
played non-Emperor's
6,
Children Custodians ever again. I mean, that is the correct
3,
call.
6, 7 damage.
Our Emperor's Chosen is
So
incredible.
kill that one,
I
that
did the
one,
Emperor's
and
Children
1
thing.
on this guy, and then 12 mortals on top, correct?
Look at that combo, chat.
So,
We just burned through
5,
what?
8,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
11, and 12.
8 Deathwing
All
Terminators.
but 2 are dead.
8 Deathwing Terminators, and that is why
yeah.
Patrick was so excited that this Ravenwing Apothecary
Yeah,
left this Deathwing Terminator squad alone. He just did.
At all possible for you to not.
He just
respond,
did
right?
24 damage to a Deathwing Terminator squad, so he probably saves 2-ish Terminators off of the 6-up damage ignore if he has that remaining.
Cool, placing them here.
And we have to roll for the Blade Guard Ancient to see if they swing back, so we probably lose some Interceptors in the swing back here.
Nope.
And you're not stealing it, because the Blade Guard's making your Terminators on second. Okay.
I know.
Alright. Cool. I'm gonna see if they fight on death. So I'll start with the 2 Chain Fist guys. Nope. Neither of them fight on death. Let's do...
Well, yeah, these didn't have anybody to fight. Right? I mean,
I believe they can still pile in, so I think they could have gotten into range, but perhaps not.
they all their people
Literally
in front of
doesn't matter in this case.
Alright. Oh yeah, okay. Fair enough. Anyways, they didn't do it, so let's do 3 Thunder Hammers. 3 Thunder Hammer guys. Alright, 2 attacks with them. These are hit on 2s, because +2, -1. And reroll 1s, and wound on 2s, rerolling 1s. Alright, just 2, AP2.
Okay, 1 dice.
Guys, and then I've got these guys up front with, they have 1 Lightning Claw, 2 Lightning Claws, and 1 more Hammer. So let's do 1 more Hammer on a 4.
Like, I mean, right? Like, when this guy dies, right, he doesn't have anywhere to go to punch anybody, right?
We could go right there and punch you through the wall, right?
Yeah, exactly. But this guy wasn't standing there because he's standing on the corpse of your Terminators, right? He was here.
Okay, I think, do you consolidate before I do it? Before I do the ability, or after?
I mean, it's just relevant because you killed the ones in the back on purpose first, because you didn't want to take the burst saves on the ones in the front. Otherwise, you can let the guys in the front die and then get the other ones to come and punish.
Hold on.
Unless I'm missing.
Do you mind if I check the rules? I'm gonna, because I had thought that they are still allowed to activate and fight. Yeah, I had thought they were still allowed to activate and fight, but my apologies if I misunderstood that.
Maybe it's in the maybe it's worded like, I'm not sure if it's when they die or if it's after their activation.
All right, Blade Guard Ancient.
Yeah, I'm not sure it gets a pile in.
Destroyed by an attack? Oh, okay. I sorry, my apologies. I may have that wrong. On a 4-up, do not destroy my weapon. It can, after the attacking model is finished making its attack, either shoot with one of its ranged weapons as if it was shooting phase, or make one attack with its melee weapons as if it were the fight phase. I had understood that because it's as if it were the fight phase, it gets the pile in, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, so that's fighting. Making an attack is after the pile in step.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then in that case, I'll just
so you pile in and then so you would make an attack, choose your weapon, choose a target within 1 inch or half and half, and then
you rolled 3, right? So these 3 could fight. So maybe just they killed the one that they killed.
Okay. All right.
Sure. When I just move this one, you can take the dead one away, and then I back.
sorry, and then there's another one under there.
Oh, sorry,
Is there an FAQ that allows him to
didn't know
pile in
corpse
chat?
could
Because
do
I don't believe that he does. Unless there's a.
Hi. See,
rare rule
that's
somewhere.
how it goes. And the 3 damage, the 3d6 dice psychic to get that back up to damage 2 would have just wiped the script.
Alright, then let's go with the, start with the Lightning Claw guy. We'll get, or actually, no, start with the Thunderhammer guy, excuse me. So 4 attacks with him. On 2s, rerolling 1s.
Yeah, the individual model fighting clause. I'm just running through the appendix here. The individual model fighting model clause only counts when you fight. These models aren't fighting; they're making one attack,
So nice.
which means that they start like halfway
And then
through the
Lightning
fight
Claws,
sequence.
5 attacks with him. On 2s, and then on 4s, rerolling all.
Yeah, the problem is that they're not fighting, chat.
Alright, so it's 3 at 82.
The ancient ability doesn't specify that you fight; it specifies that you make an attack.
Cool.
So.
Unless somebody
And
can
they
point me to
obviously
an
don't
FAQ,
want this
I
guy
don't
to get out of here, right? I mean, I can use reminder, but I think that's okay. Yep.
Sounds good.
Wanting.
Oh,
No,
great.
it's not a fight on death wording. Yeah. The wording is I can pull
okay,
you up
so
here.
yeah, end of round. I will max oaths.
The
this
wording
time.
is make one attack using one of its melee
You
weapons,
killed something off an objective.
which
I think.
is the portion of the fight phase sequence that happens after
so
your
my
pile
round,
in.
Give them the buffs back. They're fearless, so I don't need to take morale.
If it said fight on
buffs
death, then you
still going onto those
for sure,
turns.
chat, absolutely you get a pile in.
Then let's go
But I don't
up
believe that
here.
that's the case here.
This is scary.
Good old GW, right? Am I right? It should be a fight. It should be a fight on death. It's like a 100-point character to make one Thunderhammer swing.
All
What a time.
So let's go with.
But it is what it is.
Okay. So let's do.
In this case, I
rolls.
guess it is relatively relevant here because we could make the Interceptor squad easier to kill. I'm fairly sure Azrael just literally picks this whole squad up by himself, but you know who knows? Like almost regardless of what the Deathwing Terminators do in the swing here.
Yep.
Father Bliss, we're playing Warhammer 40k on Tabletop Simulator. Exclamation point, how to play in chat if you want to take a look. We have a new player tutorial playlist that is good for both getting into 40k and familiarizing yourself with the game, but also on TTS 40k, which is just a version of the game that you can play online. Oh, we've had a good week for silly rules this week, chat. We had some drama yesterday thanks to Barbican's Key having different wording than every other redeploy in the game besides Veil of Darkness. Good stuff. It's been good. Hopefully it gets picked up in the IGFAQ. If it doesn't, we'll have to make a house roll maybe.
And let's see. I really need to kill all of that in this turn. So that guy will go there. That guy will go
Oh,
there.
chat. This game has been awesome, by the way. I think we were a little bit worried when Jonah alpha struck as hard as he did. He killed a bunch of Strike Marines, but Patrick has played it masterfully to claw back. He never tilted. He's always making the correct plays. He does give up the 12-point primary, which I think he was going to do basically regardless. Yeah, there was no way he could stop that. And that does lock these 3 objectives. I'm a little worried that he might get swept off of this bottom side here. I think that he got a little bit greedy on the characters, but I think hoping for a 4-inch charge is pretty good. You know, you go for the 90%er. If you get it, the game might just be yours. But if you fail it, you know, them's the breaks. But, you know, if he can roll as well on his invulnerable saves as he did last turn, then he'll be okay. At least on the Nemesis Dread Knights, not the Grandmaster.
Third, you could teleport somebody in there. All after him. Let's go 24 inches. Cool. So Rites of War guy is going to just come back here.
Oh yeah, to roll morale on the interceptors.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Forgot about that. So let's see how that goes. Okay, 1 runs so far, and then we have on once, 1 more. So just enough to try pointing to it.
All right, cool. Then let's go attack Like, so I need to kill that Nemesis Dreadnought. The other ones are going to come in and fuck me up. But I just got to live with that. That goes back there. Azrael will be open to be shot, but he's not actually useful to me anymore, really. So let's go. Yeah, it's suicide trying to kill them. I want to go. So he needs to get up there. Let me see if he can. Let's go 9 plus 8 there. So we have to advance if I want to be in Melta range. I think I do, so I'll just take the advance on him. Get up to here. Apothecary. Apothecary can get in.
Drarian, that was
touching range or healing
that was
range,
interesting.
And over there. Let's go.
Don't want to take too much time out of my day for that, but
like, so
yeah, you know,
up to make some room.
The internet do be a weird place sometimes. All right, back to the game. We're going back.
I'm over here.
Oh my God! So, what is Jonah's gameplay on here? Oh man, he got hammered on these Deathwing Terminators. The Ravenwing Apothecary has to do maximum work now. Gets a heal on the attack bikes. Gets to regenerate one attack bike. Probably it's got to go to the red squad, right, to eat some of these attacks going into the Talon Master. If he loses the Talon Master here to a random bolt gun shot or something, that's disastrous. I think that the Grey Knight characters should be enough to pick up the what remains of the Deathwing Terminators after the Interceptors go down. Assuming Drago can get there. Drago, unfortunately, is a little bit of a slow boy. But I don't know what Jonah has to deal with the other two Dread Knights. I think he's going to clip out this Nemesis Dread Knight with the multi-meltas unless the invulnerable saves go badly for him. But he also has to kill the Interceptors, right? So that's probably eats the Talon Master shooting. The attack bikes shoot their multi-meltas here and probably kill this guy, but then, you know, there's 2 more Dread Knights. If you can get the Deathwing Terminators with psychic powers and shooting, or with psychic powers and melee from the characters, then there's 2 Nemesis Dread Knights you got to deal with just ripping into these attack bikes again.
This Talon Master Rates of War is going to shoot everything into Pink Squad.
Okay, so here comes the top now Talon Master over here, taking his shots
Okay,
down range.
managed to hit, I guess. No, from here you can probably see that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's fine.
On 2s and on 3s. Ooh, not so good. Just 1 at AP2.
So 1 dice.
All right, and then 12 shots. Twin assault cannon on 2s and on 2s again. Oh, 3s. Excuse me, 3s. Sorry. Yeah. 2.
5s basically.
Ooh,
So that is.
that's a
Yep, 5 damage.
that's a Burt right there.
Damage.
So yep.
Ripperonis to the Interceptors. Yeah, these poor guys. They did get a super smite off, right, chat? Like they weren't useless. So we probably knocked that guy down with the bolt gun shooting now. So we have the Talon Master to shoot into the Dread Knight also. So that should spell doom for this Dread Knight. I don't think there's any way this guy survives. If they kill the Dread Knight in the first round of shooting, that does mean that the toolbox over here may be picked up by multi-meltas, and that would be unfortunate. He's got so many tools to give.
Let's see. Damage is going to be 1. Do I want to CP reroll that? I do want to CP reroll that.
Oh my god, and I don't think we talked about it, chat, but the
4. Okay.
the Terminators here, I believe, scored out the maximum Odes of Moment because they survived in the center and are now small enough to get wholly within 6.
There we go. 6 AP0.
Ooh, score ticking up for Dark Angels in a big way.
2 damage. And you're shooting at one, or am I?
No, that was the last Interceptor.
Ah, that was the Interceptor. Okay.
Okay.
But the melter was into this guy.
Oh yeah, no. And then now this team of red bikes is going to shoot everything into the Nexus.
All right, so only 1 Melta went in on the Dread Knight so far. We have to kill him with the attack bikes now. What do we get?
Rerolls, and on the 3s, rerolling 1s. All right, 3 more.
Ooh, we're gonna slow roll this, Patrick. Oh, 2 go through. I think that's it for him.
I guess we can roll them together. Can't reroll.
And that will kill him.
5.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy. See ya.
Bolters are wasted. Next up, Ravenwing Talon Master is going to go into Toolbox. Because I don't think he can see Jukebox. Yeah, I don't think he can quite see Jukebox. So it'll go into everything into Toolbox.
All right, toolbox, stay strong, buddy.
So
You
6
gotta live
shots
to use
on
that plasma
2s,
cutter. I believe in you,
and
bud.
on 3s, this is with the bolter. Oh, in the box. All right, so that'll be 3 AP2.
So it's 2 damage. Yep.
And 12 shots. 2s. And on 3s.
Oh, great roll
Eight
from the
more
assault
82.
cannon. No.
So he's dead.
Goodbye, toolbox. His tools spill on the ground. It's very sad.
Brutal.
Unfortunate.
And then, so that's guy's shot. Asriel doesn't have targets
Oh
anymore.
boy.
Um,
Oh boy,
Cool.
chats.
So
That was too bad. Yeah, I think none of that happens if those interceptors make their charge.
Ravenwing Apothecary also
Yeah, in fact, for sure they don't.
Okay.
If they even if they charge these 2 red attack bikes, I don't even think we kill the Nemesis, the Dread Knight over here. Or maybe we pick it up the Talon Master. We for sure save the Tech
I
Marine.
am going to go with Asriel.
But I think now that the other Dread Knights have removed themselves from the Tech Marine's presence, he's going to be significantly less useful. So, but you do lose an outlet for Psychic Interrogation, which importantly Patrick has not cast yet this game, which is too bad. I think that he maybe is regretting his decision to take that secondary. Asriel does get into the interceptors, so he'll pick them up like we talked about. Oh, maybe not. Oh no, well, not a 5.
Not make it on a 5.
A 5 will not do it. Sorry, Asriel.
Doesn't quite make it over the wall.
Yeah.
No.
Damn.
Yeah, needed a
Never mind.
6. Woof.
All right. Well, that's fine. Then I will
The wrench is
do,
no. My wrenches and my
do these
and my
2
screwdrivers.
attack points up top with the full rerolls. We'll go into them.
Charging into the interceptors.
So let's see what they get.
Yeah, here
7.
comes
I'm gonna
a
go with
attack bike
10.
squad moving to the center. So those guys are that gives Jonah more opportunities to score.
That guy
I'm
back.
not
What are you doing there, bud?
Yeah.
Yeah,
leave that
you
with
just-
you. Yeah.
That gives Jonah more opportunities to score Oaths of Moment
There.
with by keeping Ian wholly within 6 of the middle.
Any other charges?
So
No.
now we have to kill basically the Deathwing Terminators and the attack bikes, which is a tough
That's
ask.
terrible idea. So
It
at
does
the end
kind of
that,
pull them
let's go
out
with
of the
fight.
dense cover though, so these Nemesis Dread Knights are going to be a little bit more effective. No interrupt CP for Patrick. That actually could have been a really insane swing there if he had interrupt CP, because these guys still have all of their buffs on. Although they will get to swing before the Deathwing Terminators actually, so this is huge. Yeah. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. If they do the same thing they did again, they did last turn, and nobody gets killed randomly by the attack bikes. We do lose 1.
Just 2. Oh.
I don't really know what I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so 1 goes down to the attack bike charge. That was pretty insane. Well, I guess full rerolls certainly helps,
Cool.
for sure.
The swings
Just
to
roll
the
good.
left wing.
And then here comes the 2 interceptors.
Cool. So that is,
They do have all their buffs on them, so it should be 9 attacks, right? Oh my god. That's so many.
On 3s, full rerolls.
Oh my god.
And
Look at these 6s.
go.
Look at that! 3 6s to woo.
That's 6 mortals at the end, right?
Yes.
You'll
did.
have the squad regardless.
Oh
so
my
let's
god.
see if they fight
Just
on death.
clips the
Thunder Hammer guy
Deathwing
first.
Terminators.
Nope. And Lightning Claw guy. He gets an attack.
One
For
exciting
2,
swing with a Lightning
and on
Claw.
4. So 1 at 82.
What a time. That is, I guess, the downside of the Lightning Claws in that is that their single attacks are significantly less exciting than the Thunderhammer guys. Oh my god, that's huge.
Yep. Asriel not getting in there. That messed me up.
Okay, so these are base these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think Grey Knights needed it a little bit. Their dice early game were so bad, and now it's kind of swinging back a little bit. It goes to show you, chat, that over the course of a game of 40k, the dice, you roll so many dice that the chances that you come back in a big way are kind of huge.
I think
Now, we do have the stratagem, Fight on the Move, I believe, is the name of it, for the interceptors to allow them to operate normally after falling back. So we could actually have these guys turn around and go for the Blade Guard Ancient or the Ravenwing Apothecary,
Yes.
and then turn around and have Caldor Drago push for the center objective. Oh my
So,
god.
yep, so that is open there.
Oh my... I think
okay.
that... This is only 8-point turn, right?
Crazy. We have, if you click the turnover,
Oh, yep. Right. There you go.
no problem at all. I cannot reach you here. This is
The bikes didn't get to the middle objective, right?
No.
Yeah, I thought I'd move them on, but I didn't double check the distance. I thought this guy was just touching on, but
Oh, gotcha.
I fucked that up. I thought I checked that, but apparently I'm like 0.3 off.
No more termies, chat. This,
Okay,
like we said at the top,
we
chat,
can fall
Patrick had a
back
perfect
and
plan to deal with this Terminator brick.
Talonmaster has
He
rest
kept
for,
his interceptors together in one combat squad, put every buff on them, and hammered that unit for 24 damage the turn that he went in. And it could have been more if his Empiric amplification had been off. 24 damage to that Terminator squad. That's crazy.
we need to get out.
But that is what Grey Knights do. And I do love, I mean, I think that Patrick's really showcasing kind of the depth of the Grey Knight Codex here, because he's able to turn around and sort of transform his army into one that instead of playing this like sort of MSU trading game that we saw in the previous versions of his army that he played against that he played in his first 2 rounds. He's able to transform it into this real hammer strike of an army that just focuses on doing the maximum damage possible.
Year 21, 27, he would on a 6 in
This game has been awesome, chat. This has been a super duper good game. I do think that, I mean, I did call it that Paper was in the driver's seat last turn, or excuse me, not Paper, that Patrick was in the driver's seat last turn. And it ended up, he ended up with that failed charge, or 2 failed charges even, sort of kept things pretty competitive. I do think he is again in the driver's seat. 2 Nemesis Dread Knights to basically no Terminators, and he can pick up 2 attack bike squads now, relatively easily, assuming that these Nemesis Dread Knights go ham. And then he's just fighting characters. He's just fighting Talon Masters and some support characters with his army of terrifying Grey Knight.
All right, so that means that this guy goes.
Yeah, the Terminator unit. Oh, yeah, for sure the Terminator unit would have died if the amplification went off. Yeah, it would have been one shot, absolutely. Even as it stands, right, leaving 2 alive wasn't that big of a deal. It killed a couple of interceptors, and then he was like, okay.
Move it like sort of there.
Yes, exactly. So then I think his body sort of blocks him out. Yes, that's the only way you can get on the objective. So if I stand like this, basically, and then up just a little like this, then with this 1-inch bubble, that should make it impossible for you to stand there, right? Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Good. So we have a beat on these, obviously, and
so blocking off any avenue to get to his objective. So because the Nemesis, oh, actually, he doesn't have that objective locked yet, right? Because he hasn't controlled it with OBSEC yet. The Nemesis Dread Knights no longer have OBSEC because the Unyielding Anvil's gone. But he is preventing the Talon Master from going and getting it.
Makes sense. Cool. So jukebox, box, Symphonic Striker would be cool. He just goes here so that he gets out of the nigh range. Can he potentially? Yes, he could potentially get a charge off.
Go get him, buddy. Got that Crozius Arcanum going.
Jump. We want to kill this.
It's strength 6. You want to
But your weapon is garbage.
How exciting.
20 minutes.
It's kind of crazy that these guys don't have their a Nemesis weapon, right?
Well,
like I feel like they should. Nemesis weapons are just better than Crozius Arcanum.
All right. Keep your secrets, I guess. Keep this, and we'll take care of that soon. Then I cannot increase your damage. I can jump, and I can potentially give Sanctuary, which could be something within 18. And that should be possible. So if I go here, then at least next turn I have something to threaten the objective with. If you walk on, I can take you off again. Astrael is safe, I cannot jump. I can shoot these. So where do you go? The Interceptors pay a CP to fall back and shoot and charge. The question is just where do they go? Do they want to kill a Talon Master? He has Overwatch. Does he get rerolls? Yes.
That's true, chat. Yeah, I imagine Crozius Arcanum kind of sound like squeaky toys when they hit people. They make the like sound, you know?
This guy, we don't want you to resurrect any more people. You did enough, honestly. These people, yes, dumping your primary.
You're done, Ravenwing Apothecary. Sit down.
Okay, cool. And these guys could jump over here and do what exactly? Shoot him.
Yeah, it's true. They should have a Nemesis Arcanum.
Probably you don't even measure this, right? Yeah, that's gonna be tight. That's not gonna work.
Just make it AP3 Nemesis weapon, right? Like then we're okay.
Okay. That makes sense. So 18 inches here. Wow, I don't have enough stuff. I can shoot you off here.
We are talking about how Patrick's in the driver's seat, but he does have literally 10 models. I guess 11. Although both these players are actually down very low.
Does he have an inbound save?
This has been a bloody game. Both these armies are just delivering knockout blows to each other.
Actually, or is it just regular ones? I think the Raven Guard one. Yeah, the Raven Wing does not. So nope.
Raven carrying away. Good, that's active here. If I trans teleport, I can jump you over here.
Yeah.
And shoot this, and then this dies. And then we shoot these. And you stand on this, right? Yes, you do. That is right. That is excellent, actually. Pretty good. Okay. Okay, I take that. That would cost me 1 CP and it's risky, or I just fall back normal. Yeah, but I need to. I think I need to risk it. I think I need to risk this. That would be nice. That would be really great, actually. Okay, so Jukebox falls back just a bit. Let's just first roll the advance for the Grey Knights over here. If this is all that should be pretty safe. So Grey Knights advance, the strike squad advances for 3. So they can move 9, something like this, and that would be just out. Could this guy have gone more forward? Maybe he could have. Move 9, don't mess up. So if he goes like this, yes, he easily gets a charge, gets a range for this knight. No problem. We don't get any command phase singing, obviously. Jukebox comes over here. He will interrogate your this Handmaster for the first time.
Good.
The other thing before, this guy comes over. The Caldor comes over here, so that you can go ahead, charge him through the wall. He's going to be fine with that, as long as you cannot just shoot him off the table with this thing. You maybe even are able to do that, so I cannot really probably block that in any interesting ways. For this guy, I would be like here. That would allow me to see these, and the bikes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, looks good.
Yes, good. Yeah, I'll move him a bit. Let's see if I can get him here. Yeah, perfect. 3 inches. There we go. Cool. Then these guys pay 1 CP to fall back and need to kill this guy. To fall back and shoot and charge.
All right.
They go here, just an inch out of this guy, and so that they can shoot him with their guns. 1 CP down, and I will, I guess, maybe I can do that later. Let's see. Yep. So that's, I think that's my turn so far. I hold this objective. I don't hold. Yeah, I maybe still hold this one locked in, but that's not going to last. I need to kill them. Yeah, they're not sitting on that. So yes, I do. Cool. Psychic phase. I gave the one more thing, the full hit rerolls to this Dread Knight up here, who's out of. Where's the button? Full hit rerolls to this guy. Here we go. Supreme Grandmaster.
Chad, the bottom left objective for Grey
guy.
Knights is locked currently because the Strike Marines held it. Patrick doesn't have to worry about holding on to that for now.
Person gets it on a 6.
Unfortunately, none of his other objectives are locked, I don't believe, so he is going to lose control of this one, but he's pushing for the middle, so hopefully it won't matter so much.
The Grey Knights over here attempt a smite into the attack bikes. This one only has this target, obviously, and this one would also get into that, so that is okay. Yep, so we start with the green ones into the red squad over there with smite. On the 6 goes off for
Right.
1 mortal.
I feel no pain. Feels the pain.
Oh, cool, excellent. Second smite, blue Dread Knight into your attack bike.
Just turned into smite phase now.
Oh, you know what? I'll do counter spells first.
I remember when
So
we
he
used to
casts,
switch into
Gate of
Tide of
Infinity.
Dominion or Domination and get auto double smites
Doesn't get it.
on all your
And then he
grenades.
casts-
Good stuff.
He casts Sanctuary. Because Empirical. Yeah, he casts Sanctuary. He gets that one. So
Yeah, for sure, chat. Yeah,
Here we
it's
go.
been an
This
insane
is
back and
last
forth
time around.
game.
I
I think it's just interesting we have two armies that are like so effective at killing each other.
this Dread Knight.
And they have so many invulnerable saves, so like the chances are they kill each other, but sometimes the dice just say no,
Nope.
and that's just what's
other Dread
happening.
Knight, third attempt, so needs an 8. Nope. Okay, great work, everyone. Hold them out. Shooting phase. We shoot the things that don't really have a choice. This guy advanced, so it doesn't do anything. Jukebox shoots its gun into your Talon Master.
All right.
Wait, did I make a mistake here? I didn't. Yeah, I didn't get the teleport, so he's the only thing that can shoot him, right? No. Yeah. And sorry, one more thing. This, like, yeah, is it okay for you if I pull them back?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
That was a big before. Like, this is stupid. Like, they haven't shot anything. They haven't. Did I psych with them? No, they didn't. They fell back. Okay, good. So I didn't mess that up crazy. So you might get a.
Yeah, doesn't want to get the Arbiter's Gaze shot.
So
Moved a little bit.
we have these guys cannot shoot. These
I
guys
guess exuberantly.
Jukebox shoots his guns into the Talon Master, so 4 shots. Color doesn't matter. This one doesn't do anything. And wounding you on 5s, nothing. Cool. Nemesis Dread Knight over here. All the guns into your attack bike.
Sounds good.
And I think I need to try to clean that off. And he can, yeah, no, damn it, too much. Try that. Nope. Do that. Let's start with this one.
Yeah, there are so many situations, chat, where this game flips on itself on its head for
So,
both players. If
he
Patrick
puts
makes that charge last turn, if the Nemesis Dread Knights go
all
down,
the- he has
it's been really interesting that way.
These ones he can actually see properly.
We do have to worry about time a little bit. Round
Those will
3,
get
players down
-1
to
hit.
11 and
Nothing
17
else to
minutes.
cover.
This is with the additional 15 minutes in the
He
clock.
will get -1 to hit for some of them, maybe. No, he can.
And I think
yeah,
it may come down to bottom
I
round
think he
5
might be
scoring
able to see that one.
for Patrick here.
Wrong button. Yes, he can shoot that up properly. Cool. Excellent. So we start with this one. He shoots all of his guns into the red attack bikes.
All right.
Starting with one of them is wounded, so starting with the small ones. And then the red ones afterward. First the blue ones.
All right.
And now
T5.
horribly. Okay, so that's 5 saves for the other ones.
All right. Let's be. I believe it's
Oh
the
my
last
god,
one. That-
terrible saving throw.
Takes the damage.
And next 2.
And there it goes. Nice.
Wow, that was awful. All right.
That was something. Nemesis Dread Knight over here. All of his guns into your. I guess everything needs to go into the attack bikes. It would be lovely to shoot something here, but it's risky. Okay, so all the guns into the attack bikes.
All right.
It has to be that. So we put them all here. So here we have these, and then we have 12 blue ones. They are not wounded, so we should start with the red ones.
All right.
Doing everything. Do we need to reroll? No, we didn't reroll. Reroll the 3s. Okay, cool. And now wounding.
Other Dread Knight reroll its.
Nice.
Not so good. All right.
It rolls
starting with the
ones,
reds.
right?
So let's do 4-ups.
1 dice.
Wow, terrible. All right, and then 4-ups again. Yep, that'll get them. Let's see if they shoot on death. Let's do green one, or I guess it doesn't matter. Closer one to your Dread Knights. Does not. Second one also does not.
So sad.
All right.
Yeah, a bunch of shots into your no infiltrators. Ignore the first one into Azrael.
We did reroll once.
4 shots into Azrael.
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm.
Or 8, I think it is, from the interceptors. So.
Yeah, not a single bike is shot on death. In fact, I don't think anything is shot on death.
Dice.
Everything. We had a couple fight on death.
Bye-bye. And no, 1 wound. Nothing too much.
Good.
Yes, fine. Cool. So that I think is everything. Then we do some charges. We charge.
So this time we have the reroll on the charge roll.
With these guys.
Not the apothecary?
You mean that I need to stand next to him in order to get there, or?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, are you going to declare the apothecary as well?
No, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I think interestingly, you can fizzle this if you're Jonah by declaring an Overwatch with your apothecary in response to this charge if they declared him, and then like trying for a 1 to hit on an overcharged plasma shot. You give up the assassination, but they fail the charge, and your Talon Master remains alive, which is a little bit of an interesting.
I'm into heroic intervention. Can I stay out of that with 7 inches charge?
Yeah, probably not. It's a little bit.
Or maybe if you moved up there, yeah, I think maybe you could get out if you moved up there.
With I was here on the other side of the wall, and 7. Plus,
Okay,
and then,
we're good.
no, it's quite good enough. Okay, yeah, cool. Thank you. So then, moving in here. Whoops, for the consolidation, and we have 7 attacks. You have no minuses to hit or anything, right? So just 3. And your toughness.
6.
I'll reroll one of the wood rolls, trying to fish for a 5. Nope. Okay, nothing. Yeah, I think that is pretty much game over for me there. Okay, cool. You get to punch me.
Okay. So 4 attacks.
Patrick cannot kill his Talon Master. I talked about how squishy the Talon Masters are, but this one will survive. He lives forever and ever. Interestingly, I think that donates a 12, right? I do think that actually Dark Angels are in the driver's seat now. We do have bottom round 5 scoring for Grey Knights, so it's not like over immediately, you know. But they're gonna hold 2-1.
So we are.
His primary score is wild.
We're not assassinating anybody here. We got psychic interrogation, no teleport assault, and we are controlling for 2 for death and 0. Yep. Okay. You hold 2.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Good.
All right, and then just figure this out.
Joe, you hold more, right?
I no longer hold the middle.
Yeah, it's 2-1 right now.
Isn't this locked in?
2-1, right? Because you ran off the back.
It's this one, right? Because this one's locked because of the Strike Marines, but this one never locked, yeah?
Yeah.
What about this one? At the start of my command phase, I held this with the interceptors, right?
Right, they're not objective secured.
They do. Okay, so then it's locked in. Not locked in. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that catch. All right. So let's see.
Wild.
So let's see. How am I doing?
Interesting. Interesting stuff.
Trade a character for that.
I think we need to start running these Grey Knights around the table. I do feel like Patrick went for the throat a little bit there. Maybe too judiciously, maybe a little bit too aggressively. I don't know why he's leaving his objectives over here. At least objective 2. He needed to hold on to that and not give his opponent a bunch of primary points. The assassination is unfortunate. That is super unfortunate that he missed that again with the two Strike Marines going, or the Interceptors going on the Talon Master. He needs to get 1 5-up on a bunch of dice, including a CP reroll, into a 6-up save to one-shot that guy, and just flubbed it. Just flubbed it real hard, which is really unfortunate. And now this guy's gonna just create a problem. Oh my god. Shock tactics induced? No, I don't believe so, chat.
Let's do.
Like you don't want to hold the middle, but you don't want to give your opponent 12s in primary, right? Because like we talked about at the beginning of the game, if it doesn't look like your opponent's gonna max primary, there's no reason to give them the 12s. Especially since you can make it difficult for them to, or like really deleterious for them to try to get the shock tactics. So if you don't take the center objective, you're not donating shock tactics to your opponent. And it's so difficult for them to get the backline objectives that they can try for it, but they give up assassination points. So it ends up being mostly a wash. Because basically the only thing that's getting up there is the Talon Masters. Unless we do some like weird charge and then fall back after charging stuff.
Let's go. You guys.
If anything, it may be maybe just be time pressure, maybe. I know it is also late for Patrick right now, too.
Shock tactics worth more. Get it, so he'll just walk up and there.
We have we have zeroed out the shock tactics, but the Oaths of Moment is scoring up pretty reliably for Jonah. So do we come back here for Patrick? I think leaving us objective number 2 over here was like kind of huge. That was like an 8-point swing right there, and that may be an unrecoverable swing. He'll get a 4 this coming turn unless something weird happens, which I don't. Nah, there's no way that he's not going to get a 4. So he's going to go up to 47. Being zeroed on assassination is kind of huge too. It's like wild. I think he's probably gonna. Oh man, he has to kill these infiltrators now. And if the Ravenwing Apothecary hides, I actually don't think he can get assassination. Yeah. Well, he'll get it on this guy's in the middle, so he'll get a couple points on it at least. That'll be fine. If he can stop his opponent from shock tacticsing.
All right, I'm just gonna move.
Which is possible. He could, for example, if the Blade Guard Ancient's in here, he can do a little bit of damage to the Blade Guard Ancient with smiting and stuff, and then Kaldor Drago charges him, uses Pile and Consolidate to get off the objective. Then he gets the assassination point and doesn't attempt to hold the objective because his opponent would just contest it, and then gets so doesn't give up the opportunity to score shock tactics back.
Maybe I don't want to twist that. All right.
He can also get Psychic Interrogation when he does that. So, Oaths of Moment is going to tick up another 2 for Jonah, or maybe 1 for Jonah, probably this turn. So it goes up to 9. And then if we get an Assassination and a Psychic Interrogation for Patrick, he goes up to 49 plus a 4-point primary, so he gets up to 53. If he can also get a Teleport Assault somehow, which actually I think he potentially can if he ports to the Talon Masters. They are being lookoutsirred, but you can still become the closest, and that's very easy if you're hiding the infiltrators too far back. So if we use a Gated Infinity or a Teleport Shot to get one of these models up to a Talon Master and shoot it to death, then we're in the running. Oh my god! So he could max that, and then we would be back to parity basically. He has to lock Jonah to a 4-point primary. Jonah's going to get Death and Zeal for another 2 this turn, so he's going to be at 30. If we lock him to a 4, or excuse me, more than 30, 34. If we lock him to a 4, he'd be stuck at 38. Patrick would be at 24. If he gets a 12 and 3, he would be up to 37. So he'd only be down on 1 on primary, and he could be up on secondaries if he gets Assassination Psychic Interrogation off every turn. Oh, I think it's still live, chat. This is crazy.
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you. Let's see that. Oh. Reroll the 1. Alright, so yeah, 4 wounds.
Good dice.
Alright.
That's one. Just no AP. Yeah, okay, cool.
Oh, no AP, yeah, sorry. Okay, and then we'll do the Apothecary. He'll shoot with his gun. 2 shots. Not overcharging. And on 3s. Wound, AP3.
Success. He's dead.
He's dead. Talon Master shooting everything into Jukebox.
Yes.
Oh, also, the Talon Master's in line of sight here, chat.
On,
Oh my god. So we could double smite him with the Grey Knights here if they block their own line of sight to the infiltrators. It's called smite angling. I have a video on it. Because the smite only hits the closest visible target, if you block your line of sight to any closer models, you actually hit whatever you want, basically. So we can actually kill him in the psychic phase, assuming he doesn't kill Jukebox. Oh, he probably does, actually. Don't roll a bunch of 3s. Oh, he did. No,
Yeah,
see
he
him.
was just a...
Oh, no! And that's another psychic interrogator. Ugh. So we have to do it with the Grey Knight squad? Ugh. You could also pay 2 to port the Nemesis Dread Knight over and smite that guy, and then you score teleport assaults.
And then full shots on fours, I believe. Yeah.
Oh my god, chat. This game, man.
Alright, good. Azrael put his 2 shots into him. Start with the bolter.
He did
misses.
advance.
Sorry?
He did advance.
He advanced. You're right. I'm sorry. That's why I put the markers down normally. All right. That is that, and that is the end of my turn.
Okay.
Oh my god,
Then
chat. So
I
big nothing
hold
turn from the Dark
objective.
Angels. They killed the character and the single infiltrator. Killing the character is a big deal because that's a
And,
psychic
yep.
interrogation down.
Have 2 command points.
Or a psychic interrogator down.
This guy is protected again, because of course he is. And that's great.
Jonah, you got 2 tertiary for taking this, right?
Yes, I did. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. I am very bad. Keep the tertiary. Thanks, Jarvie.
Excellent.
Oh
So
yeah,
we
Drago,
go
let's go, buddy. Put that Titan sword to good use. Let's kill this
So we will
Blade
have
Guard
to do
ancient.
that here. Nemesis Dread Knight.
He does have transhuman, but those hits are just gonna go
for
through.
this one, you're not standing on that because that would be too convenient, I guess. If I stand here, 21, 17, no, I won't be able to see you. I need to kill you here.
Yeah, I think that he could, if he's looking for the teleport assault, he could port back behind this wall and then get the shot into the Talon Master. I believe that that's the eligible, but I don't think he kills it. Can't put anything in the back line because of the infiltrators. Yeah, I think he's got to smite this Talon Master to death for sure, right? I don't think there's any potential ports into anywhere, so he could port this Nemesis Dread Knight up and put 2 Nemesis Dread Knights shooting into the Talon Master if this one stays off the objective. I think is the game plan. Because the Blade Guard Ancient does not protect the characters.
From here, I could jump over there. I could shoot some of you. You can steal the objective. You measured that, right? Like easy.
Yeah. I think I need a 2 or a 3 on the advance. I'll double check that.
Yeah, it's, that makes a lot of sense. That's doable. So I would have to shoot you, and I cannot target you. I can get closest.
Yeah, this game has been sick, chat.
So yeah, before
I think that Patrick's primary game has been a little bit
Just
off,
Nemesis
and I think
Dread
that's
Knight.
really hurting him.
And I could move
But
up here a little bit.
both players
Where
have
would I
played this
to
game
stand about?
immaculately. It's been so good.
15, so I would have to be all the way up here, standing like touching this, and then it would be 12 here, but the downside of my base 14. Yeah, it's maybe possible. With full hit rerolls, do you kill that thing? That is the question here. Then at least this objective would stay where it is. This guy cannot proper jump, because he can jump forward here. Cannot see this. He could shoot.
Oh, yeah, one of these Dread Knights have already shunted, actually, so their teleporter's burned out. I forgot about that.
Not even that properly.
I think it was the guy in the front, right? Because we ported him from the back on turn 1. We could gate him, but we need the cast for Psychic Interrogation. There's no way that Patrick wins if he doesn't score Psychic Interrogation.
I believe I'm maxed on a 4 too, just as reference if you're trying to back your count points.
One more time.
I'm maxed at 4, just in case you're trying to figure out points counting right now.
Okay. No, that's all. That's all good. That is all good. You maxed up 4. Then we have, if I
Doesn't need that big of an advance roll. In fact, automatically gets in on this might. With the Strike Marines.
Let me try it out. Alright, this is Grey Knight's advance.
Let's go!
For 5. Yeah, what is that? So it was like 6. And then they have another 5.
Yeah, looks good. That's gonna angle us might into the Talon Master.
This is my target here.
Yep.
You can see this one.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Excellent.
There it is.
I can jump you and there and then shoot these. Yeah, that's what we're going to do.
The interesting thing about the this objective being unlocked too is that if Patrick moves mech to take it, he actually then scores Dread Death and Zeal, so his tertiary score goes up too.
14 here.
I'm not sure what we're measuring here. Both these Dread Knights can potentially, or at least this Dread Knight can potentially just shoot this Talon Master right now.
I could jump there to also just smite you, but I can then I have to stand where I cannot see the other ones. So I don't really like that. Here I at least have the charge potentially. That's a freaking high risk. Yeah. That's what I have to do. Okay. I'll jump him. Up here.
Alright.
Yeah, and that guy's not.
So that should be a 9-inch charge to this guy. Yep, pull him back a little bit.
Yep, we can just call it 9 inches.
Yeah, exactly. I can spin him a little bit like that. Cool.
Unless we burned him.
Excellent. If I move this guy 9 inches up here, can I get him into a position where the Raven Wing Talon Master is the closest target?
Looks
No.
like it. No, wait, no, maybe not quite. His base is so big. I was factoring that in.
Is that Dread Knight teleporters burned out?
Yeah.
That one's?
Is that the one that you teleported on the first turn? Because one of them was back here, right, to start with, and then it teleported here and then moved to here.
That wasn't that Gate? That was Gate of Infinity turn, right?
On the first turn?
I teleported this guy. No.
I went back there.
Yeah, the Grandmaster teleported from the sigil.
Yeah, and then
Yes.
I teleported back. That guy teleported in place, and then he also. Oh no, is that guy the one who teleported? I can't remember which. Oh, that is the one who teleported in place. But was that with the teleport power, or I don't remember. I was not keeping track of that.
Me neither. Okay, just never mind. Okay, then I'll do this one.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So we keep this guy in place here and just. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll just verify real quick.
Yeah, I'm not sure did this guy.
Yeah, if it was the teleporter gate, I think we spent the 2 CP in the first movement phase.
I spent 2 CP for the song.
Yeah,
1 CP for 1 CP for Caldor to cast from 3d6. I think that was a gate.
I think you did spend the 2 CP at one point on one of these two. I don't remember which one it was.
I need some new system to keep track of those burnout teleports. Yeah, it's like
That's really the tokens for like the Watchers and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's it is a little obnoxious because it's a once per game stratagem that you use like every turn, right? So
yes,
like you have to the keeping track is so problematic.
No, yes, exactly.
Push from the Rights of War Talon Master, which would get him out of the middle. Night.
I don't remember.
Terminators.
I
Apologies,
trying
chat.
to
The Nemesis
remember
Grandmasters.
it.
I may mute my desktop audio here, but Terminators and left. So I'm going to talk over myself here.
Let's just be safe here and assume that I did. So then I'll teleport the other guy up here so that he has this possibility. All right, good. Then back on my time, which is not a lot. So here I cannot see anybody there, so I cannot teleport him here.
If we want to pause real quick, I can check. I have it on the video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, chat. I'm gonna mute myself real quick so that I'm not giving people double audio. Okay, chat. We figured it out. We went back through the video. the Grandmaster at the top. Yeah, we looked into the many pasts. The Nemesis Dread Knight at the top had teleported into the center here and then moved upwards. The other Nemesis Dread Knight had moved downwards and still had a teleporter. This is the one that started here and then moved. It got gated round 2, but that just to stand in place and get the teleport assault.
Sure.
So we're doing it right. But that is that's massively important to the outcome of the game. So it's important to know.
So now this guy is shootable if this thing is dead. Okay, cool. Let's start with Plague Face. We have not enough time left. We cast Smite with these
I do
guys
think that
into
Patrick is misremembering the Lookouts her rules here. The Blade Guard Ancient does not protect the Ravening Talon Master. He's actually shootable right now. And that is unfortunate. But that's not information that I can just give out.
And deny or not?
I can't deny I'm out of range.
Okay. So 3 mortal wounds. Bye-bye.
1, chat.
Cool.
1.
Good story.
Hey, Talon Master goes down. That's big.
Casts Smite into
Assassination is
Blade
on
Guard Ancient. gets it on a 6. Do you want to deny?
Yes, I believe I do want to deny this one, actually. Yep.
Go nuts.
Oh, Azrael has a Watcher in the dark
Watcher.
and
Or deny.
denies the
Excellent.
smite.
Dread Knight tries on a 7, doesn't get it. Next Dread Knight tries to smite your Blade Guard person, tries to get it on 8, and doesn't. Oh yeah, and Color did have another cast, but I wasted that one.
Armor of
Color
Contempt would have been
shoots
clutch there,
his
chat, for
gun.
sure.
That's 4 shots into your person right in front of him. And the hit on 2s and the wound on 4s. 1 wound.
AP? Sorry.
1.
AP 1? Okay, 4. 6 damage. 1?
2 damage. Excellent. Excellent. Nice. Something there. This Nemesis right now shoots all of his guns into your Talon Master.
Sorry, this is going into the other channel. I'm going to -1 to hit him.
Excellent choice. No, I need to reroll all of them. Yeah, these are out. These were the 3s. And here are these. Cool. And -1 to hit, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So, wounding. Purple ones are the red ones now. Because I didn't have the other ones. So, I think you can roll them all together unless you want to.
So I think the blue ones also don't wound because it's only strength 5 unless you got a bonus.
Yeah, the blue ones.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, so they will. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're toughness 6 on these things.
Toughness 6, yeah. So
I
I'm
should have
gonna
get bikes for so long.
So
It's been
fail.
huge.
Second one. Oh, fail. You can't die. Oh, I don't like that. Whatever. Okay, I'll just roll the other ones. Alright, down to 3.
Okay.
I'll do it manually.
So sadly, I cannot declare you here.
Oh,
He puts all of his
chats.
guns into,
That's too bad.
yeah, into that Blade Guard Ancient.
Alright.
Because I cannot shoot this one. I cannot shoot Azrael. There's not a lot of choices here. I cannot get this one. With this, I can get a charge and go a little bit forward. Maybe that's more interesting, actually. Cool. No, leave him alive. Leave him alive. And we go to charge phase.
Alright.
Kaldor charges the Blade Guard Ancient
Very nice.
for 6. 5 and 1. The Dread Knight charges the Ancient for 5. Might not be enough. No, it isn't. Okay. Good. Then we have 6 attacks from Kaldor.
Yep.
No, we charge, of course, Tier into your Talon.
yeah.
If
Nope.
you have 1-inch engagement, the 6-inch charge does succeed, or the 5-inch charge does succeed, right?
sure,
Because
yeah.
you'll be within an inch.
Yeah.
Nice. And I re-roll that charge that failed initially into the Talon Master up there with the Dread Knight.
Sounds good.
So close.
Oh, missed it by 1 on the Talon Master
Okay.
charge. That's unfortunate.
Cool. Kaldor punches 2 Blade Guards.
Get him, Kaldor. Yeah, time crunch for sure. Also, certainly a consideration. Both these players have been
4
taking
wounds,
kind of long time.
84, 3 damage.
I think I don't know. Goes to show you, the longer clock doesn't help too much.
Cool.
People continue
1, 3,
still take long turns regardless.
4, 5, 6. Alright, that's my turn.
Okay.
Alright.
So that'll be 3 for Death and Zero.
On mine. Alright, so I'm gonna give.
That is 2 for Death and Zero. That is 3 for Assassination.
You get 3 on Death and Zero that turn, right? Because you also
3
killed the guy in the Vanilla.
Move these guys. I'm just gonna move back, so they're off the wall, so they can't be punched through it. I am going to go. Let's see, what's that like? What's their base movement? Their base movement is 6. Base 6.
Yeah, I think certainly could have played that turn better. The time maybe getting to him. Maybe just forgetting. We needed to Psychic Interrogate here and then shoot both Dread Knights into the Ravenwing Talon Master. We didn't have to worry about that guy, but that's unfortunate. Oh well, what can you do?
Something like that. Harder for you to shoot me.
This has been a stressful game, I think, for both players. It's incredibly close.
Then I am going to
Work expands to fill the time available. Yeah,
I've got a
that's
stratagem where I can auto advance this.
that's a good adage right there for sure. We also have 2 CP. I think the reason that maybe we were saving on that
Throttle is it auto advance 6?
the Armor of Contempt for on the other Talon Master there is that this one can potentially we have a bunch of opportunities to double move this guy to go prevent or to go unlock objectives basically. Dark Angel's up 12 right now. They can get a interestingly, we have left objective 2, so there's no shock tactics available there. We'd have to take the center objective, which is a little bit scary. You could charge Drago and then run away for 2 CP with a Swift Strike. And then steal the backline objective to get a shock tactics. That's probably the game plan.
There, I am going to so I'm going to full throttle the Rights of War guy, so he will auto advance 12. So he moves. Wait, use stranger me advances makes more than 2 effect. So I advance and then I move an additional 12. So I will advance.
It's a pseudo double move.
So that is he moves up to 22. So that will get him. Let me just see. 22 plus 12 is 34. So I could, I think, just get onto this objective. This is what I am going to do. I will take that objective and knock you off of it. And
cool.
Do that. And then that is all that done. So then let's just do quick round of shooting, everything going into those Grey Knights. I'm going to do all of the bolters. I think, actually, shit, I thought this guy was screened better, but I think he will be able to land somebody there. Fuck it. Yeah. All right, so let's do Ravenwing Apothecary.
It's going to be tough, chat, with the bottom round 5 scoring.
He is.
It's possible, but it is unlikely.
That just seems stupidly risky.
The problem is that they no longer have locked objectives, and they have a tough time getting
1 at AP3.
Getting people 2 objectives right now.
Kills one? Or does one damage?
One damage, yep. And then 10 shots on 3s, no 6s, and 4s. Oh, not so good. Just 3.
Just 3 ups, right? Wow. Kills 1.5.
All right.
We could get these guys into an objective. Could even set up a situation where they can smite the Talon Master. Maybe charge the Apothecary and get to objective 4.
Excellent.
Over to you.
Okay.
And that was real quick.
And so this guy walks back where he can see you.
Real quick, you got primary at the top there, right?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to do that. Yeah, so I was holding 2.
Yeah. And you get shock tactics and death and zeal for taking 1.
Yeah. So I think that's going to be my final score. I'll get 2 for oaths as well, unless I fail a morale test somehow.
You get 1. Yeah.
Right. That's my final score.
Unless the Dread Knight kills itself, I guess.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. I don't know how it would do it, but you know.
Yeah, let's hope that won't happen.
All right. You're on, Patrick. Get her done.
Thank you. Cool.
Ooh, boy, chat. Can we do it?
Here. So then
My butthole is clenched.
We'll move this guy for, 3 inches here. What I really need is a jump anyways. He stays where he is, so that I can jump him with Kaldor. He gives him the Chapter Master rerolls. And yes, that is about it. The Psychic phase.
Yeah, so if we port this guy back to the bottom, we can grab that objective.
Get it on a 9.
Oh, or go over here. That's also good.
So, yeah. It's 9 inches out, so that I can hopefully maybe charge something, and then
12 away from these guys. Remember?
Oh, 12 out. Never mind. Here all the way back here. Cool. So then that means that I get to shoot you guys into your Talon Master, and that is these go out, and these try to wound you, and then I shoot the other one into your into your apothecary.
All right.
So these are the saves in your Talon Master over here.
This is the Talon Master. All right. So sorry, 5.
Yes.
4 ups. Let me roll 2 at a time. Failed 1 already. Roll these 1 at a time. Failed each step. All right.
Cool. And if you clean that thing up, you shoot into your apothecary, and reroll everything. Roll all dice. Okay, cool. This.
T5, so I don't think the blues go through, but.
The T5, the apothecary? Oh, yeah, he's. Okay, yeah. Sorry, my mistake. Yep, of course. He's a bike.
Alright. So I'll just roll these. So let's go. So he's already dead. Yeah, no point rolling that.
Okay, last thing is I charge with the guys to your people.
Alright, I will overwatch here.
Yes, oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah, we'll just resolve this last thing.
10 shots on 6s. No rerolls. Very nice.
So we will have
4
killed
auto
4
wounds.
characters, so up to 12.
How many?
4.
4. Okay. 1 takes the damage. They got a 7 on the charge. So that means that they would like to stand just on the objective, and that's it. They get to punch you, but I don't think I have time for that unless...
Yeah, just roll out the attack. That's fine. I think I've probably stolen time at some point for double-checking stuff.
Roll some dice in here, and these go out.
Yeah, I think there's only 4 dead
I wanna
characters
try
total,
to keep
chat.
them. My apologies. Let me do that.
2 Talon
I
Masters
didn't change anything though.
and the
Okay, yeah, fair enough. That's what I was going to do anyways.
Blade Guard and the other
3,
guy.
So these will be 6s.
and the Apothecary.
Oh, 4 died.
Oh, and the Teleport Assault.
What is the last dice roll?
So it gets the 12.
2 6s, right? So, yeah, 4 dice. This one
Yep.
takes 2 more wounds and also dice.
Oh, there you go. You
There's
wiped
the
it.
Tiny Convergence trigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Congratulations.
All right. That was a good game. That was very intense. So you'll get 2, I think, for holding.
And more, right?
Oh, yeah, and more. My apologies. Yeah, you shot my Talon Master down. Right.
And then Teleport Assault.
Teleport
Yes.
Assault, yeah.
Teleport assault
Yeah,
6 to 5.
and then
Assassination
3 on
6 to-
Death and Seal, I guess. Assassination should be at 12, right?
Be at 12, yeah.
Yeah.
I've still got. And then 3 more Death and Zeal.
Yeah. Oh my.
Damn.
Jesus.
Oh,
That was
jeez,
a very
chat.
tight game.
Oh man, yeah. I think.
Yeah, wow.
That was insane.
I have to say that. I mean, congratulations. Like,
Yeah.
really, really well played. I choked a little bit. I could have done better with the psychic interrogation there. That would have already made the difference.
Yeah.
But honestly, the failed charge, 4-inch charge
Yeah.
from your Talon Master sort of broke me a
That
little
was
bit.
probably brutal.
That was
Me,
tough.
I thought that I was on the objective with the bikes, which also would have been great because that would have given an extra. Well, I guess it would have made a huge difference.
Yeah, it
It
was
would have
like this-
been more moments.
Pretty wild game. Like, I mean,
Made
this
a
charge,
couple of very sloppy errors there, which was not great.
yeah, we both did. Like, but the 3.
Alright, chat. If we have any questions for the players, go ahead and throw them down in there.
Going through cleaning up arena, and I had to re-roll it to
Yeah.
keep primary. That CP would have been really, really useful to making that charge later on.
Yeah.
It was really close, man. 4
That was
points.
a really close game, though. That was good fun.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. This was fun.
Yeah.
Let's do this again sometime.
Good game.
Trevor's meme was, accurate prediction.
Yeah, it was. Basically, right. Jonah's just taking heads over here. Yeah, that was an insane game, you two. Absolutely crazy. I think we were, literally saying like, oh man, every turn it felt like both of you had basically like, delivered a knockout blow to the other person, and then they would come back and then do the same back. And so every turn it felt like another person was about to win. That charge, yeah, the triple charge from the Interceptor squad over here was the absolute heartbreaker. That was insane.
Yeah.
But that is, we were talking about a little bit, right? It's like, that's almost the game there, but it does give you, instead of an auto charge, right? It's like a 90%er, so you have to accept the 10% risk, I guess, and 1 in 10 times it comes up, and it is how it is.
Yes, because that would have killed that dude. This flank would have done nothing because they would all have been stuck in combat. That would have been game. But yeah, the idea here, and like if I get to tell that story a little bit, to try to see, because expecting that I might have to play against Terminator breaks to bring something that can actually challenge them, and the interceptors with +1 to their attack from rapiers and the song from the chaplain did it.
Yeah,
yeah,
they
for
did
sure.
serious damage. I've been reading over. I don't know Grey Knight super well, so I was reading it over and being like, man, this is dangerous. But don't worry, it's at least capped at 6 mortal wounds. So
yeah, one
like,
of them is.
nice
There's 2 of those. No,
there's 2 of them. I didn't realize they stacked for some reason. I misread that. That was, but
No,
I mean,
no.
not much could have done about that anyway. So
No, yeah, that was interesting, and it's even more volatile because if the spell goes off, they are dealing 2 damage, which is with each swing again, even through the -1. So that is kind of cool. Thank you so much, and I'll go out, or unless there's any questions to me, and then you can, I guess, interview Jonah for the big game.
yeah, no, I think you're all set. Thanks, Patrick. Thanks so much for playing. This was a sweet game. Yeah, and have a good rest of your evening.
You too.
Jonah, congratulations. You took it down. How are you feeling about the matchup going in?
I was definitely pretty worried about that, just because I knew my Terminators, I needed them to stay alive, and I figured, I sort of mapped it out and thought the Intercept would probably kill about 7 or 8, and that was about right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I was debating a long time about whether or not to take shock tactics, because I thought that might be risky if I went first, and it definitely was. Probably should have gone with banners, like my some friends were suggesting, but yeah, I don't know. It was a really intense game, and I was also quite worried because the Nemesis Dread Knights with the 4-up invuln. I just know that can spike really hard either way.
Right.
Spiked really hard against him down there with losing his jump guy, and then sparked really hard the other way up top.
Yeah, it did feel like that guy took the bad rolls out of the dice box for the team. He's like, "Don't worry, guys, I've got these."
Yeah, that was atrocious.
Yeah, that was like another swing, right, where like the game can flip on its head very quickly. If that guy just tanks the shooting, which I think was kind of the game plan, which I think Patrick identified appropriately that he has to do after the Alpha Strike, right? He's going to lose a bunch of stuff, but then hopefully he sinks a round of shooting onto the invulnerable save, and then he just didn't. He just died. I was like, oh no. Now, did you make a conscious effort to unlock Abhor the Witch for yourself for this potential matchup? Or was there a consideration to take like a caster?
It was, so I wasn't quite so again, I was sort of rapidly put together this list. But yeah, it was definitely, I had Ezekiel in it, then took him out because I just thought he's not going to give, if like my opponent stays in Grey Knights, then yeah, definitely Abhor the Witch would be great. And that'll give me something, because I was a little bit worried about scoring, and then the other factor was I just sort of figured, like, Ezekiel's a lot of points. I've got a lot of characters invested already, and he's not great at damage output. So yeah, I thought that would definitely help. I figured I was going to be kind of weak to psychic secondaries. I also wasn't sure if other players were going to completely switch up their factions. Right. In which case, I thought having Abhor the Witch as an option would probably be a good idea. Regardless of who I wanted to.
Yeah, I think, like, Azrael's in there, right? So he's got a deny floating, and then obviously the Terminators have it too, which is pretty useful.
Yeah, my plans were actually to save the denies for his interrogations, but they
wasn't
interrogated. So
don't need to do that if they don't get interrogated. That is the interesting sort of dynamic about interrogation. I found specifically against Archangels, but it also works against other sort of brick armies where, like, you want to put stuff in the middle, which means that psychic powers get more powerful against you because they have good targets, right? And mortal wounds are so valuable against Archangels because you have invulnerable saves and you have transhuman and all these things. That when you sack 1 to 2 psychic powers off a character to do the interrogation, it actually like sort of precipitously drops your damage output. And I've seen a lot of people, and I've done it myself, like actually specifically not take psychic secondaries against Archangels for that reason specifically, because like, well, I could get a 12 on psychic interrogation or maybe a 9 or something, or I could do 12 mortal wounds to you over the course of the game. That might be better. That kills most of a Terminator unit, turns out.
Exactly, and that's why I was kept on trying to throw my hunt masters way up in the front so that they could hopefully soak every mortal that he was going to throw.
Yeah, yeah. I liked that you had the hunt masters up there, or the black knights, and the servitors, right? Like you had these two layers of kind of like anti-mortal defense that you could use to just ablative wounds for the army. I thought that was a good move for sure.
And I figured he was going to get teleport assault no matter what I did, so I didn't even try and deny that.
Right. Yeah, you've got enough small units that he can find a way.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was a really good game though. I made definitely a couple of completely unforced errors that almost cost me big time. A little annoyed myself about that.
I don't think you were alone. To be fair, I think it felt like the time maybe got was a factor at the end there. I don't know how much that was true, but
oh yeah, I mean definitely with forgetting to I thought I'd consolidated onto the point and I was like 0.3 off, so that was a mistake. The time thing, but then just forgetting that my Huntmaster survived because I thought there was no way in hell that they were surviving.
Yeah, that was that actually worked in his favor for sure.
Oh,
not to mention that guy's also he's like a black and gray guy on a black and gray board, right? And he's like very camouflaged. So if you're not looking at him, you're like, they're dead.
Back,
it's a write-off.
Like, oh wow! Now I can't shoot those units who luckily failed their charge.
Right.
Otherwise, I was like, well,
ended up not being that big of a deal anyway, but. It was largely only the bolters going into them, right? Because I think,
it was the bolters and.
I guess the Talon Master had to shoot the Sanctuary Squad, right, instead of the shooting. Yeah, and that was unfortunate. Yeah. That was the one turn the Talon Master took off, though, for the most part. He didn't do that much.
Yeah.
So if there's one turn to not shoot the Talon Master, the best thing, it was the turn that he forgot to load his guns, I guess.
Yeah.
Cool. Well. Congratulations on taking it down. What are you looking? What would you prefer to play against in the finals? Here, would it be the Destroy Necrons or the Dark Angel's Mirror?
I actually think the Dark Angel's Mirror. I think I'm in slightly better position for that. This might be overconfidence, but I feel like I'd be happier going into the Mirror.
Interesting.
I'm not.
Do you have any particular technology for the mirror, or are you going to keep that a secret?
Honestly, I don't really. I'm more just scared of DACA Necrons because I just sort of see the range on those full rerolls to hit. I just feel like those mass destroyers will destroy, and there's not going to be a ton I can do about that.
That is their name. That is what they're called. Yeah. I think especially because they're like. The profile stat line is really good, and I think that's a good call from Josie to pull in that unit because they're AP3, can get full rerolls, AP3 and Solar Flare to ignore cover, right? So they can put every Terminator on their unbound save regardless of where you're standing.
Exactly.
Which is really dangerous.
Yeah. Whereas, the Dark Angel matchup, I mean, I don't do particularly well into other Dark Angels. It's just fairly balanced. I feel like if I had Dark Angel, it's going to be a lot of who can roll more 4-up saves. But, I'll take that.
Yeah. Now, there is, speaking of Abhor the Witch, there is a caster in the other Dark Angel, Paper's Dark Angel army. Is that... Are we just relying on the Jawas to protect yourself from those guys?
Yeah, hopefully I can do enough screening that it won't matter too much. But especially with the fight last, that's actually going to be kind of tough.
Right.
That's the one thing where that having the fight last on Ezekiel could be bad. So I'm going to have to try and not engage directly into the Terminators and try and skirmish more. Which I think my army is set up to do slightly better than his. But that's going to be a rough one.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. So we'll see who gets out of that game. Yeah. And I'm excited. I think it's going to be a sweet finals. This game was awesome. Jonah, congratulations on taking it down. I think you both played a phenomenal game, and it was super duper fun to watch. So thank you for that.
All right. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Well, have a good rest of your day. Are you going to be in the chat for this next semifinals game?
I unfortunately have to go to the office. So
fun times. the old Saturday workday. Let's go.
Oh yeah. Super fun.
Well,
super fun.
There you go. Well, look at you. Work and play,
Yeah, and I might have it on in the background, but I'm not going to be giving it much attention, I'm afraid. So.
Fair enough. Well, we'll know soon enough who you're up against.
All right. Well,
cool.
Yeah.
Well, have a good time at the office, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Sounds good.
Cheers. All right, chat. That is going to be it for this game in the T5S2 Invitational. Oh my god, what an insane game. I think, yeah, Grey Knights are in the driver's seat a little bit there, but Jonah ended up squeaking it out, skin of his teeth. Super cool. Hopefully our next game is as interesting, and I am psyched for the next one. That's going to be Paper versus Josie, the Necron Destroyers and Transcendent Catan versus Dark Angels. We'll see if they can Mortal Wound and Gauss Destructor their way through a Dark Angels army. I'm kind of pulling for those Necrons, to be honest. They're plucky. They've got Moxie. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it to our loop here. I'm just gonna keep the stream live. It's gonna be live for another about 30 minutes or so before the next game, so we'll get that set up in a little bit for you. But thanks everyone for watching. Thanks so much for the players for participating, and I'll see you in the next one.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. You're live to the T5S2 GT Final 15 Final 9 Final. Over here in the red, this is going to be a faction mirror match. Two very different lists. is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. We are live with the T5S2 GT Final 15 Final 9 Final over here in the red. This is going to be a faction mirror match. Two very different lists. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. We are live with the T5S2 GT Final 15 Final 9 Final over here in the red. This is going to be a faction mirror match. Two very different lists. up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. We are live with the T5S2 GT Final 15 Final 9 Final over here in the red. This is going to be a faction mirror match. Two very different lists. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. We are live with the T5S2 GT Final 15 Final 9 Final over here in the red. This is going to be a faction mirror match. Two very different lists. up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. We are live with the T5S2 GT Final 15 Final 9 Final over here in the red. This is going to be a faction mirror match, two very different lists. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. We are live with the T5S2 GT Final 15 Final 9 Final over here in the red. This is going to be a faction mirror match, two very different lists. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. We are live with the T5S2 GT Final 15 Final 9 Final. Over here in the red, this is going to be a faction mirror match. Two very different lists. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. We are live with the T5S2 GT Final 15 Final 9 Final. Over here in the red, this is going to be a faction mirror match. Two very different lists. is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. We are live with the T5S2 GT Final 15 Final 9 Final over here in the red. This is going to be a faction mirror match, two very different lists. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. We are live with the T5S2 GT Final 15 Final 9 Final over here in the red. This is going to be a faction mirror match, two very different lists. up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. We are live with the T5S2 GT Final 15 Final 9 Final over here in the rad. This is going to be a faction mirror match, two very different lists. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. We are live with the T5S2 GT Final 15 Final 9 Final over here in the rad. This is going to be a faction mirror match, two very different lists.
What's up, folks? Welcome back to the stream. We're live with the penultimate game of T5S2 Season 6. An exciting season of the T5S2 series, if I do say so myself. And we are down to only 2 players to determine who will fight against Jonah for title of greatest virtual 40k player in the entire world. In fact, most likely in the entire universe. Let's put our hands together, get excited for, over here in the red, we have Josie playing her absolutely ludicrous Necrons. She's picked a red Necron scheme. She's picked the red side of the table. She's color coordinated, and she's ready to blast. Over on the other side of the table are going to be the targets of the Ancient's Ire. These are the Dark Angels being run by Paper. Thanks everyone for coming and joining. I hope we have another amazing game today. Yesterday, or not yesterday. Feels like yesterday almost. The last game that we watched was absolutely incredible. Between Jonah and Patrick. Could have gone either way for sure, and was a nail-biter down to the last second, literally the last second of the game. And we hopefully have a similarly intense, high-octane game for you today. Interestingly, it is going to be, I think, maybe a little low energy from the players. She's ready for sure, chat. 100%. Both these players are pretty late. Josie is coming off the back of a 3-round team tournament. She's at, I believe it's the International team tournament. And so she's, this is game number 4 of Warhammer 40k for her today. And for Paper, I know he is over in Europe and is ready to go to bed. So these players may be a little tired as we get into this game. Josie's also playing on a trackpad, which is understandably difficult. So we're gonna be pretty loosey-goosey with them with in terms of time and things like that. We'll work with them to complete this game to the best of its extent. We are playing with extended clocks today, as the players requested. We do have an additional 15 minutes, which should certainly help out. With all that stuff, looks like we are going to be trying to angle some deployments here. We are in abandoned sanctuaries today. One of the reasons that we don't see, as we are deploying some Blood Angels infiltrators, masquerading as Dark Angels, as we're seeing them deploy, they're actually not deploying in the center of the table, chat. Despite the fact that these guys have concealed position deployment, they could potentially drop in the middle of the table between these objectives. But not today. Abandoned Sanctuary says no. Any forward deploy, pre-game move, or redeploy abilities through the first battle round of the game cannot leave your deployment zone. So things like Veil of Darkness, for example, cannot leave the deployment zone. The Hunt from the Raven Wing pre-game move that we saw working extremely well last game is not available either. And these infiltrators will not be able to push up either. So both players hamstrung a little bit by this. But, you know, I think it will make it for an interesting game. Thanks for coming, everyone, and joining. We do have a, for the folks over in the Twitch, we do have a prediction going on. Currently, we got one person on for Paper. So people got to get on for Necrons over here. What are you doing, guys? Get over there. Get over there, everybody. Ooh, I'm excited for this game, chat. I think that Josie's playing an absolutely wild Necron list. We're playing against some Dark Angels, the best list in the game right now, I think, currently. And I'm excited to see it play. So, let's talk about the lists as the players set them up. Paper doing some pre-game moves, just making sure he can get all of his secondaries that he wants. We'll start with the Dark Angels list. We did just see a Dark Angels list take down the previous game in an exciting finale. And this one is relatively similar. I think most Dark Angels have similar characteristics, but obviously the details are a little bit mutable. We have Azrael, who is the Warlord, so he unlocks an additional 2 CP for his army. Ezekiel is in here, so we didn't see a caster in the last version. We did take Azrael, but Ezekiel over here to drop some fight lasts to potentially open up some warp rituals and other psychic secondaries, and just add some support powers. And then 2 Ravenwing Talon Masters, one of them with Arbiter's Gaze. In the previous version of this list, just to remind people, the players were allowed to change their list going from the first half of the bracket into the games today. And we did see Patrick actually make some very interesting changes to his list to try to defeat the Dark Angels matchup that he could potentially have been playing against twice in a row. Which worked extremely well. He ended up destroying a Terminator brick in almost a single combat activation, which is almost unheard of in 40k. But once you assemble the wombo combo of damage, it gets real strong. And we see a little bit of some switches in here. We saw previously that Paper was running the second Talon Master as a melee build, running Imperium Sword and the Heavenfall Blade for additional 2 damage melee attacks to allow him to duck in and out of combat using Swift Strike to charge, reroll his charge roll, get into combat, fight somebody, and after fighting, fall back for 2 CP. Instead, we have a different target for that stratagem in this list. There are 2 Infiltrator squads, as we discussed earlier, so those guys will not be forward deploying right now. Alongside 2 Deathwing Terminator squads, 10 Deathwing Terminators apiece, Thunderhammer Storm Shield all the way around, 2 Cyclone Missile Launchers, Watchers in the Dark, the whole 9 yards. They're fully upgraded, they're kitted out, they're ready to go. We then have a Ravenwing Apothecary. He is running Rites of War. Somebody for the Emperor's chat.
Each other, feel free to. Yeah, they're just squiggling in on the line. That's where they're going. And then
He is running Rites of War, so no Selfless Healer on that guy. We're going to have to pay to regenerate any Terminators that we want to, 1 CP apiece. But we do have those CP from Azrael, so maybe that's fine. Mostly, he's going to be there to give a Damage Ignore aura for all of the units around him, including the Terminators, a 6+ damage ignore. We have a Blade Guard Ancient with Pennant of Remembrance. This is basically the same build that we saw on Jonah's Blade Guard Ancient, alongside a Ravenwing Champion, and I absolutely love this little guy in this slot. We've talked about him a little bit on Tactical Tuesday last week, or the week before last, I think, but the Ravenwing Champion is actually an incredible pick for Dark Angel's armies that I don't think I see quite as much as I feel like I should. If you upgrade this guy to a Chapter Champion, which Paper has done here, he does get an additional attack. So he's swinging at 5 attacks, 6 thanks to Shock Assault. He's 5 base, so 6 thanks to Shock Assault. He's running the Imperium Sword, so he is also up to 7 thanks to that. And then +1 strength as well, which stacks on top of the Blade of Triumph, which is originally +3 strength. So he's +4 strength total, AP 3, 3 damage, with 7 attacks in the charge. And then he can use Swift Strike to get out of melee. He's moved 17 since he's a Ravenwing unit in the Devastator Doctrine, which the list will probably be in the entirety of the game. So he can threaten a ridiculous distance, hit something, and pay 2 CP to run away. It's an incredible combo. It is very CP intensive. That is why we have Azrael here, to try to keep the CP high a little bit. But this guy basically has the potential to knock out a tank or something without really having to work too hard for it. And then doesn't even have to be in threat range on the swingback. We have 2 units of attack bikes, individual attack bikes with multi-meltas, 2 Landspeeder Tornadoes with multi-meltas, as well as 1 Landspeeder Vengeance with a heavy bolter and its plasma cannons. So a little bit different than the attack bike spam that we saw over on Jonah's list, running less individual attack bikes but more Landspeeders, who are more expensive but obviously harder to kill and a little bit faster. Much more maneuver-oriented, and we have more Deathwing Terminators than we did in the previous list. All right, chat. We did it. We got through the Dark Angels list. Let's move on to Josie's list, because this one's real good.
And we will do Azrael.
Josie has sort of taken everyone by surprise here by going really, really far with some really off-the-wall Necron lists and actually just operating them perfectly. And I think this, her success in this event is really kind of putting truth to the adage that, it's the pilot not the vehicle in terms of Warhammer 40k games, and especially in the Arcs of Omen format. The games are so mutable that
Die, scum!
thank you, chat.
9-inch aura on him.
That there's so many variables within a single game that just your codex selection and your army selection is not enough to win a game by itself. You need to also be able to pilot it perfectly and score objectives as well as you can. And Josie's been doing that immensely. Obviously, 40k's balance isn't perfect, but it is the best that it's ever been right now. And you can play basically any army to a pretty reasonable extent, as we've been seeing with all sorts of armies that would normally be kind of panned for being not very competitively effective, doing well on the GT plus scale scene. And Necrons right now are struggling a little bit. Their secondary objectives saw some serious nerfs. They've kind of, as one of the original codexes of the edition, they've kind of been power crept by the wayside, but Josie is making it work to the best of her ability, and this list is a finely tuned Deathwing Terminator murdering machine. I think Josie knew that Paper was unlikely to switch his faction up moving between the two the two stages of the event, given that Dark Angels are performing so well right now and he's practiced with them. So Josie just elected to take the list that she was already running, which was a very technical vehicle-based Necron list, and basically just transform it into what is almost entirely a Destroyer Cult. It's not. I don't think it's not literally a Destroyer Cult army, but it's very close. So this list is running Nylok. We are no longer running the custom Dynasty that she was earlier. Taking a Chronomancer alongside a Technomancer with a Veil of Darkness. This guy has Hyper Material Ablator, which I believe allows him to improve the saving throw of nearby units. That one I'm going to double check for y'all so I don't misspeak here. It does, yes. It gives them units light cover if they're more than 9 inches away. Thank you, chat. And so, especially if Josie is going to be jumping out of terrain where these Talon Masters aren't going to have line of sight to them in the command phase to target them with their ignore cover ability, she's going to be able to basically apply cover wherever cover benefits them, and then that dramatically increases their survivability against Talon Master shooting, which is most of the shooting in this army. Obviously, you do have to worry about the high AP multi-meltas and things, but once those commit, they die very quickly, especially to Locust Destroyer shooting. And so those Talon Masters are the sustain range damage that Dark Angels typically have, and if Josie can survive that thanks to that cover ability, then she's going to be in a pretty good spot. We also have Trays in the Infinite in this in the HQ slot as well as the Warlord of the Army. I was talking to Josie a little bit before the game. She's mostly in there as an insanely cheap Overlord. So he has My Will Be Done. He can point my +1 to hit onto these Locust Destroyer units. He is a Dynastic Agent, so he's not sub-faction keyworded on targeting his abilities, and he can also just gonna help her out there. Oh, they're having a funky hitbox. And he's also got his Warlord trait, Enduring Will, which is -1 damage, I believe, on him. Interestingly, he also gives you, because he has a vast collection of fun stuff to equip his army with, he gives you the Relic Stratagem pregame for free. So you do not have to pay for your first Relic. So that Veil of Darkness that's on the Technomancer is, I believe, actually doesn't cost anything. We then have 2 Transcendent Catan, and I just want to introduce you to the powers that we rolled off for the Transcendent Catan, which we did before the game. We started a little bit late so we could get through all the pregame rolls and things. The Catan are both taking randomly rolled powers so that they have the chance to duplicate powers. And Josie's basically going riverboat gambling for the chance to be able to get multiple of the same power, which is not normally possible for Catan. Interestingly, if she's already chosen or rolled for all the powers, and she hasn't chosen any, then they are all available to use the stratagem to... oh no. There you go. All right, we're doing it. Not on the terrain, behind the deployment zone. Yeah, that's that trackpad coming into play, chat. Unfortunately, but we'll get there, I believe.
I will start the positioning of them now.
that opens up the rest of the list to be able to switch into. So if they get any bad rolls, they actually can just switch into any existing powers. Now, these Transcendent Catan they've hit the jackpot here, chat. We did get a Seismic Assault on one of them, which is not great. It's okay on the 10-man Terminator bricks, but that's about it. But we got double Sky of Falling Stars, chat. Is Trajan stealing some Dark Angels relics? For sure. That Pendant of Remembrance, that's going in his living room. But Sky of Falling Stars is really the reason that you are taking these randomly generated powers on your Catan, because it is the strongest single Catan power in the list. It gives you... Thank you, chat. That's very appropriate. Yeah, I mean, Sky Falling Stars is incredible. It allows you to roll a dice on up to 3 units within 24. Line of sight agnostic gives you... Oh my god, more of them. Hot damn. Thank you, chat. It gives you the ability to deal mortal wounds to units if you can roll under the number of models in that unit. So it works on the larger units very effectively. And so all of these like Infiltrator squads, 10-man Terminator bricks, all of these are going to get rammed by Sky and Falling Stars. And the Transcendent Catan can do that whether or not the Deathwing Terminators have committed to the table or are trying to stay safe. And then, because in the late game, once the power of that ability starts to wane, because we have the entire list of powers open, we just can't double select them, but we can switch one of these Sky of Falling Stars out for any other power that we want. We also have a Transdimensional Thunderbolt on the other Catan shard. We can, potentially be swinging that out into things like Time's Arrow or Antimatter Meteor. So there's Josie, because she's rolled for both Catan powers, she has a ton of flexibility on these Catan shards. And doing mortal wounds is exactly what she needs to do to get through these Deathwing Terminators. Obviously, the Locust Destroyers have a perfect profile at killing them. They are their strength isn't great, which doesn't really matter against Inner Circle models because you can only wound them on 4s anyway. They have an AP of 3, which means that which is the number you need to be at to put a Terminator to their invulnerable save, regardless of whether or not they have a Storm Shield. And because we're in Necrons, we can use Solar Flare to ignore cover with them. So you can choose a unit, you remove the benefits of cover from that unit for a CP. And then all of these Locust Destroyers shooting into them, they wound on 4s, but you can pay 2 CP for Extermination Protocols, and they can... reroll all of their wound rolls. So wounding on 4s with full rerolls gets you a lot of conversions, and every single one of them forces them to their invulnerable save. So these Locust Destroyer bricks are perfect for coming in and just vaporizing 4 or 5 Terminators. And then on top of that, they're going to be bombarded by mortal wounds from the Transcendent Catan, against which they only have the 6-up damage ignore from the Ravenwing Apothecary. So Josie has finally crafted a list to be able to defeat them. And then she has a ton of these little MSU units that, because she's in the Nylock subfaction, get objectives secured. So even if the Dark Angels are playing very aggressively with their speeders, they can run up to the sides of the table and then... attempt to score the flank objectives, and even if they do so, these little tiny units of Tomb Blades or of Canoptic Scarab Swarms are going to be able to run in and grab those objectives away and contest them without Josie having to commit the Locust Destroyer bricks. It's a very finely crafted army, chat, and I'm here for it. I think a lot of people are excited to watch this army in play because it's going to be sweet. Speaking of that, we do have 3 units of 3 Canoptic Scarab Swarms, 2 units of 3 Tomb Blades with Shadow Looms, as well as a big unit of 6 Tomb Blades, or excuse me, 9 Tomb Blades. 3 of them have Shield Veins. The rest are just on Shadow Looms. I think, and these guys have Twin Gauss Blasters, so another sort of pretty big AP unit that Josie can use to just run up the table and dumpster some of these smaller objective holders. So good stuff, chat. This list is sick. Are there any orcs in the Invitational? There was. Ash C did register orcs, and unfortunately she was defeated by Josie, actually. In an absolutely insane game. Highly recommend you go watch that game. It was ludicrous. I've never seen Locust Heavy Destroyers do more work than they did in that game. Tivo, I'm so glad that you're bringing the hype to the game, you know? I think that's great. Thanks, everyone, for coming and watching, by the way. I want to thank as well, before we get into the game proper, I want to thank the sponsors for the event. GameMat.eu, 3D6 Wargaming, and VoxLink. You can use coupon code TT10 over at GameMat.eu for a... to get yourself 10% off, which is cool. You get they have all sorts of super sick neoprene mats for tabletops. Also, 3D pre-painted resin terrain that looks gorgeous through 86 Wargaming. We got some questions about objective markers last game, and you can get them over at 3D6 Wargaming. Exclamation point objectives in chat will get you to our 3D6 Wargaming page, and you can get Tactical Tortoise branded objective markers over there. But they make all sorts of laser cut accessories for 40k. And VoxLink is on Kickstarter right now. You can go check them out. Exclamation point sponsors, and give them a pledge, because VoxLink is a new social media app for gamers where you can put LFGs out for real life games, chat, and you can find other gamers in your area based on location. They're also looking to include event ticket sales, that you can get discounts on. They'll also have event hosting. Then there's a host of other potential features that they're looking to implement, assuming that the Kickstarter allows them to complete all of their development. The app, as far as I know, is largely built. They need the Kickstarter to be able to fund their port to Android devices.
Looks good to me.
So if we said through here.
TiVo playing 10 games a week? Hell yeah!
Then how
That's
does it
awesome.
work?
10 games a week is sick.
Vertical distance
Looks like we're
of
just measuring whether or not we can go through the walls
there,
here.
or-
I would assume not, because it's breachable, isn't it? So you won't be able to breach those pillars, as far as I know. But
Yeah, I think the bikes will be too big to go through these gaps, but this one is larger, so you can go through that one.
Nice.
Oh,
Or to fit their whole base through. Like, you can poke halfway through if you want to, if you're just charging.
Yeah,
but
you can't
this
touch
one,
the pillars at all.
yeah, it's kind of tricky, but it's important for me to know where I can go through here.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah, these ones should be 40 millimeter. Just about. And then this one should be, this one's like 2 inches.
okay. So I can come here.
Yep.
But I cannot go through the one blocks. Cool. Gotcha. And then yeah.
We'll be doing we'll have some of the details on these terrain features change a little bit here post-invitational chat, because I think we're going to be editing them a little bit to make them a little bit more consistent.
Transdimensional
And based on feedback,
bolt guy. The
But I wanted to wait till post-invitational. We'll have a
or
little bit of a
this
map update. May do some more maps too,
the-
just to differentiate the different missions.
Which, sorry?
who has the bolt?
The bolt
On the-
is on the not purple one. I've realised I've coloured these quite right. So the purple one, this one over here, has Thunderbolt. The other one does not. This one currently has Seismic Assault and Sky Falling Stars. I will colour them slightly differently.
there's like a
because
purple and then an even
or
more purple.
slightly off purple is not a very good set of colours. I'll make this guy the red guy.
The Dents has your model swapping around. The Dents should not have colliders.
That's him. Oh. 1 second. There we go.
These ones do very slightly. Unfortunately, I think because these are resized, the colliders get weird if you
there we go.
if you do replacement. It might be okay though. I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure. I could replace. I could do a collider here. That might be worse than it currently is. But I don't believe any of the other dense features should have colliders in them. Oh, I guess the fountains and Fountainhead do. Yeah, it is awkward. I wish that there was a way in TTS, just to sort of elucidate the problem for people. There's no way in TTS to wholly remove a collider.
Have you split the semis equally, by the way? Is there one missile in each set of 5?
To wholly remove a collider without it erroring the game, you get error messages if a asset does not have either a collider or skin associated with it. So that becomes problematic if you just totally get rid of them. It would be much easier to get rid of them, but what you have to do is replace them with something smaller, basically, and then try to make it such that that smaller thing isn't obtrusive to the game. And that gets very difficult, especially if the assets you're using are resized, because it also resizes the shape of the collider that you use. So you can't have something like it for these big things where I can replace the collider with a disc or something. But as soon as I resize the area terrain, the disc also resizes proportionally. So it gets kind of funky. You end up with sort of colliders that you didn't expect to have.
Finding where my bases are is great fun in this mess.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a workaround for that, chat. If there is, and somebody could tell me, that would be great. But I think other than like literally modeling all my own assets, which I unfortunately do not have the skill set to do, it's tough.
Right.
Take a quick look at the players' secondary objectives.
I will quickly go to the bottom.
Dark Angel's over here with... Actually, both these players with all faction secondaries. Look at them go. All right. Dark Angel with Codex Warfare. So they're going to be sitting in Devastator Doctrine for basically the entirety of the game. And they're going to get 2 points every time they destroy a unit with a heavy weapon in that Devastator Doctrine. They also have Shock Tactics, as we saw in the last game. 4 points for stealing an objective from the opponent at the end of the turn if they've done that. And then Codex, and then Ozumomen, excuse me. So a point for every turn in which they destroy a enemy vehicle, monster, or character. So that's going to count for the characters and the Transcendent Catan. A point for every turn in which they didn't fail morale or fall back, which is should be easy for them. And then also... a point for 2 points for every turn that they survive with a unit wholly within 6 inches of the center of the table. Necrons over here for Josie. Ancient Machineries, which is an action she can perform on objectives outside the player's deployment zone, so in the center. If she gets 3 of them, I believe she scores 12 on that secondary. The Treasures of Aeons is going to be... she chooses 1 objective and her opponent chooses 2, I believe, that are outside the deployment zones that she has to go grab, and which is just going to be the center of the table. And that's why she has all these little flighty objective secured units that she can run up and grab those middle objectives with to score that. That should be a very good one for Necrons in this mission. And then Purge the Vermin will score her points for every table quarter at the end of her turn that her opponent is not in. So it should be relatively easy to keep the Dark Angels out of her home territory. And then she can also score additional for clearing her deployment zone.
Yeah.
But then... engage range.
Then you have to be exactly within range, and
yeah. Oaths is great on missions with the central objective, chat, because you're already going to be sending your characters and your big bricks into the middle, and you'll get 2 points for every battle round that they just stand there for a turn, and that's just great. That's gravy. Plus, you have a bunch of Deathwing and Ravenwing stuff, which is very difficult to make run away. You can force them to fall back, and especially if they Swift Strike. I think Swift Striking actually gets rid of the action too, unless they killed whatever they charged.
Lovely. Then let's rock and roll.
All right, here we go. This is the roll to go first. Big roll here.
The big roller. I have rolled a 4.
Josie with a 4.
And I
Paper with...
have rolled a...
Ooh, wow. They let us hang for that one. Looks like Necrons are going first, and that's actually huge for Necrons. This mission, this being Abandoned Sanctuary, chat, does swing rather wildly first versus second, because it's kind of similar to Tide of Conviction, where there's a huge bonus for holding, for scoring things at the end of the game.
You have to pick 3 objectives that aren't in your deployment zone.
Yeah, alright.
You want to give me
Get those DACAs going, chat.
No,
so...
hold the ones in the middle, absolutely.
Yeah, 4 Abandoned Sanctuaries, they're going to get 2 points if they hold the middle, or 3 points if they destroy, or 2 points for each holding the middle and destroying a unit within 6 inches of the center, and 3 points if they complete both. We also have, obviously, 5 objectives, one in each player's deployment zone. And those are all going to be eminently scoreable for the Necrons. So Josie's going to be able to run in.
Cleanse, purge, kill.
Thank you, chat. Josie's going to be able to run in. She's going to be able to Ancient Machinery and score Treasures of Eons in the center of the table very, very easily right now with her little utility units. And that gives a lot for paper to kill for Codex Warfare, but I think we're operating under the assumption that because Josie has such an MSU-style army where she has all these little units of Cryptothralls and Canoptic Scarab Swarms, she's probably going to give... she's probably going to give up maximum Codex Warfare pretty easily.
That's pretty good. And this time we're taking Sudden Storm because I get an extra inch of movement, and that's all I need. So, let's get going. We are going to advance these Scarabs, I think. Do I need more than an 11? I mean, I get there, but not...
Josie was joking with me at the beginning of the game that this game will probably not go to time. Most likely because either she's disincentivized from engaging with the Dark Angels. As we talked about in the last game, there is a lot of counterplay that you can do to Shock Tactics to prevent the Space Marine player from scoring it. If you simply do not move to the objectives and do not hold them, and you only contest your opponent from holding them, then you never have objectives for them to take from you, and they never get Shock Tactics. Obviously, both of your primary scores get pretty low, but if you blank them on a secondary, that's fine. So Josie could play a game plan where she plays extremely passively and doesn't really give her opponent much to do. However, she'd then lose objective or secondary points both on Ancient Machineries and Treasures of Eons. And because she's going first, her opponent gets the bottom line by scoring. So if she can lock her opponent to 4 points of primary every turn, it shouldn't be that difficult for Dark Angels to get a 12 on the bottom of round 5, which means that she has to push a little bit harder. So it looks like she's gonna say, all right, you're gonna max Codex Warfare or Shock Tactics and maybe Codex Warfare, but I'm gonna max Treasures of Eons and Ancient Machineries, and then it comes down to Oza Moment versus Purge and whether or not I can beat you on primary, which may be the case because of all these objective secured units. So she's gonna be hiding these models behind this objective 5 over here on the right hand side. Gonna try to make it difficult for the Talon Masters and Tornadoes to come in and shoot them. At least they're going to have to sort of run into a dangerous position. There is a little bit of line of sight that we can draw maybe along this line from behind this wall, where they don't necessarily get impacted by the Locust Destroyers, unless we see like a Veil of Darkness on the swing back.
Or he could come out and commit a little bit because he's unlikely to get psychicked, so he'll take a little bit of damage, but not all of it.
Oh, love this move from Josie. She knows that she's basically just bleeding her opponent shots shooting at the Transcendent Catan because Paper likely cannot kill the Transcendent Catan with shooting over the course of the game. You basically have to shoot it for like 4 consecutive turns. I think every turn of the game, actually, right? Is how that works. You net 2 damage on it every turn that you shoot at it, so you have to shoot it for 4 turns, yeah. In order to kill it. So almost every turn of the game just by itself. So if nobody ever gets to melee with that thing, it will not die. Most likely. She can just run away with it if it ever gets into danger. So basically these are going to be shots that are going into it that are essentially wasted. Unless... and if that pulls focus from the other, the Canoptic Scarabs and the Tomb Blades and stuff, then that's just gravy for her. Now she has to be worried, I think, a little bit about the Ravenwing champion, who is hiding. Oh, he's way back here. Look at this guy. He's like, no, I want no part of this. No, thank you.
These Scarabs, are you going to be interested?
Does Wound Cap translate to Mortals? It does, yeah. The only thing that ignores it are things that from which damage cannot be ignored. So things like the Reaper of Obliterax Relic for Tyranids, for example, ignore phase caps. But that's it. Otherwise, once you have done 3 wounds per phase, you cannot deal any more wounds. You're done. Sit down. And then actually, if you have a heavy psychic army, fortunately we don't have that here, but if you do, that actually creates some problems for you because your psychic powers start hitting units that you cannot damage. which is very problematic. He's Transcendent Catan. Famously difficult to deal with.
I am going to give to these locusts. If you are more than 12 inches away, they count as having light cover.
Mm-hmm.
In your shooting, that seems obvious because they're if more than 12 inches.
Cool.
So let's say they gain cover. That is another card that I need to remember. Because wait, scarabs are there. Locusts are going to tuck up because if the scarabs die, it doesn't matter. Tuck up ever so slightly.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to get much out of them, but that's fine. That lets me get the crypt patrols in a little bit safer.
Mm-hmm.
Crypt patrols get in there. Wait. Reason we'll have to get slightly further up this way. Because he's not going to be able to give +1 a hit to the Tomb Blades. That's okay. And then this. Oh, I do need. Sorry, command phase. I need to swap out my power. I'm getting rid of Seismic Assault. It's absolute garbage. I have no desire for Seismic Assault in this army.
Good.
Get out of here. We're going to plug in. We're going to plug in Times Arrow.
Okay.
Ooh,
That has the
I
potential
like
to do
that
fun stuff,
pick.
and it also ignores your Apothecary. 3 a particular Terminator. We'll take it.
Hmm.
Then this Catan
That's
is also
cool.
going to move. He is going to go with it.
A little bit of an anti-synergy with any other.
He's going to go this way, towards the middle of the board.
Because you can
be
potentially
a
do
little
mortal
bit
wounds to
aggressive.
somebody and then times arrow them away, which doesn't matter. But it is an automatic kill that can't be ignored. They just die. That's very good. It's extremely strong in this style of matchup.
Arabs, they don't need much of a move.
Could even try to roll a 4+ and just kill an attack.
Could just get in there with a reasonable. I'm going to advance these Scarabs. They're not doing the actions. That's fine. They're going 11 plus 2. We're consistent. A 13 does not. Oh, it does let the back guy gain actually. No, he's on the terrain, so he's not going to make it. That's the back guy. He's just going to be back there. And then we will say, touch the objective.
Mm-hmm.
And not the terrain. And we will say, touch the objective and not the terrain. I need 1 on the objective. At this point, actually, they can go this way a bit more. Not too much of a threat over this side. Have you got any way of doing a quick teleport?
Quick teleport? No, not really. I mean, Telemasters sometimes feel like they can teleport, but no, I cannot.
Very appropriate.
How far can this Ravenman guy move and
Plus
still charge?
3 move.
17 and charge.
Cool. Would you mind drawing me a quick line 12 inches away from that? And I'm just going to put my Tomb Blades that far up.
Mm-hmm.
That's the idea. I'm just going to...
Ooh,
I don't
spicy.
think
Moving
there's
out with the
much
Tomb
that I
Blades.
care about shooting a Tomb
I guess-
Blade, especially with -1 to hit.
Yeah, interestingly, all of the guns on the table right now are over here with the land speeders. So we don't have a heavy range presence on this side. I guess because they couldn't hide quite as well. We have a really, really good line of sight blocker over here, but the other one's not quite as good. So, I mean, we're only worried about maybe taking some pot shots from the little things, and that's not that big of a deal. We do have a lot of stuff in strategic reserve, but this stuff is not going to be relevant until turn 2. So we don't have. Josie doesn't have to worry about that, and she instead gets to trade for immense forward pressure. She can potentially set herself up to run those Tomb Blades over onto this terrain over here and just fire into these infiltrators and just basically remove a lot of the threats to her objective on this side. This is actually an extremely strong position for Josie right now.
So that guy is just going to hit... So is this 10 Terminators, or is this...
No, there's 2 times 5.
Cool. How are they split?
So one blob has a 1 in the name and the other doesn't.
Oh, I see. Right, okay. That's fine. In which case he'll hit both of these squads of Deathwing and nothing
Yeah.
else.
Lovely.
So the squad 1,
So combat
4 or
squatted
less,
all of the.
succeeds, and it will do D3 mortals. It will do 3 mortal wounds.
Ooh, good start.
Exceptional pain. So alive on 1.
Nice. Which means basically full health in a second. The other squad does not succeed. That's fine. Red guy is going to do it on to Terminators, and Infiltrators.
Mm-hmm.
So on squad 1, 4 or less. No, the other squad.
Oh
no! We're all too well, the Infiltrators. Yes,
Oh,
we
chat,
do.
I feel so silly. I talked up this guy at Falling Stars and it did nothing. It did 1 damage to an Infiltrator. The damage on the Deathwing squad's gonna get healed immediately. Oh no! Oh, and this was a good. I mean, part of that is because we saw Paper
Pick up whatever it is.
split all of his
Points
big
on
units
it.
into small units.
I will pass the crown.
And yeah, there's the tick up for the secondaries for Necrons. And man, this feels like old school Necrons, right, chat? Where you just start getting massive numbers of points if you go first. Going first, you dominate the middle of the table with these tiny little units, these little tiny infestations of Scarab Swarms and Tomb Blades and units, you know, just popping up from everywhere. And start to reclaim those lost glories of their ancient empire and grab a ton of points for doing so. And then your opponents out there, like, you know, wondering how they're going to win. But fortunately, that secondary points game does peter off pretty quickly. You have to beat them on primary, which is difficult when they're fully army obsec, but it is doable. And especially with these big Terminator bricks that can put a big number of models on the table with Rights of War from the Ravenwing Apothecary, so they all have objectives secured themselves. And if we see a situation where they don't get murdered by all the Necrons, then you're going to be in a pretty good spot. Yeah, it will be interesting to see if Necrons get through this. They have to play against Dark Angels again. We'll see if the technology is actually as powerful as Josie makes it sound. But Paper's also an incredibly skilled player. We've seen him pull out some insane games in the Invitational so far. So I'm excited to watch this game. I think this game's going to be sweet. Looks like we are going to be angling this Ravenwing champion up. Wow, really? We're going for this charge? So we did have a discussion with the players beforehand. The bike bases are large enough to go through the long crack in the wall here, but the shorter crevices they do not quite have. They do not quite have range to. So it looks like we need. I think we need a 7 rerollable there. Thanks to Imperium Sword. Is that worth? I don't know.
These guys start blasting.
Especially with no rerolls. 2s into 2s, it's a little bit dicey. You could shoot a Scarab Swarm to death, but that makes your charge harder.
Down there.
Josie, posing some tough questions to Paper.
In the heavy.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's fine. Tell me if you want to change it at any point, but I'll assume you don't.
Yeah, great. I will attempt to heal these front Terminators in a second. Just need to make sure I end up with the Apothecary.
Oh, of course, he's not a selfless healer. He only heals for D3.
Yeah. Correct.
I could actually stick a wound on these Terminators without giving it up.
And then your stuff does fit or does not. Yeah, it does fit the same way as mine. So not here.
Exactly. I'll get through the big gaps, but not the smalls.
Yeah, not the smalls, but the big ones. So you would need to go here, and then long charge. So yeah.
Yeah, those Transcendent Catan, they do have decent melee attacks, and especially against Space Marine armor, they're pretty good, but they're not the greatest thing ever. Only 5 attacks, no rerolls to speak of, so they are very swingy. Sometimes they blow up a tank, and sometimes they just decide to go to sleep for a turn. But you do have to be worried about it. You don't want to randomly lose Infiltrators when you don't have to.
This attack bag is going to advance and move into the middle to score me off. So here's 4.5.
Yeah, and that is something that we discussed in the previous game is that Oaths of Moment makes going second for the Dark Angels extremely favorable. So while Josie's getting this huge glut of victory points from her secondaries going first, the Dark Angels are getting something similar going second because they are able to just run individual units into the middle of the table here in order to grab those the 2 points for Oaths of Moment for being at the center at the end. I also wonder, I think also we could put the Apothecary in such a place where I guess it's a little bit dangerous because you're potentially eligible to get hit by the mortal wounds from the Transcendent Catan. But we could grant this attack make objective secured and just have it contest the middle objective from the Canoptic Scarabs. You want to be able to kill them to score shock tactics, but it's not actually necessary as long as we can get the aura in there.
Probably this one. Then you would be on an 8 on primary.
The kill of the Scarabs in the center is also worth, I guess, it is worth pretty big points. Because you're also going to be getting the points from Abandoned Sanctuaries for killing them. So I think that it is likely that we see Paper Push for that.
Kind of want to give you something to shoot at, though. So this guy will just zoom right in that corner, I think, because 8-inch charge is just not great. If he would make that 8-inch rollable, would be sweet. 17.
That
this
would
is
be
also
sweet.
Not no way.
Oh man! And if he gets it as
17,
well, he also has he can use his movement to get around here, and then use the Swift Strike to get back behind this ruin. Could you imagine this movement, chat? Just gets all the way in here, gets the charge, uses the consolidate, runs back through here. Ah! It's making my Tyrannid brain happy, but it looks like we're just going to set up for next turn. So we'll probably cede Objective 1 to Josie. She'll get an 8. We can clear off Objective 3 and shoot everybody off Objective 5, and then call it a day for the Dark Angels. Oh, I'm sure a lot of people would go for the 8-inch charge here,
You're not
chat.
concerned about getting charged by 3?
I would probably go for the 8-inch charge there. I'm like, I got a free reroll. It's like I don't even have to spend it. Like, not even worried about these, 12 Tomb Blades over here with AP2 weapons that are just waiting to shoot me to death. And that's why I'm not in the Invitational. You know what I'm saying?
Thunderbolt. Okay. How
Thanks for the
far?
follows, everybody. I really appreciate you.
Doesn't do anything.
Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage so far. These games today have been absolutely incredible. The Invitational has been phenomenal this year, or this season, I should say. I guess it's this year. It's the first Invitational of the year.
These guys screening here is cool. He screens there. And they screen like this. So this might be an angle next turn, but then yeah, not great for you.
That's because I'm a Tyrannid player? Yeah, that's true. Tyranids, let me tell you, Tyranids aren't good at math. So,
they do not. No.
because we're only little bugs, and the great arithmetic of life is a mystery to us. The probabilities of making an 8-inch rollable charge is a mystery. We just assume that it will happen.
To a 6, and then yeah, my AP2 just melt through that, so should be okay. The question is, commit 1 Talonmaster here, commit 1. How far do I need to go here? Kind of far. Not really in reach, unfortunately. He would be able to see stuff there, I guess. So, what can he see there? Can you see the scarab? With his wing? Let's get rid of the aerial denial. Probably no. How far do I need
Oh my
to
god, that's so
come here
close.
for that line of sight? Something like
Look at this line of sight,
with
chat.
the
This is the
model.
Talon Master's sword right here. But I think this
A
line
little
of
bit
sight
further,
crosses
I
over
would
the
say.
obscuring terrain,
But
which
he
is
can
right
probably
here.
do it from here.
That's
he turns
that's
like this.
ludicrously close. Are you kidding me?
That looks good to me.
That
You're on the
should
line.
be fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh. Is
Oh my
this a
God.
move
Good
that
old
I want to
hashtag
do?
just true line of sight things. You know what I'm saying,
He
chat?
can shoot his
I did a whole
heavy
video about
bolter
those.
over here. Currently, no. I need that rotation here. Assault cannons
Hashtag
down
just the
here,
tip.
and all the heavy bolters.
I have special eyes. Shoots through a
Up
brick wall with
there.
his sword, the tip of his sword.
Heavy bolters kill scarabs. Need how many to go through? 2, 4, 6 heavy bolter need to go through to kill 3 scarabs. The assault can go here. Can go here. This is the arbiter.
Sounds very.
Space
It's
guy who doesn't really care.
extremely.
And currently he does not see
Bold to assume that 100% of your shots will convert.
lovely people. So what he needs to do is come a bit closer and then kind of risky.
I also wish well, would it be good to draw line of sight from every part of your body? I feel like you would see a lot of things that
from the
like you would
sword,
rather not. You know what I'm
you
saying?
should be able to see these guys.
I've been sitting in this chair all day today, and I'm not sure I need line
And
of sight to
then
that. You know what I'm saying right now?
The distance here is fine, easy. This guy will always advance. Then we will think about the other lovely Talamaster. Definitely need to build this base then. I have multi-melter.
Am I a
shots.
father, chat? No. I would be a terrible parent.
Cannon.
I would not subject a child to that. That would be cruel and unusual punishment. I have a cat. Does that count? I'm the father to it. Harry Dan. Harry Dan is my child.
Risk
and Inky the cat. That's my family.
They're just about tough enough to be annoying.
To be obsec, this thing cannot get obsec through the wall. Nope, no way. Do I help out here? You have 24-inch range with your stuff, but you don't really want to drop anywhere there. So if I advance that guy, oh, that's quite far.
Yeah, I think I'm lucky to have. I do have a little bit of a mischievous cat, but I think I'm lucky to have a pretty tame
one. How fast does he go?
I gave her extra food, and then I literally tucked her into bed with a movie about birds, so that she wouldn't bother me during the invitational. And she's just watching the bird movie, you know. She watches bird videos on YouTube. I think I probably owed like a little bit of sort of backlog ad revenue from all of the Cat TV YouTube channels because they make bank off of my cat. They show my cat ads for a leave or whatever, and then make tons of money.
Look great though.
I do have an intensely spoiled cat.
Come here. And you definitely have to deal with him, but then probably the Khan can deal with him. And then he's also no help in shooting. I think the 3 of those guys I can just kill. 20. To even move him, I think I kinda need to secure the kill in the middle. 24.
Well, you can't treat a child
So
like a
he
cat,
will
right? Because
just
when a cat throws a
play
temper
normal
tantrum, it's like
game.
funny and kind of endearing.
Yeah.
But when a child does it, it's like horrifying and terrible.
Right from this
So I
thing,
think you
on
have
to
to
this
they're,
guy,
they're different organisms that you have to
24
treat
inches.
differently, and I don't know if I
And
would
then
be
I have
comfortable
this
treating a
line
child as
here.
like I did my cat. This is a very serious conversation for this game where this Ravenwing Talonmaster is about to shoot from the little antenna fork off the tip of his
And then who advanced?
model into the Scarab
Okay.
Swarm. Are we just leaving the Tomb Blades here?
And then we
Paper, are you gonna deal with these guys? Maybe go for a charge, the Infiltrators. That seems like a lot of charge, though. I don't know if we want to do that.
4, and he advanced on this one. Then the other Talonmaster needs to...
Oh, here we go. So doubling up the Talonmasters into the Canoptic Scarabs. And I guess one can shoot the Tomb Blades as well.
Similar.
The Heavy Bolter is much more likely to pick up the Tomb Blades, although it is -1 to be hit. Although we can fire the Arbiter's Gaze guy into that, and then it ignores the -1, and then each converted hit is almost assuredly a Tomb Blade here.
That is all the way too far. He was here, or where was he? Oh, here. There's no line here. I would need to be outside. Character doesn't screen for me. Feel like he's just coming here. Wanna go the safe route. And touch this. And also be able to shoot. This is just out, so I can decide either to shoot.
A little worried about
the
Paper on time here. We are at the bottom of one, and he's already 30 minutes down.
So
That's a lot.
let's be able
Not
to
even a
shoot
single
down
attack has
this
been rolled
wall,
yet, my guy.
which means we had something like this.
Paper is, yeah, he's doing a little bit of thinking.
And
He's got a lot to think about.
down here. Yep,
There are
that's
9
it.
Necrons in the middle of the table. How do you deal with 9 Necrons, champ?
Mm-hmm. Yep, something like that looks good. And then here I'm just gonna reshuffle a bit in the middle to move this guy a bit back, this guy a bit back, then Terminators, do something like this here. He takes his spot, and he takes his spot. Azrael goes into the corner, and then I don't think I can do something like this. Let me quickly double. Where was Azrael? Somewhere here. If he goes in his spot, then there's nothing in here, so that's fine. And then something like that.
Thank you, chat.
And have one guy touching cover, I think. No, actually, no. Fringe is still, and then the Apothecary will come back a bit. 3 inches, and these 2 rocket launcher guys want to see these guys here. Also reshuffle a bit. Something like that, and then I heal the guy for D3. I think, yeah, the apothecary also advanced. Yeah. So,
maybe I'm just double checking what that line is for the Deathwing. Sorry, I can't quite work it out for me, but it looks like an iffy line.
Oh yeah. So I need to get right about this. So yeah, if you don't mind, I would shift them a bit back even more.
Yeah,
because
no worries,
this distance was there. Then
yeah, I'm fine with it. Piggyback seas is fine.
Yeah. Looks good. And then this guy. Yeah. So like this. And then Deathwing 1. Yeah. Okay. And then we heal that guy. He should be on the plate. And then we heal the one guy. D3. He's full again. Okay. Cannot do it. Yeah, no, it's fine. So let's do some shooting. Because there won't be any psychic. Yeah, it's fine. Let's start shooting with. So those guys can shoot their heavy bolters down here.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing about the existence of Time's Arrow in this. A lot of times I think we'd see Ezekiel and some of these other characters push out and try to get some damage. Like, we can soften these units up with mortal wounds from smites and mindworms and stuff onto the scarab swarms, but if we do so, it opens up Ezekiel for this just the 1 in 5 chance, or 1 in I guess 2 in 3 chance that he just gets vaporized by a Tritonicaton by accident. Just gets turned into absolute dust. And so, forced to play much more defensively is Paper, rather than what he would do normally.
Fine, that is definitely not a save. Damages.
Just 1.
Okay. We're taking it on the back, obviously. Just pulling up towards the objective.
Cool. Then we will do the 2 Terminators. So it's 4 shots. All there.
Still -1.
Cool.
-2, I guess, if you want to apply the dents as well, but super helpful.
Yeah. And then freeze. Rerolling 1s. Or is it 2? Toughness 4? Yeah.
T5.
T5. So yeah, just 1 wound, AP3. So kills the guy.
It does kill the guy. It doesn't matter what I rolled at. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Fix that one up. That's that unit, so I'll just roll my 2 dice at reanimation and try and get him back.
Cool.
Is he keen? He is not keen. All of these are going to be so dramatic because of the pauses. There we go.
We will shoot this speeder at the Scarab. So the tornado.
So it looks like Missile Launcher's only got 1 Tomb Blade, thanks to all the -1s
Melta
here.
on force.
Unfortunate, but we do have Talon Masters for that.
1 hit, and then on dead wounds. Damage will be kills the base.
Nice. Where's this coming from, sorry?
This guy in here.
Oh, yeah, that guy. Okay, so he kills one of these ones, that's fine.
And then the assault cannon, 6 shots. Force, and then 2 more. One more wound.
You know what? I am tempted, actually. No, I'm gonna
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna be
think we
trying the
pull
smart
off the
of those. I'm gonna
objective
give you
here
that.
and deny the
guys,
Talon Masters they're shooting.
One more wound.
That's for sure the game plan, because that will also
I'm gonna give you the objective. Try and keep
potentially
these Scarabs
prevent
alive
a
instead. If that is a failed
shock
save, I
tactics
take
from
it.
scoring, or
Okay.
Codex Warfare, excuse me.
Does
That's
that.
him.
Keep
4
that
wounds,
Scarab
guys,
Swarm
feel like
alive for
getting
another
back up.
turn.
Come on, 4 or 5 ups in a row. No, he's dead.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Then we will do this Talonmaster. All of his shots from the assault cannon into the Tomblade. And then the
they're
heavy
dying,
bolter
chat.
into
I think
the
we'll get there.
Scarabs there.
Yep.
So let's start with the assault cannon. Is this smart? Oh, this guy is just out afterwards. Let's do the Arbiter's Gaze guy first. Everything into the Tomblades. The assault cannon into the Tomblades and heavy bolter into the Scarabs, because here is no line of sight. Yeah.
And he ignores my -1 to hit, so.
And also the cover. So yeah, let's go. Here comes the assault cannon on 2s.
Okay.
And then he's angry, and then 8 AP2.
Cool. I've got 4 wounds worth of guy that is going to be on 6 ups. On the off chance, we'll roll several of these. There's 3 of them. Cool. Well, that's perfect, because I already have 2 wounds of him on 6 ups. There we go. And then I've got 2 wounds on 5 ups. So we're just going to roll all the 5 up in buns. We do roll almost all of the 5 up in buns, but it's not enough.
That was pretty
I don't need
close.
to be. That's fine. I'm spending your dice for that. I'll take that.
And then the heavy bolter. So this will be on 2s into the Scarabs, and then on 3s.
Yep.
That kills 2 bases down here.
Certainly does. This other Talon Master, I assume the assault cannon is out of range anyway, and I can't kill out of range the heavy bolt.
Yeah.
We'll keep the one on the objective alive for now.
Sure. So just the heavy bolter in here.
Yep, just gonna see if I get one of those back.
Ooh, that would be huge, I think, if we get one back here.
Nope.
Oh, if only those 4s were 5s.
Bolter.
That'd feel good.
Hitting through dents.
Okay, so only 2. And then first one doesn't wound. I will CP reroll this one. Wounds, and then the last one. Ugh. Shame.
One lives on 2.
Lives on 2. Oh, good thing I have an attack right left. Yeah. So CP down to 4. Everything in here. So multi-melter.
Try that soundboard, chat. I think I fixed it.
1 hit.
Oh dear.
And 2s, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. And then the damage will be. Yeah.
There you go.
Ooh. So
Okay,
knocked the Scarabs out, and we pulled out of the middle.
4 for shock tactics.
So I think that it maybe worked for Josie. She got a little bit spicy there to try to keep that Scarab Swarm alive.
Kill.
Yeah, there we go, chat. No doubling, no echo on the soundboard. Love it. Glad we figured that out.
Okay. We will pick up just the 4 primary. Sadly, I couldn't keep any of it alive, but that's okay. We've got to start purging those vermin. I will already pick up 3 points on purge the vermin, actually. There's nothing that you can do to stop me. Haha. I'm going to layer all of the buffs onto the...
So Josie elected to pull
36
off of the center objective, so she wasn't threatening the hold there, because she has objective secured thanks to the Nihilak subfaction. The attack bike does not, because there's no right support near it. So she'd hold that. That does mean that Paper does score out shock tactics, but what it basically meant was that the heavy bolters on the Talon Master turned around and fired into the Scarabs from the other side. So she preserved 1 unit, but in exchange for another unit that was on an objective. There's nothing to say that there wouldn't be shots going into that unit on objective 1 there, though. It may have been a mistake, but I don't think it's easy to say. So, moving back to Josie's turn, she does have only a 4-point primary, but she's going to be able to keep Paper down to a 4-point primary as well. Paper does have a ton of objectives secured on his home objective. He's keeping his Raven Apothecary alive, as safe as he possibly can in the back here. He's like, please, not the face. And so I think we're just going to try to Mortal Wound this attack bike down, do some more damage to the Deathwing Terminators, take up our secondary objectives in a big way, and call it a day for Josie. She doesn't really need to push forward. And this is certainly the universe where the game is relatively tepid for at least the first couple of turns. Neither of these players want to push too far forward. Paper just kind of sitting back on his laurels, able to score his secondaries passively and hoping that he'll get a big score in Abandoned Sanctuaries. I guess on the final turn, I should say. Josie, I guess, also preserved herself from giving up a point on the tertiary for losing a unit in the middle. And that actually is pretty important. If it comes down to a game of individual victory points, it may be that ends up being the difference.
Brazen is now surrounded by destroyers, and he's super happy about it. Prep destroyers are going to tuck just further up in case I can do something useful, or in case I can do something useful with them later. Obviously not standing directly in the wall, right? Pity's trackpad sake, right? Plasma Sight, where does he want to go? He's not going to make it far, so he's just going to come behind the wall. Feel safe, big guy. Orange locusts are not required. We don't have to deep strike in these locusts because I'm assuming 12-inch no deep strike means I can get to there at a push. I could put maybe one locust in, but I'm not going to get more than that. I could shoot the infiltrators, but then I lose a destroyer unit for nothing. That's fine. We're not going to do that. The green Tomb Blades are going to... Are they going to advance? No. This Scarab is going to walk his 10. And you know what he's going to do then? He's going to die, is what he's going to do.
Yeah.
He's going to go Ancient Machinery.
This is like a solid wall of bullets being projected down from these Talon Masters here, right? And these Necrons are just walking into it and getting destroyed. But you know what? As soon as they walk into it, they get victory points. So it doesn't really matter. As long as their lives were meaningful. Which they were, because they got victory points from it.
This one is going to do D3 to an attack bike, which isn't going to kill it. So I don't need that. He's just going to keep... You know what? No, just wander up, big guy. So I need to get these Scarabs out of the way slightly. They need to be out the way all the way. They're going to go bother your attack bike. Probably not charge it, but at this point, can I hide the Scarabs? I can hide the Scarabs quite well, actually. So if you go to there, you're on the objective. The other one's going to tuck in, but no, that's fine. I'll just hide them.
Awesome.
And then this Catan can come in. Can see the attack bike, so if the 4 times arrow doesn't work, I can potentially do D3 mortal wounds to it with Transcendental Thunderbolt and make this 5 destroyer commitment just the most absurdly wasteful use of my resources.
Nicholas, you got 3 on Codex Warfare that turn, right?
Sorry?
Or 3 on Oza Moment, excuse me. Right? Because you got 2 for the middle and 1 for not running away.
Correct.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
No worries.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I didn't kill a character or vehicle. Right. My bad.
Those Tomb Blades are vehicles by the strictest definition, but are not in fact keyworded vehicles. It is literally a conveyance for a pilot, but it doesn't count. And those Scarab Swarms, they certainly are monstrous, but not monstrous enough to be monster keyworded.
How much do we commit over here? We're going to advance the green Tomb Blades because they're not doing the action.
So no damage on the Transcendent Catan either, so that means that they're going to be safe for another turn. They can sit around for another turn and just chill.
Dice roll +1, they go 15. Great. Which means they still make it over here. I think I'm happier on this side. That was a 13. Yeah, they can make it over this side. 15. So you will have to commit something, which is fine.
That is why that
Goes in slightly better.
that Ravenwing Champion's over there. That guy's about to kill himself some Tomb Blades in the worst way. Those poor Tomb Blades are about to be vaporized. The question is whether or not he gets then killed by the other Tomb Blades. They do fire 36 attacks.
If he goes,
Gotta get through a -1 4+ invuln potentially, or I guess not a 4+ invuln, but
17.
I'm considering
5 up
whether or
save.
not I need to get these guys back an inch from the wall, and I do. I definitely do. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, these Tomb Blades are just going to come back, so they are not chargeable through the wall.
Awesome.
Again, wall screening is allowed. We don't do the wall phasing rule. So it is possible to be unchargeable behind if you're 1 inch away from a wall, or at least force your opponent to come around.
So that's fine. You do have 5. Are those Terminators in Deep Strike?
Correct.
Cool. So I'm
So I
just going to screen out the back corner.
5, and then I have a land speeder turn out. Keep in mind, the Terminators are in Deep Strike, and the other 2 speeders are in Strategic Reserve. So I cannot come in your deployment zone with the speeders, but the Terminators could.
Yeah, that's fine. So we should be safe over there. Safe over there. If you drop in back here, you're not really shooting anything anyway, and I can just deal with them. So that's fine. They can just drop in over here and go for a 9-inch charge, but it's a 9-inch charge. I'll give you the chance when I overwatch on 5s.
You always do that, or?
I think it would be an excellent plan if you did that. Excellent for me.
Yeah, I love,
end of phase. We
I
are
love
going
9-inch charge
to...
game plans.
We're not going to reserve send in the locusts yet. I just don't need them. We're not going to veil. These guys are going to do ancient machineries, so we'll finish on that one at the end of the turn. So I've not done this one yet, but I have Tomb Blades who can do shoot and action next turn. That's fine. And then we'll do our powers. So we will try Time's Arrow with the Transcending Catan. Oh, I'm not moving him. Stay where you are, sir. So on a 4-up, the attack bike is just slain, and I've wasted all these locusts. It is not slain. I've not wasted the locusts. He will then do Sky Falling Stars. It will hit the 2 Terminator bricks, and by the looks of it, which one's your aura? It's this purple guy. Sorry, I think he's not in range of anything else, is he? Because that's his bubble. Is that his bubble?
Okay.
Quick check. That is his bubble. So just the 2 Terminator bricks.
Yep.
The ones that have 1 in the name on a 4 or less. Yes, does 3 mortal wounds.
Hey.
6 up. Ooh, kills a guy.
Kills a Terminator. The ones that do not have 1 in the name does not do off. That's fine. Red Catan is in a transdimensional thunderbolt at the attack bike, so that is a 2-up. Does D3 mortal wounds. It is a 2-up. It is 2 mortal wounds.
Okay.
That attack bike is so dead. And then we'll start falling stars. We'll hit both Terminator bricks and the
What's the worst that could happen?
Let's go.
So the infill, 4 or less. Goes off. It will kill 1. It will just kill 1. 2 mortal wounds.
Okay.
The Terminators with a 1 in the name. There's only 4 of them now, so 3 or less. Goes off. It does 2 mortal wounds.
Into...
The ones with the 1.
Okay, 6 up heal now. Okay, save 1. Yep.
And the ones without a 1 take it, and they take 3.
Damn. Big damages. 6 up.
Oh, kills another Terminator.
That's what Falling Stars is for.
That
One
is
Terminator
what we were worried about happening, and that's why Catan power is so strong. They can just sit in the back here and continuously bombard the back of this ruin with mortal wounds. Now, it does become less and less effective as the game goes on, as these units start to get taken down, but we've already killed 2 Terminators with that single, 2 Terminators and an Infiltrator with that single activation. These Catan shards are not even remotely in danger. Brutal.
Hitting on 2s because of my will be done.
Yep.
Rerolling 1s.
Because that destroys.
Sure. Worst case, you could charge. Would be sweet to have it alive. But but yeah, it's fine. Go ahead. I was thinking about -1 to hit, but yeah, I'm
Hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s.
Yeah, I mean you would roll like 50% 2s, and then I just save all my 4-ups.
You reckon you're just gonna make the saves? All right, it's 15 attacks. We're hitting on 2s, rerolling.
Let's go.
That's 2 1s, rerolling success. Wounding on 3s, rerolling nothing. That is not great, but it's also not bad. It's 8 saves on your invuln.
There's a lot of 1s and 2s.
Dice.
No.
Cool. Now they're D3, so he may not kill, but
Oh yeah.
oh,
Then roll the damage,
he's got a
please.
4 up invuln, hasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
3 up.
Yeah, there's one.
No, the attack on 1 for now.
So
Back
five
saves.
4-up saves. Gotta go through on this guy. Does he die?
So
Not like
4
this. Oh my god, no
4
way.
up.
Don't make me charge and attack like.
Oh no, not like this. Oh no!
Don't make me
Chat!
charge and attack bike.
Oh, he makes
Oh, no,
all
he
of them!
lives on 1.
The attack bike survives the entire Locust Destroyer unit shooting at
It's gonna
him.
be fine.
Oh my
Yeah, he was,
god!
like, over there.
Josie
No,
still
that's fine.
controls the middle,
Yeah.
but the attack bike is sitting here and
It's like
very much
whatever the
like
charge
these
is,
Scarab
like,
Swarms.
for
He's
what's
going to be
there.
able to
Why
score.
don't they die?
That is a very appropriate why won't they die, chat. That's crazy. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Cool, no worries. Fine.
That's insane.
Alright, let's
He failed 1 out
charge
of
him with
6.
scarabs.
No, what was that? 1 out of
I will-
8?
I will
1 out of
overwatch
8
here.
damage,
Or do
or
I?
4
No,
plus of
I don't.
vulnerable saves?
God.
That's fair enough. Right. I don't know what coin we're looking for, but I don't think a 4 makes it.
Oh my god, we're charging with the Scarab
It's
Swarms?
the 5 that we need.
No.
I'm going to CP that because I would like to make this.
Sure.
Because if the scarabs get in, they can just kill it on a 2-up.
Yeah, we can use
Mhm.
the stratagem to
That is an
explode
8. They'll
one.
be in.
Yeah.
Right.
That's in.
This is it's
Send 'em in.
there's a chat attack bike chat. Yeah, so I mean, at the very least, right, it makes these scarabs move into a really, really aggressive position, so that they
Awesome.
all right,
It is a
then
2, it's
blows
more
himself
than a
up
2,
and
you
kills
take
the
D3
attack bike.
wounds
Well,
if
we
you
got
don't
there,
win.
but it cost Josie 2 CP, and her CP are valuable because unlike most Necron lists, she doesn't have the Silent King, so she doesn't have a boatload of extra CP to start the game with, and her army is predicated on getting extermination protocols on these Locust Destroyers, and that costs 2 CP per activation. So now she's only banking 2 of those, basically,
Another 4
and that's not great.
Another 4 on treasures.
So that's plus that also moves the Scarab Swarm into a really aggressive position. So now it's really easy to draw line of sight to from anything
You.
that Paper wants to shoot at it. He doesn't even have to, he doesn't have to spend another 20-minute turn trying to angle lines of sight. He can now just shoot it with a whatever.
These are
At the very least, she'll get the point on
I need to
Abandoned
come
Sanctuaries
here,
for killing something in the center, but I think Paper will do that also.
shoot you with assault cannon. And then you
Absolutely
come
wild,
even
chat.
closer. But I think, yeah, I get a 4, big 4. Need to push you off of these 2 objectives again. So you also have an invul in close combat with these guys, right? Or just one
I
guy?
do indeed, a 5-up, yeah. Just in case I have flubbed these guys, the intent is that the guy with the invuln is not the guy on the objective. Have I done it again? I have done it again. Do you mind if I just quickly swap these round? I had all the movement in the world.
Cool with it. I will just give you benefit of doubt that you
Thank you.
just
I
did
just,
this.
yeah, they look the same. There we go, right. The invuln's the second one across.
Yeah.
Thank you kindly.
Yeah, no worries. Okay. So we could.
Yeah, so we can run the Ravenwing Champion around to try to get these guys. We also now have strategic reserves available for Paper. He can bring in the land speeders to try to shoot them off. He can also bring in the Terminators. I don't know what he would want to bring the Terminators in quite yet. He does have 2 missile launchers in one of the squads, so he can pop in and just blow up a bunch of Scarabs if he needs to. But we could also see a land speeder or the probably the Vengeance come in and just pick those guys up pretty easily. Does have those base 2 damage plasma cannons, is very good against the Tombblade profile. Or we just make it a sure thing, get this Ravenwing Champion in there. He can just run around the corner, charge them, and then run back if he needs to.
So this one needs to be killed in close combat. I will give the hit rerolls to the guy that doesn't have the Arbiter Gaze.
That makes sense.
Now we have Azrael buffing the Talon Masters. That is a lot of attacks that could be re-rolling. Thanks to that Chapter Master ability. Thanks, Azrael. You're the best.
How far does he need to go? Far. And your Scarab.
I guess that is another benefit of the Scarab Storm being here, is that it actually kind of screens the middle.
That is the dream.
So if Paper moves up to the edge of its engagement range and then doesn't charge it, he's actually not on the center objective. He will get Oaths, but he won't get he won't hold the middle, and he could potentially it could potentially be bad for him, especially if he fails to knock Josie off one of these objectives and he suddenly gives up a hold more.
These two guys can come over here.
So it swings and roundabouts, I guess. Josie had to play more aggressively and spend CP, but at the very least, she's kind of manipulating Paper's order of activation. He may not be able to shoot this model death, and if that's the case, then it's not a Codex Warfare point. So, you know, it could all come up Necrons.
It's -1 to hit. Oh, that's kind of annoying. Interesting. Yeah, that's a bit annoying, not gonna lie. Need to start chipping away at these locusts, that's for sure. So how do I kill the scarabs? I want my oath points.
How do you kill one scarab?
Yeah, that's... Oh yeah, Azrael could sacrifice himself for my oath this turn. And then I trade this for rerolls, which is fine. I think I just want the points. And then can Azrael... We will make it... If he rolls a 4, I will just go there and hold that objective from that corner, and then he scores me 2 points and 3 enough. Otherwise, we will do something different. So -1 damage goes on the Terminator brick that is...
We're trading Azrael.
Closer.
You know? When you gotta do it, you gotta do it. He is inner circle, so he's only moving on a 4. He has a 4+ invuln save. He may not die. As we just saw, this Locust Destroyer brick failed to kill a single attack bike. What chance do they have against the Chapter Master of the Dark Angels, am I right?
Then let's start rolling advances. Azrael needs a 4 for what I just said I want to do. Do I need his rerolls to hit, or do I just sacrifice him? This is another 2 warfare points. I think points are kind of important in this game, so... yeah, let's see if Azrael rolls a 4. He doesn't know.
Gets a 3.
9 doesn't get me in that beautiful corner. So I'm gonna CP reroll this one. 4+. No, it's not enough. Cool. Then he will not do it, and the Terminators are gonna commit, and then I will commit a little bit more of shooting, I think, into these destroyers there. So what Azrael is gonna do is just move a bit back here. So the Terminators have space. Actually, Terminators already do have space. So, but I want to make some space for my Apothecary, which will come here. Yeah, that's fine. 3, and then this should be enough to hop out. Is it? Probably not. This is Terminator 1, so let's do the first one. 5.
Tivo, it sounds like you're a win-win either way. There, my guy. Josie's certainly ticking up that score pretty high. I'm a little bit worried about Paper getting his Codex, or his Oaths of Moment at this point. Losing out 2 points in Oaths of Moment is a huge deal.
3.8, and then another 1.2 does not get me out of that lovely corner. Or am I measuring? Let's turn off the 3D measurements. No, cool. Yeah, because the base is almost, what is it? I don't know. Okay, so he cannot get out, which is okay. I want to revive a guy in that squad, but first let's move these Terminators here so that Ezekiel comes over here. Blade Guard Ancient will come over here.
So we could see a push from some of the land speeders into the middle. I don't think we give up a Talon Master this early. There's basically no way. May go for a charge on the Canoptic Scarab to get the smaller Terminator squad in. That is a big pickup for Josie. She gets to trade a Scarab Swarm for a Terminator squad. But I think Paper, like he's saying, he does need to score his Codex Warfare out, and not being able to do that is really awkward. This actually might have been a blessing in disguise for Josie, given you know, how she's kind of manipulating Paper's turn.
That does mean it's charge slightly safer. Probably only Snake Eyes there.
Oh, we're gonna revive a guy with the Apothecary.
That's too far.
There you go.
Wait, what's the charge when you're
That
far away?
actually awkwardly makes it more difficult to get the O's of Moment, since you then need to move the entire unit wholly within the center of the table. But again, that's a big pickup for Josie. So damn. I also don't think they're objective secure if they get up there. The Apothecary's aura is only 6 inches. Wow, this is very ballsy. The Josie's got to be happy with that trade, right? That's super good.
Something like this, probably. I don't think he has any targets. Or does he? Let's flip him real quick. No, I don't think so. Oh yeah, sure. So he will just come here, protecting the heroes, and then we want to commit these guys, probably at least one. Can't really hurt them. And we also want to shoot these bad boys over here. So he needs to be somewhere here. And then 36. Yeah, he can go somewhere here. And then Scarabs. 1, 2, 3. He can be here. And he will advance. The Apothecary also advanced. And then this will be free. He should have a line of sight to... Does he have a line of sight to the Scarabs? It's always difficult, but I do think, yeah, they are just hidden. But something like this should be the line. So he can even come a bit back. And then here, 3 locusts. All the locusts are in line of sight and range.
So fortunately, the locusts, I guess we probably have ignore cover on them, right? Is there a range requirement to that from the Talon Masters? That one I don't know. For no escape, I believe, is the name of the ability. So they will be pushed to the hyper material later. Oh, but they have a 5+ invulnerable save. But they'd be on a 5+ save anyway. The question is whether they're on a 4+. And only a couple of of heavy bolter shots is probably fine. Oh, it looks like we're gonna be pushing a Talon Master to get the assault cannon shots. Ooh, is that worth? That's very aggressive.
So he will for sure advance.
It's a little scary, especially if the mortal wounds kind of key off these Deathwing Terminators.
To the closest.
Then we could potentially open that guy up to be targeted. If we times arrow and then kill a couple with Skyfalling Stars, then times arrow one of them, then it's
really
a little scary. I doubt they'll be in their 6-up damage ignore range once they move out.
Kind of having a scary profile into the Talon Master, so you cannot pass this. I think I would rather shoot your Catan in safety and heavy bolt your guys back there.
Yeah, that makes much more sense.
Oh, that's the idea. Because this guy cannot pass this thing. He can come here, but there will be Terminators, and he cannot come here. So I think that's fine. And I will do...
Well, I also guess it doesn't affect themselves. It actually is only core units, so it only works for the bikes. So then that aura is actually not that super useful. So the locusts will be saving on 4s against the heavy bolter shots, which is fine.
Nope. This thing advanced. This thing is fine. Where's that? And shoot these guys here. Yep. 36. Let's see where we can park that land speeder vengeance. What is somewhere here?
Well, at least it can't advance from Deep Strike.
That's true. They cannot advance from Deep Strike. So 36. That's cool. That should be fine. And then this should be fine. And what else? Do we get the other guy down? Maybe this angle. But then these bikes actually have a target. They move. Can they advance and shoot? No, but they rapid fire.
I have a strat to advance and shoot. It makes them assault 2 and no assault penalty. But it limits them to 2 shots each.
Okay, cool. That would be this. He would have a line of sight to this guy. And then you come out with some Tomb Blades. That would be cool. And then you are here. You have a
18 shots, 3s and 5s. I should do about 5 when I make invulns. So yeah, it shouldn't die. I should do about 3 damage to land speed if I put the whole unit in.
Okay. Cool. Question is, he can come down there. That's fine, I think. Could also put it on the other side. I think I'm cool there. Yeah, let's do that. And then Terminators are okay where they are. Yeah. Just wanna secure the kill here. Yeah, let's do some Psychic. Nope. We will fight last the Scarabs.
Are we about to smite the Scarab Storm to death by accident?
On the spot. So, well, actually, he advanced. Why not? No, he just normal moved. Alright. He just normal moved. The land speeder, Vengeance just normal moved, and these guys just normal moved. And then
So we do have a land speeder off the side.
he needs to just come here.
Yeah, I gotta make sure that we get that charge
An inch
going.
away from you.
Absolutely.
Let's go. All right, Ravenwing champion, prove that you're the champion of the chapter. Let's do it.
He can just.
Or not. Goodbye.
There
There he goes. Into a shadow loom, a little scary. Could potentially whiff out pretty hard. He doesn't have any rerolls. Just floating CP, I guess.
Nothing else to move, right? No. If I lost on a Scarab, doesn't go off. It's okay. No CP reroll that. And then reroll hit and wound roll on the Termies in the ones that are closing the distance. So that goes off.
Does he get +1 for something?
Yeah, he's +1. So that
Ezekiel
should
gives
secure the kill.
himself +1 as long as he's casting Enteromancy powers.
Needed it to secure the kill.
He is. That's what makes him one of the better librarians in the Space Marine Codex. He also has a ton of additional abilities.
Just a Melta in here. I don't want to kill it.
Oh, -1 to hit.
Awesome, nothing.
You succeeded in not killing it.
Perfect. And then here we are going to shoot. I have 2 in range. Landspeeder Vengeance will do an
Oh man,
overcharge.
Yeah, the Vengeance may just vaporize these Locust Destroyers. That's a little bit scary for Josie. Not a trade that she loves to make, but it is what it is. As we saw, it was a pretty reasonable chance that the other shooting doesn't deal with the attack bike.
2 mortals, awesome. And then
burns
one
himself.
Hit. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not
Scary.
-1 to be hit, so.
And then 2. So actually freeze, but yeah. 1 AP4.
Before, so I'll take my final pin gun. Just flat damage 3. That will be not saved. That is fine. 1 is dead so far. Does he feel like giving back? Oh yeah.
That's 3 hits and 1 more wound.
Wait, AP1.
That is AP2.
Should be AP2.
AP2.
Going into a 4+ cover save now.
Oh, stuff. That's heavy. Why am I complaining? A heavy bolter. Heavy.
Yeah.
Okay. Which means I will not save it on a 3. That's fine. I'll take 2 wins and we'll just keep chipping on the guys that are in range. Good. It's good. I get a reroll on my reanimation dice because of my protocol. He gets.
Oh, and the Locust comes back. Take that. That's phenomenal. So it is highly unlikely this unit goes down now. Josie, and she has a Technomancer here to regenerate one of them, and she's going to start healing any units that aren't destroyed. Yeah, remains unpunished over here.
Because it's kind of important.
Makes sense.
So here comes the Storm Cannon with rerolls because I'm shooting through stuff. And then on freeze, oh no, it's actually 2s. And then this will kill 2 bases and put 1 on 3 wounds.
I've got 4 wounds that are in cover. They'll get a 6-up save.
Oh damn, yeah. Let's go.
6-up to the guy in cover. He does save 1, so that's 3 of your attacks, 4 attacks spent, and a last 6-up. No, okay, so 5 dice to kill that guy.
So just 2 bases then. And then the heavy bolter. And that will kill the base.
That will do it.
2 warfare. And then this guy will put his grenade launcher into the tom blade. Crack.
-1 to be hit.
Yeah, that hits. And that wounds. AP2.
This, we'll just take it on, whatever. The guy with not the guy with the invent. I care about him. So that is not saved.
So D3, just one, awesome.
Excellent.
Oh, good old crack grenades, chat. It says D3, but it means 1. From that biker.
Let's do this Telemaster's flipped. Let's do him. 1 locust is actually on 1 wound. Yeah, right.
Yep.
Do I start?
It is only a
chipping
heavy
away
bolter
the
into the
Catan?
locust, so it's unlikely it gets 2 full locusts, and if it doesn't, it actually isn't going to do anything because that Technomancer will reanimate 1. So Josie, I think both these players kind of remaining unpunished for their, I guess, getting a little bit unlucky.
Heavy bolter. Or yeah, I think this is right. Heavy bolter on 2s, and then on 5s, nothing. Awesome.
Okay.
And then the assault cannon, and on
Still 5s.
okay. So
T7.
Just piled everything into the
4 ups.
Transcendent
I might reroll
Catan,
one of
that's
these.
interesting.
I would like to keep him. Alright, well that's 1.
yeah, that doesn't.
Is there anything else in the sheet?
Yeah,
Taking
the
1 damage so far.
think the Terminator can still see him. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the fact that we didn't
So
do
the
too much
one
damage to the Locust
Terminator
Destroyers means that T-Bow's not,
will
or that
shoot
means that
him.
Paper's not even going to try
2 shots.
to push through.
1 doesn't hit.
Sorry, T-Bow, I was looking at your name in chat
1 wound.
This is D3
when I
damage.
was saying that, but
I'm gonna reroll that because there's nothing else.
yeah,
that
this
can
is a
be
cyclone
rerolling
shot
this phase, and I
shooting
have
through
all the
on him.
CP in the world, so CP
Don't want to eat that
reroll,
missile launcher, it
that'd
would be a little bit scary.
Okay. Cool. Let's do some
And
charge
he's going to
rolls
repair
then.
back to full. Yeah, these
Terminators
Transcendent
into
Catan
the
not going
sky.
down anytime soon, and Josie not in danger of giving up the Osa moment points for losing them. Here's the big charge. Oh my god. Deathwing Terminators. And I'll get an 11-inch charge through the center. This is insane.
You're heroic.
You actually take the full 11, right, chat? I think you could push with the 11-incher all the way through the middle, and I guess you probably can't engage this Transcendent Katana and stay wholly within 6. That would be incredible because you could potentially block one of them from mortal wounding you.
I'm not gonna make you roll this out.
And then these Terminators with full hit and wound rerolls against a single Canoptic Scarab Swarm. Goodbye, buddy! I think you may not be long for this world, bud.
Yeah, I will just.
Can we get an I'm in danger in chat here?
and then have these guys recover from certain angles. Yeah. Just like that.
Yeah, and they're what, 15 attacks at this point?
They are 15 and full rerolls. And then
Yeah,
this
I'm
guy will.
gonna pick up this.
Yeah, it's cool.
That's fine.
This guy will also charge in. And he's in, and he just stays within an inch of you there.
Yep, this could be interesting. We're winning on 5s. We're winning on 3s even. It's possible they don't die.
Yeah, hitting on 3s, and only on 3s. It's possible that they don't die. Let's see. 7 attacks. I just TP reroll 1 in the chain here. So
You can roll
As
the
well.
hits and wounds together and CP reroll after the fact. It's just saves and damage that are one at a time.
Exactly.
okay, cool. So reroll.
Yeah, those are the only
I
ones that are
did a
called out
CP
in this
reroll.
section.
And then we will do
part of
the wounds.
It's part of the
That's a good spread of wounds. Oh dear.
fast dice rolling section, chat.
The
Just so
guys that
you're
don't have the
clear,
cool stuff are gonna die,
it says
so the
that
guys
saves and
with
damage
the
must be
dice,
rolled
and then it's just a question of
individual
doing
or assigned and
four
rolled
attacks in a
individually.
row. We fail the first one. That's the unit dose.
Yeah.
Okay,
There it goes.
and then he will 2CP, get the fuck
Two
out.
blades. And we're gonna use our
he-
swift strike to get that guy right back out of dodge.
Instead of
Yes.
consolidate, we can just do it, even though there's nothing left.
Yeah, he's 17 inch going back into his home.
Very
Look at that
nice.
tricky
Love
dose. That's a
that.
fun one.
Low on CP for paper though. That was a big turn of spending.
But it's not Overrun, because Overrun got toned down to be reasonable. Oh, everybody will heal a
Fair
wound
enough.
in my command phase. That's just them. Okay, cool.
Josie,
Mhm.
it's too soon, okay?
Primary
Can we calm
So
down
I
on
was
the
scoring primary
overrun?
game.
This anti-overrun bias that the community has. That stratagem's fine. Everything's fine. This one was even expensive overrun.
Okay, cool. Then yes. Cool.
You didn't get 3-10-1 because I just pulled the scarab off the objective instead.
Yep, sounds good.
4 shock tactics, code of warfare, yeah, that is cool. Alright, let's see what we can do.
So now, here's where Josie is incentivized not to trade with the Terminators in the center here. I believe she's scored her machineries on that middle objective. If she can just burn this unit down with shooting, and she does have, 2 units of Locust Destroyers, 3 units of Locust Destroyers even, that she could use to just vaporize this thing. They are -1 damage, but they don't have a damage ignore. She's going to be rolling D3s. D3, 5 and 6s become 2 damage on them for everyone that goes through. Then, and doesn't send anything to the center, then she actually doesn't give up shock tactics this coming turn, most likely. I guess she does have the there is the question of whether or not she pushes for Treasures of the Beyonds again and goes into objective 1, but I don't know if she has a really strong incentive to. Now that this Ribbon Wing Champion's over here, just basically threatening this entire objective, this entire flank of the table.
Does that make it onto the objective if that's there? Oh, whatever, I'll just put him down for now. That is not on the objective, so you need a 5-inch advance. I'll roll it out in a second anyway. He's in there. Right. Get in there for me. There we go. Cool. So we are going to, first thing, advance these through this rolls.
I love the inclusion of this plasma sight down here. It's probably not going to use its dark matter injection on the Locust Destroyers, but the plasma sight is just an extremely useful unit. Ooh, was that a 5-inch advance? Gets the Cryptus Ross in the middle? I'm just like, give me that. That's mine. Hey, you. That shiny shirt. That's mine.
Let's.
These guys are objective secured thanks to the Nylock subfaction benefit, so they are just going to trade for the center. So Josie, I guess, is basically like, hey, I guess, you'll get your shock tactics. You'll max shock tactics. It's fine. I don't mind that much. This is probably the highest shock tactics score I've seen anybody score in a while.
We're going to commit 8.
That usually gets
as an option because they've not got upset, so I don't need to
pretty well. Now, I also wonder if we see the Transcendent Catan kind of used as a screen here. We do have to worry about the teleporters now. There's 2 units of Deathwing Terminators coming off the table, or coming off of Deep Strike. And Josie has to make sure those don't accidentally touch her Locust Destroyer units, because those are the units that she needs to counterpunch and kill them. But they can't kill the Transcendent Catan, in fact. They can only do 3 damage to them, and then it heals 1, so it takes them 2 or 3 full rounds of punching a Transcendent Catan to actually kill them. And they certainly don't want to get punched back by a Transcendent Catan, especially if Josie pays the CP to ignore their invuln. Then they just push to a 5-up armor and potentially die if they get hit.
Round 3, the protocol is shoot good. So within half range, you don't get light cover anyway.
Oh, very
through
nice.
Those crates, they don't exist. We don't
pushing through
them.
Light cover. This has been a really interesting game, chat. Usually we see Dark Angels with this super duper offensive, kind of bricky conformation where they just push, they power themselves through the center of the table. And then sort of back up their offense with shooting. But right now, both of these players playing extremely cagey. And actually, I kind of enjoy these styles of games. Both players are kind of, I guess, falling back on their secondary objectives, which comes down to kind of who has the better secondaries, which is unfortunate.
You can deep strike Terminators right into my back line, but I think we'll take that as a possibility.
just mentioning.
That'll be 36 shots already into your Terminators.
Yeah, she's like, well, it's fine. Yeah, you want a deep strike on me? Go for it.
The locust
whatever,
well.
You'll miss. You'll fail the charge.
This side to be more annoying.
I wish I had Josie's confidence right now. Both these players, like, we'll just roll it out.
Happy locust.
So there's no way. These Terminators are about to be lambasted by shooting. This is going to be an immense amount of shooting levied on them. Josie also has to bring her 3rd unit of Locust Destroyers in, and I think it'll be interesting where they come down. If she's committing the other 2 units,
I think I need one in the
it may be
middle
that
to
we
sort of
port
give
them
everybody
back over here
coherency,
somewhere,
so
and they
these
maybe
is
just
not
try
gonna
to pick
shoot
up a land speeder.
in the interests of not losing random models to coherency issues. There we go. 5 they can see, 5 in range are all going to blow up some Terminators. Trazen at this point can finally move. He is going to go into the ruin. He's not going to get to fight anything. You're going to be really mean about that, aren't you? All game.
I think, chat.
That command said.
Uh,
Might as well just
in,
blob in between the two of them.
in fact, I'm fairly confident that there's a location, maybe here, where a Locust Destroyer unit, and in fact, this unit may be there already, can actually shoot a Talon Master.
Yeah, there's 9 of them.
Maybe not.
6 have got invulns,
This
3
Terminator
got
may
3
be
of ours.
protecting them.
Awesome.
Do I need to commit more Locusts to this and risk Talon Masters popping over the top? I mean, Talon Masters don't do an awful lot to this. Especially if I put them all in light cover, so... Alright. A Locust is going to hold that objective.
Oh, wow. This is aggressive from Josie.
And then
Look at her
the
go.
2-inch coherencing
Locust
all the way
Destroyers acting as their own screen. They're like, it's fine.
That, they can already
You won't.
see
You wouldn't
Terminators,
deep
the
strike
rest of
and
it
make
is
your
like-
charge, would you? That would be
That feels good.
unneighborly.
That is valuable. That's all cover. That's all cover anyway, because I'm sitting on a...
Yeah, I do think now that we potentially see Terminator's deep strike, maybe behind this line of sight blocker and push into the Locust
Yeah,
Destroyer
cover
units.
and on cover. Don't need to do that.
Intention is
I'll
to be
keep
on
you
the
the ruin.
here, right?
Yeah, sorry, am I just off it?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I am.
Yeah,
I'm off it.
your fins were on it, but your base wasn't.
Wait, then we'll just move those back ever so slightly. We are coherent. We're all there. We've got 5 Locusts into them. We've got 10 Locusts into them. And I do need to drop the other 6, because otherwise they
10
don't
Locusts. Let's go.
drop.
10 Locusts
that-
and 9 Tomb Blades and 2 Transcendent Catan. Do we think?
And
How
then
tough
1,
are
2,
Dark Angels Terminators, chat?
bad play.
Are Deathwing survivable enough against this level of death?
Or we
Find
just
out after these
stay
messages.
Back here. Kill those guys. Would you mind just let me know where 24 inches from that front Terminator is? Over this way somewhere.
Chad, I'm gonna be honest. This Locust Destroyer build is horrifying from Necrons. It could be that we see these guys flub really, really hard against these Deathwing Terminators, but I have a sneaking suspicion that they may just vaporize them in one shooting step. Josie, obviously, she knows that dice are a thing, and so she's gonna overcommit because that is the correct plan.
16 of our 18 Locusts in. If they don't do it, I've picked the wrong army for this job. Into 5 Terminators.
Indeed. Here comes the strategic reserve.
They're all in range, they're all in line of sight. They had better do the work.
Can we kill 5 Terminators with 18 Locusts and 9 Tomb Blades and 2 Transcendent
A couple in
Catan,
cover,
chat?
but we have all
What do we
of the
think?
shots in the world.
Taking bets.
These Tomb Blades are going to start doing ancient machineries.
Mm-hmm.
That'll finish at the end of the turn. I'll just put the score up now, because otherwise I forget about it. And I will spend a CP for them to be able to action and still shoot. I'm not exactly certain on the timing of that, but it's going to be at some point between now and shooting, so that's fine. Catan's going to activate the blue Catan. Oh yeah, I can see them. So he's in a times arrow into the Terminators. So a 3-up kills one. That is a 5. It kills a Terminator.
Boom. Get wrecked.
He's then going to do it out of order. He's going to do a Sky of Falling Stars into the 2 Terminator bricks.
Yeah.
That was not the smartest thing of me.
A little bit of a sequence there.
The 4 Terminators right in front
I
of
understand.
him on
You
a
get
3 or
excited for the time there. You're like, I just get to kill one
No, I didn't
immediately.
pay the
It's so
price.
fun.
They do 3 mortal wounds.
Oh boy.
So many Locusts.
Vaporizes 2 Terminators with this first Catan. Yeah, I think we could maybe have maybe dropped
I'm
these
going to
guys
actually
somewhere
check the
else and
timing
shot
of this
somebody.
Nilax strat, because I might not need to shoot these guys at all. If I don't, I won't, but I'll check that timing out.
Maybe even Trevi can help you out, maybe.
So, enter these Terminators. A 4 or less. No, doesn't do anything. That's fine. The red guy is going to do his power, so he's going to do Sky of Falling Stars, ordered correctly, into Infiltrators, Terminators, and Terminators. So the unit of 3 Terminators, 2 or less. Nope, the unit of 5 at the back. There is 5 there, right?
No, it's 4.
Nylak
1, 2,
is
3, 4.
in your shooting phase, so you don't have to do it yet.
Oh, in which case I won't spend the CP yet in case I don't need to.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so
and
we're
the
deciding whether or not
infiltrate,
these
we all
Tomb Blades are going to do the action or shoot, or
No.
both.
That's fine.
But you can declare the
you
action,
can
break it
always
later if you need
meteor,
to,
I'll
or do
just
the
send it
stratagem too.
Yeah, 2
Do both.
D3
for CP.
mortal wounds. 3 more mortal wounds. Okay.
Wow.
You know.
Alright.
Wow. You know,
I don't
not
think
even
I'm
on the
gonna
objective
bother spending the
anymore.
CP for no light cover. Give you your 3 up saves.
Unnecessary, chat. That was an unnecessary level of damage that we just did with the Transcending Catan.
I'm gonna
So, it's a plan. Right, that is the end of the mover phase, and then we're in the shooting phase. I'm going to spend the CP to take all cover away from those terminators, so you will be on your 4-ups. God damn it.
Yeah, there's the solar flare. Or solar
And we're going
pulse,
to go
excuse
first
me.
with the 6 locusts. Are they all still in range?
Reroll neutral.
It depends on if they're all in range, so I can't measure. Sorry, the lines don't work. So can I get to that guy?
Green or.
I've only got 5 in range. I'm not going to reroll my wounds yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we might as well roll out and see what we get. I think that we're going to be missing
if I
a
do then,
couple Locust Destroyers.
So I lose line of sight with the purple guys, actually. No, the purple guys are going to go first. They're going to go in before I lose line of sight on these guys.
Yeah,
Even if it
that's
does mean I get a
the
little
call.
bit less range on the green ones. So the 5 of these guys that are hitting on 2s are going to go into the Terminators. 15 attacks. On 2s, reroll once.
All right. All right, Deathwing Terminators.
Reroll ones. Lovely.
It's time to be winged to your
On
death.
4s, because transhuman. That's a great wound roll.
Oh my
13
god.
force.
Okay.
Okay, I
I
guess
think we
they
got
die.
him.
But
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Wait, so I don't need to
Alright,
spend the blades to do the shooting.
Absolutely vaporized. Yeah, mild overcommittal there. Obviously, Jody didn't know how much damage she was going to be doing.
Hiding all of your things.
I'm going to be honest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a couple of these Locust Destroyers are closest to
So we'll pick up
the very
another
town
4 on
master.
treasures because we hold all 3 of the middle objectives. Another 3 on purge because we have purged. And ancient machineries is already up to 12. Love it.
Yeah.
And another 3 on sanctuaries because you were on the middle objective and now you're not. So that will be fine. I don't need to charge a Catan in the end.
awesome.
Well, there you go, chat. Both players just ticking up their hold one objective point every turn.
Oh, at the end of my movement
So,
phase,
what is the end game here, right? If both players score a single hold every single turn of the game until the end, they're both going to have 16 points.
Tomb Blades are not a great
Then they're both most likely going to get.
but still will.
Let's see. It's most likely that they both get 4 on tertiary, or excuse me, 14 on tertiary. So that's 28 points.
Okay.
And then, or 38 points, excuse me. No,
Go on to the Telemaster,
30
but
points.
doesn't have,
I don't know where my numbers are at. And then Paper will get an additional 8 for having bottom turn. So he will have 38 points.
Definitely need to bring some
Josie
Terminators
then
now. We
needs to
don't have,
beat him 8 points on secondaries. I don't believe
That's
she's
good.
capped anywhere.
I cannot all-spec shoot anyway. I don't have a hex mark. And I will be Terminators anyway.
She can max her Treasures of the Beyonds, which she should do basically automatically next turn. All she has to do is hold 2 objectives in the center at the end of her turn. That's easy.
Fly away.
Purge the Vermin should be maxable pretty easily as well if she could just continuously scores 3 points a turn, 2 or 3 points a turn. Ooh, we do have a spot here for Deathwing Terminators to come down. That is a little dangerous. We'll see how that ends up, though. I believe. So those 2 are maxable. Ancient Machineries caps at 12. So Ancient Machineries is done. So Josie could score another 15 on primary.
Got it.
Or excuse me, 12. 12 on primary. Or on tertiary.
Something like that.
It's a 9-inch charge from roughly. I don't have to be too careful about the positioning. Cause
So
if
she
I don't make
currently
it, I'm gonna want to
has 30, so she could get 42, and it's likely that she does. Which means she has to keep paper down to, without anything else happening, she has to keep paper down to a 34 in order to tie. 34 on secondaries. He has, his shock tactics should max. That's a 15. His Oaths of Moment, being second player, should probably max. There's enough garbage in this back here to be able to get it. So that's a 15. His Codex Warfare, unfortunately for Josie, it does look like he's going to get probably at least 4 more on that, so that's like a 10. I think that just cuts it for Josie, so she has to score a double, a hold 2 at one point during this game in order to bring the score back. She has to overcommit at some point. I do like the Transcendent Catan standing in the middle. That does mean that anything coming into the center is potentially heroically intervenable by the Transcendent. Or not quite, I guess, because it couldn't stand here. There were Terminators here. So it's a little bit farther back. So there may be a petition where we could, petition, or we could contest it with a single model. We have to kill these Crypto Thralls, which we should do with the Heavy Bolters on the Ravenwing Talon Masters, and then potentially tow one Obsec dude into the corner to grab the center to score Shock Tactics and Abandoned Sanctuaries. This is a wildly passive game, chat. We also have a push on the Infiltrators to go into Objective 5 here. So I think that Josie will get cut down to a 4-point primary this coming turn. And then she basically has to push to try to get 12. She wants Paper to push with his entire army, and then she kills it, is I think her win condition. So she needs this to go perfectly for her.
They can probably not shoot, which is okay. We'll take that.
How are we feeling about this game so far, chat? Pretty wild. Very different from our last game, where both of the players' armies were basically dead by this time. Got two very different styles of 40k being played right now. This is this is an accountant's 40k here. You know what I mean? We're doing the arithmetic of war. Necron mortal wound output is OP. I don't know about OP, chat, but it is very good. That is a highlight of the faction. Is there good mortal wound output?
Commit over here as well.
Oh, let's go, Ravenwing Champion. How many Tomb Blades can you kill in a game?
Then these guys in blue are going to advance. So they go 9.
Yeah, also just play Emperor's Chosen. Take half damage from everything. For sure.
And then
I can see, chat, that the Void Dragon is that is a tough cookie for 1,000 points. Most armies at 1,000 points cannot kill a Transcendent Catan.
And we need to bring another tourney break. We'll be in the back screening, and we will shoot at tricky. So you have to cannot really take this guy away. When it's revival, it's not in the command phase, right? No.
It definitely is command phase.
Revival is not in the command
reviving
phase.
with the Technomancer is a command phase ability. Yeah, I can kill that guy and bring him back on the objective.
Oh yeah. Ooh, that's good to know.
Yeah, that is some incredibly strong technology.
The infiltrators are gonna advance.
So I think, Paper needs to throw the infiltrators up in the center here.
Nice. There's now no point in reanimating onto the objective.
You can only do it with one, right? So if I have 3 guys on there, if I have 3
At most,
guys...
I could have... I mean, if I get really lucky reanimation, I might get more focused on, but yeah.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
We are not in the turn of re-rolling reanimation dice anymore, so I just have to roll 3 5-ups in a row and it'll be fine.
That may have been the best conversion I've seen from that command protocol, by the way.
Here you don't have. Oh,
Lets
yeah,
you
you
reroll a
also have
single die
lock
when
and
you're
cover.
rerolling your reanimation check.
Um,
When you take big hits, it usually doesn't help
I
you too
want
much.
to
It just
commit
maybe
a
converts
lot
another
here,
guy into a
and
success.
commit a lot here.
But getting those
The heavy
sort of
voltage
multiple
will go
chances to
down
reanimate and
here,
rerolling a lot of
which
them
is
basically
5.
pulled all of the
It's
focus
a
off of the
little bit
Locust Destroyers.
sucky,
Because one of them reanimated,
but I have
Paper was
to
like,
deal
nah, I'm
with
not going to shoot them
Tortoise
anymore.
anyways,
That's
and
worthless.
then these guys eat the. Okay, so I guess 36 gets me here. And then, tricky. Really tricky. So I think I will do this fellow over here. It's 15. It's able to see here and here. And then
Yeah, that is basically exactly what's happening right now, for sure.
think
The shooting from Dark Angels is very strong, but it is only like it's a lot of little attacks and from in little
Yeah,
packets
good
from the
farm
Land Speeders
there.
and the Ravenwing, and the
guy.
Talon Masters, excuse me.
18, that's cool.
So we may go for a kill on this Transcendent Katana in the middle. We could. We do have 2
Yeah,
instances to
guy
deal mortal wounds with a
back,
Smite and
so
with a Mind Worm, so we can deal 1
stays
automatically
there.
plus D3. If we can then get the charge to do 3 with the Thunderhammer hit and 3 with the shooting. We could kill this guy, but it does require Ezekiel to convert fully. And that's always a little bit awkward.
Azrael and Samuel. No, it's fine. They can. Azrael can go into this corner, and he can go in here, and be fine. Just need to move these. I don't think it is time to commit yet, though. The apothecary, no. So what do we do with the Telemaster? It's kind of annoying. So this bike will also come here. Line of sight to most of these. And then, yeah, that's cool. This Telemaster here. This Telemaster here. Also line of sight to quite a few fringes here. And then
So we're gonna try to burn down this Locust Destroyer squad with shooting.
this land
We do have to
speeder
worry about the Tomb Blades over
will
here. There's
come
just a
over
Land
here,
Speeder
touch.
Tornado, which could kill 1 or 2
Here,
maybe.
Here and here.
But the Ravenwing champion, he's 7 attacks, but he's bumping up against an invuln save.
To these.
So,
Also.
and he doesn't have any rerolls, so he doesn't convert all 7. He most likely converts 4 to 5. And if those bump into an invuln save too, things get awkward. So Paper does have to shoot this unit down pretty low in order to confirm the kill with the Ravenwing champion.
Not yet.
If the Ravenwing champion doesn't do it, it's gonna be a tough cookie.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Now I can see the middle Catan. So this guy will advance. And he's not in range for this guy anymore, which is okay. And then he will advance this guy fast. So 25. Here, I guess. Could also come on the objective. I think it's fine to not do it. Yeah, like this. And then I think the rest of the Terminators. Actually, Azrael will hop out here to be able to shoot the Catan. Why not? And be within rapid fire of him. And then these Terminators need to do some screening. 1, 2, just 9 inches away from you here. The
So
line of
missile launchers
sight.
coming down
Oh,
in the...
so
We have the
much,
2
so-
double missile launcher squads between these 2 Deathwing Terminator
Okay,
squads, the
so-
combat squads that are coming in. We've lost only 1 melee unit so far.
Famous last
The other melee unit's probably going to drop in the deployment zone here. Now, this unit's going to be hugely important this coming turn. Josie has to squeegee that off because that potentially represents 2 points lost on Purge the Vermin, and that is untenable if she's not able to kill that. So I think Josie was hoping that she could sort of overload the center here, but Paper's got so much in reserve that he also has the potential to do that same thing.
Possibly kill him in one go. That's the goal. So what has advanced? This guy advanced, this guy advanced, this guy advanced. These speeders. This thing advanced, this thing advanced, this thing advanced. Both of Gary advanced. Okay. Oh, wait 1 second. He will turn a bit like this, so he has line of sight to the cryptofrolls. Because I almost forgot about those guys.
So tiny, just ignore them, that's fine.
Please don't shoot my OBSEC mooks on the objective. Again, if we're trying to score Codex Warfare, or Oath's Moment, excuse me, these Terminators pushing the middle will not get the benefit
of the Telemasters over here.
Objective secured.
Yeah, to be able to shoot the cryptofrolls. Yeah, see this guy. Can he? No, he can't. Cool. And within 24. Yep.
Nice.
All right. So let's go do some psychic. Ezekiel into the Catan.
All right, moment of truth, chat. Can we phase cap the Catan shard?
Moved.
This will also get them another point on
This guy is okay.
on O's if they are able to kill this model.
Oh yeah, it's fine. What is this guy? Is this a guy with the rerolls? No, it's the Arbiter's Gaze guy. Yeah, that's cool. So let's start. Ezekiel does his, what is it called? Smite. Awesome. Doesn't go off.
Flubs the smite. That's big. Re-rolling. All right. Drum roll, please. Oh, the other way around. It's a super.
63 for 2.
2 on Ezekiel. We need a 1 or a 2 on the Transcendent
And then
Catan
a
here.
3 up to do the wounds over here.
Yep.
So,
wait.
We're gonna
6
damage
up.
ignore here.
So it takes 1.
takes 1. Love it.
And
then D6
this-
damage.
All right,
D3.
moment of truth, chat. Oh, phase
Yes.
caps the Catan. No, no.
1, 2, 3.
Josie, no,
Down to
not like
600.
this.
Okay. So then we will do reroll hits and wounds on this Terminator blob. Yeah, let's go. That is enough. Cool. Can't find my hits and wound marker. Where is it?
Other way.
Okay. Doesn't matter. Let's do some shooting. Oh yeah, thanks. Perfect. We will start with the grenade launch of this guy into the thumb blades.
Alright, minus 1 to hit. Minus 2 to hit,
Okay,
possibly with guns.
Doesn't hit.
I lugging out. Oh, there we go.
Cut. Cool. This guy will shoot his assault cannon into the cryptofrolls, and do they have an invul? No, but a 5 up.
Anyway.
So just 5 up, right? Yeah.
So 3 up armor, 5 against your heavy stuff.
Yeah, okay, so heavy bolter in here. No, let's start with this guy in the back. He will do his heavy bolter into these guys and his assault cannon into these guys. Let's go.
Nice.
Heavy bolter. This will be on freeze. Rerolling. Okay. Still bad. And then on force. This was another roll. So 3 AP2 into the purple guys.
We'll just take it on the 3 that have the shields, so there'll be 5 up armors.
Mm-hmm.
So kills 2.
Okay.
Do they
Plus
feel like it?
2. And then the assault cannon.
You don't get a team
no
blade.
reanimation, too bad.
2 shieldy boys have died. Who's got shields? You've got a shield. You've got a shield. 2 shields.
This will be on freeze. Oh, pretty bad. So 5 into your orange locust.
Cool. AP 2 again.
It is AP2 again. Yep.
Cool. We're gonna pull the guy that's. Oh, yeah, we're gonna pull that guy first because I don't need him on the objective at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And these are AP 2. That's fine. 5 ups.
Oof.
No, just nothing. That's fine. And they're 4 ups even, but it's still 4 damage. So that's
Yeah, it's
just
unfortunate.
fine.
Peels the first locust
So
destroyer
the
out
one
of
that's on the
unit.
objective dies. We do shockingly not get him back.
Mm-hmm. And then we will do this guy shoots the Catan, and then this guy will do his assault cannon in here. So here comes the Melta into the Catan. This will be on force. 1 hit, and then 1 wound.
Nice. Or Benvan. No. Yes.
Easy, and then the 6 shots from the assault cannon on force. Nice, and then
Nice.
on freeze, so 4.
4 ups again. 2 damage. We'll kill the
2.
wounded guy.
Mm-hmm.
Does he feel like getting up? No. Oh, yes!
Oh!
Just say no before he even did it. He's
There's
fine.
the first one.
That's 2.
Okay.
That's twice I've got full Locust Destroyer back. Okay.
That's
Sure.
pretty.
He's gonna go over there somewhere.
Almost should have taken no prisoners for the Dark Angels. Could have started getting additional from the respawns.
Here, and the bolter as well. Let's start with the Malta.
So blitzing bikes into them now.
Nothing, and then the bolter. 1 hit and no wound. Cool. That was a successful tech bike. Then let's do the Landspeeder Vengeance and Overcharged Plasma in these bad boys.
Alrighty.
And then let's go. And the Heavy Bolter in the purple Tomblade.
Cool.
So Plasma. 4 shots on force, and then on 2s. No. So
3s,
just
yeah.
1. Yeah, just 1.
1 AP 4.
Yeah, 1 AP4.
So 6 up in cover. No.
And then your reanimation.
Yeah, we might as well give it a go. See if we can do it again. No, not this time. That is fine. We're just going to pull this guy over here. I don't think it changes any line of sight anymore, but that's where we are.
Heavy Bolter. Nothing. Awesome. Then we will do this Terminator blink shots in here. So this is 4 shots of the green Termies on force. Rerolling 1s, Azrael is close, and then this will be on freeze.
Yep, T7.
Ooh, 2 going through here.
AP.
No, we do have another Landspeeder
Okay.
shooter.
4 up in, but anyway, so. We're going to CP reroll that, so I'll just roll them both. The other ones, there we go. He's fine.
Hey, look at that.
Oh,
Blanks the damage on the Transcendent Catan,
that's
trying to keep him
not
alive.
great.
If we can only take 2 damage in the shooting phase, he actually gets another activation. And this Transcendent Catan, is this the Times Arrow guy?
Let's do
No, he's the Transdimensional Thunderbolt. Yeah, we want to keep Times Arrow to one-shot Terminators when we need to.
So 1 hit.
The Transdimensional Thunderbolt would be nice to have.
Awesome.
Actually, 2 Transcendent Catan dumping mortal wounds into a single Terminator squad does a lot of damage to it, even if they're stuck in combat.
1 hit. And
Although I don't think Josie really has a good
awesome. And then
follow-up melee to be able to clear it out. Usually she has like Silent King or Nightbringer, which certainly helps, but not in this case.
That didn't go as well. Yeah, this guy can still try to blink him, which we are gonna try, but we need to kill the Crypto Frost. 10 and then 8, and then you should be dead. So this will be Storm Cannon from this guy in the Crypto Frost and the Heavy Bolter. Now let's start with. Oh, he can also see those, but he can only see the one guy. Let's start with his cannons in here, the Melta in here, and then the Assault Cannon here. Let's go. Assault Cannon on force, and then on freeze. Just one, amazing.
Cool. I've got one more guy in Shield Vein, so AP2.
Mm-hmm.
Takes the damage on whoever has a shield, that guy.
Mm-hmm. And then the Melta. Force, nothing. Force, amazing. Do I reroll one of these? Let's reroll one of these. Nope. Cool. So down to 1 CP. And we can still shoot this guy, but I need to clear this with the Storm Cannon and this with the Heavy Bolter. Is what it is.
Getting a little spicy with this shooting.
Here comes the Heavy Bolter.
4 damage through a 5-up with 12 shots. Oh, and that's not a great start.
And on 3, no
This guy's
force,
Arbiter's
amazing.
Gaze, so
1.
he doesn't care anything.
AP2, 5-up save. Nope, kills the guy with the shield. Does he feel like
Maybe.
giving up? He does not.
Almost.
He tried. We're doing quite well on reanimation.
Yeah. Reanimation rolls are solid, but
Storm Cannon,
not quite enough.
all hit.
I believe
Why
that
is
you
it
get
only
twice as many of those.
7?
Yeah.
Let's do 5 more. So
T5.
11 hits. On freeze.
Ooh, that's a good roll, though, into
that
the
many.
Cryptothralls.
How many AP2s? So I need to make 5 5-ups. I've already put my
Maybe
reroll, so
able to
5
get-
5-ups incoming. They die. They don't die.
Oh my
He
god.
kills 1. Okay. Does he feel like getting back up?
God, chat.
What are these
He
rolls?
feels like getting back up.
No, my god.
No way!
He's gonna reanimate on.
That's
3 seconds.
incredible.
At this point. There we
The
go.
Cryptothralls eat, what was that? 9 damage from the Assault
Okay, then.
Cannon. Make
Target.
7 saves and reanimate the other 2. Lose no models to the shot. We have to charge now? Oh no! Or at the very least we have to string back to the Raving Apothecary to give objective secured. It's not like the Deathwing Terminators can't take the middle objective, but it may cost Paper his 2 on Oath of Moment.
No, I think that's
And
a smart
that
play.
every single point in this
No,
matchup
no,
counts
you
because
feel
both these
better.
players are going so
roll
fast.
5, though.
And that was the last shot of the turn. Oh my
Okay.
god.
Yeah, I need to CP reroll then. Boop.
Yep.
Okay. Let's go. 5. Oh, that's just enough.
Good thing you didn't go for the 9.
Oh my god. So the Deathwing Terminators have to CP reroll to get only the Transcendent Catan. Yeah, so I think they have to string back to the right support now, so they're most likely not going to be getting Oath of Moment. Unless we put the Ravenwing Apothecary 12 from the middle, but that looks way too far away.
Like this. Boop.
yeah.
Fine.
That's the
And
Necron game plan,
these
chat. Just make
guys,
all your saves
9
and
charge into the
reanimation
guys
rolls,
in
you
the
know?
back.
Easy game.
Yeah, this is the 9.
Come on, big boy.
This is the 1.
Give me a 9.
Oh,
Yes.
no!
Erin!
Oh no! What? Paper is
Yeah, nice.
rewarded. The melee Terminator
You
squad
can
gets
wheel
in
them.
on the Locust
Cannot
Destroyers in
wear
the
2
bottom
or
here.
even 3 squads.
Uh-oh.
So 11.
What a roller coaster this last phase has been. If these guys are able to kill the Locust Destroyers, which is highly likely,
Scary close
it's
combat
because they have very, very good...
No.
well, they have
Locust
tons of
guns.
3 damage weapons, which
They
is
have
very
no
good against
close
Locust
combat.
Destroyer
Their strength
profiles.
4, AP nothing.
They will most likely prevent a shooting unit back into them, and
Oh, I
that
get to
probably
find out-
removes
I get
Josie's
to find out
ability to
myself
kill
now, 'cause I
both
remember
units
if
here.
This is indeed fall back and shoot incoming.
Yeah,
I
so
don't remember if it is.
Josie can fall back and shoot this coming turn, but she does also have a Veil of Darkness, as we should remember. She can pull one of these units off the table and redeploy it in her movement phase. So even if it's engaged, it looks like Paper may be trying to angle to get multiple units locked in, but it's actually not going to matter so much. Oh my god, chat! What a ridiculous charge phase. Both the shooting phase and the charge phase were pretty silly. We're seeing some normal stuff happen, but obviously Josie took a little bit less damage than she expected on the Tomb Blades over here. And now this Ravenwing Champion basically has to fully convert its attacks. Paper has no rerolls available to him. He has no CP left for stratagems.
I will just be half an inch.
We are going to charge that guy, right? Paper, my guy. Paper. Paper, no. Paper, no, not like this.
I suppose that's the idea, isn't it?
Paper, why? You have to charge the champion. No.
All Terminators, 12 attacks.
We got too excited about the 9-inch charge on the Terminators, chat. The old 11-incher over here.
Yeah, no. I'm not gonna kill the whole unit. So I'm just gonna touch these bad boys here. Yeah. And then...
Yeah, these rolls were incredible spikes, chat. Lots of 5s and 6s rolled by both these players, which has made things really interesting.
Let's see what we can do there. So 2.5, and then this is after the...
I think Paper flipped over his Ravenwing Champion and has now forgotten him.
It's like a 0.6 gets you in, but not a 0.5.
Not like this, please.
Can get, yeah.
Alright, well,
Not
at least
50,
these guys are going to touch every
so-
single Locust Destroyer and a bunch of characters.
I don't know.
The characters aren't great in
You need
melee,
an
so
11-inch charge and
not
everything
really
works.
losing too much there.
Yeah, it's okay. These guys I cannot touch. It's fine. So I start with them. This is 4 times 3, 12 attacks. So here it comes.
We are
This
deep
will
in the
be
charge phase now, chat. In the fight phase
on
now, chat.
4, lovely. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
that's
okay.
not a
And
great
then
roll.
on
Looking for
3.
3s to wound. Oh, they all
Yeah.
convert.
AP2.
AP2.
5-up saves on these.
5 ups. I am CP rolling one
Locust
of these, no matter what. So
Mm-hmm.
There it
the
is.
unit doesn't die. I'm going to CP roll one of the fails.
Loses
Alright,
only
that's
4.
dead Locust Destroyers.
Not
Let's
even going to take
kill-
morale for that unit.
We might as well kill out
And then we'll
combat
see if
since we're
reanimation
close to
kicks
all
in.
of my
If it
systems
does,
and stuff, so
that's really great because the
Nice.
Technomancer's also
Back
most likely
up.
going to repair one.
1 would be nice, 2 would be a blessing.
Oh, but we
don't get
flubbed the reanimation roll as well. Oh no! Look at that terrible roll, chat. That was embarrassing.
Yeah, he will just come here. He will come here.
You're chasing me. Okay.
He will be here. This side, but not within combat. Oh yeah. No. Actually, I'm not within combat here. Yeah, fine. So this is here, this is here. And then yeah, something like this, but as many as possible in cover. Something like this. Yeah. And then you want to interrupt?
I don't think I do. You don't kill the Catan, so we are happy.
Okay, cool. So then these guys will do this.
Yeah, plus you get like
Yeah.
2
Yeah.
Terminators, maybe, even if that. With a 3, does he get within an inch?
Probably not.
2
So just
Terminators in. So
2 Terminators. Yeah.
Oh my
Give her
god,
and a
chat!
half.
This has
He
been
is
a wild turn.
probably
Yeah, I
just
guess
about
Josie
within 1.
also saving the hits on the Transcendent
And
Catan was
then,
huge as
yeah.
well.
2 Terminators.
Because the Transcendent Catan again is just going to be able to start dumpstering more of some of these
This will be
Deathwing Terminators.
on,
So they're currently
fours.
we need 3 in the center here to
And then
contest.
on 3.
That does mean that Paper. I think he would just get his shock
That's
tactics
pretty
for over
good.
here.
That's, yeah, 5 4-ups in a row. No, he takes his 3 damage.
Okay. And then I will, pile in again.
Are we going to touch these Cryptothralls? Oh, paper. What are you doing?
Yes.
These Cryptothralls are going to get you.
0.4.
At least they're not next to the Chronomancer or the Cryptek. The
Touch
Cryptek.
these guys
They go,
as well.
they go
the
ham once they
Cryptothralls.
Well, you should
touch the
fear them.
Cryptek.
They've taken greater prizes than Deathwing Terminators. Alright, 3 models on, so you don't take the objective, but I also don't own it.
Yeah,
That's
so that
fine, though,
cuts
because it means you
paper
don't get
down a
shock
point
tactics,
on Abandoned
and neither do I.
Sanctuaries.
Okay, you have OPSEC with this guy?
I do indeed. So 3 models are on the objective. You're not going to get better than 3 yourself.
But I get shock tactics for this one, right?
Was I on that at the start of the turn? I probably was, actually. No, yeah,
Yeah,
because you shot me
it
off.
was the Locust Destroyer.
Okay,
Yep.
you get shock tactics anyway. I just can't stop shock
Yeah,
tactics.
you strike back.
Sure, 5 attacks.
We have solidly forgotten our Raven Wing champion
Trying
today.
to right-click dice roller.
Unless maybe we just
There we
didn't
go.
go for the
5
charge.
attacks.
There's no reason you didn't
2s
go.
and
You
4s.
wouldn't go for the charge, right? Maybe like you don't want to get Overwatched. I don't think so.
Lovely. Force to wound. 2 of your finest invens.
Oh,
And
one hit
then
goes through on the
D6, right?
Terminators. Does it
D6.
kill?
That will be a
Nope.
2. Goes down to a 1. 1 damage.
He's just
That
move
die
blocking,
goes
yeah.
at 1.
He's move blocking the move
Mhm.
14 flying units. Let's go.
Sweet. I'm just going to do all of these locusts at once, so I'm not particularly going to move them in. So I've got 2 locusts there, and I'll have 3 in combat over here, because I'll just pile those in slightly.
Yep.
I'll just roll 5 at once, if that's alright. It's 10 dice.
Well, chat, this turn has been wild. I have no
They will hit you
idea
on 3s, they will wound you on
who
4s.
comes out on
They've
top
already
here.
got
I do
5
think that this
times.
was very
Oh,
good
shit,
for
I
paper.
completely forgot to charge
Oh.
with the Raven Wing champion. Do you mind?
I am going to overwatch him, but yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
We did
So-
remember the Raven Wing
You
champion.
can definitely.
Say that
overwatch
Overwatch
it.
before.
Josie
Yeah,
graciously
yeah.
enough giving
Because-
paper the take back
I had
there.
him flipped, therefore.
I think that was clearly the intention, and then he flipped it over and
Oh, no,
probably
5
just
is
forgot
my
it was there.
So that's 24 attacks over there. Over here, you've got 2 saves to make in your Terminators. It's 2 ups.
That is the downside of flipping
Mhm.
over your units during your turn
2
to
ups.
demarcate shooting.
Kills a guy. Okay.
No, over
Okay.
here. Sorry, these guys.
Oh, these guys. Okay.
Yeah, that
Alright.
was all of the locusts that are in combat. Put all their
Okay,
attacks in.
then put this guy back in.
And then I'll do the 24 dice into
Mhm.
the big guy. 24 dice. Hitting on 5s.
Mhm.
That's a good set of 5s.
Ooh,
Winning
solid
on 4s,
Overwatch
strength
here.
5.
Oh,
That's
terrible
not a good set of
wound
4s.
roll!
That's 2
Oh
and AP2
no!
into your
Stop
Champion
it!
Champion guy.
Yeah, so make one fail one.
Boom, take it, Tammy. He bleeds.
So yeah, charge distance
Well, I don't know what
is enough, but
paper just
not
did to
by
his
much.
audio, but he sounds much better now.
And then 7 attacks on freeze, and on freeze. Okay, so just 3.
3, 5 of invens, because everyone there has the invens. That's 4 dice. Sorry, we'll re-roll it. Yeah, that is-
He's on 2s, right? The Raven Champion to hit.
Yeah, he's -1 to hit now.
No, only in range against Tomb
Yeah,
Blades.
the Tomb Blades. So yeah, you should have 2 more wound rolls to make there.
Okay, cheers. Okay, let's do 2 more wound rolls here, and then yeah, these wound.
Cool, I save that one. And dice box.
Nice.
Save that one. You can't change the paths. 3 have
Correct.
died. The 3 that are not on the objective are going to die.
And then reanimation, right?
Yes, indeed. Oh, that's 4. I've pulled too many.
Yeah, so that 5+ invuln
I've
going
still got hold of them all.
gangbusters.
Yep. Right, 3 died. I'll see if any come back before I plug him back in. Sorry.
That's worth the spend here.
We do get 1 back as well, so we'll just put 2
And they
back.
hold the objective. Yeah.
Nice.
All right. They do have to morale
Which means I
now.
only lost 4 this turn, which means I don't have to worry about morale either. So that's
Which
fine.
means
and
he will just consolidate like this, yeah.
Did they lose 4? I think
Cool.
they lost all 6,
Base
right?
this guy.
They didn't take any damage
Cool.
before this.
What else
And
will be
then
in the chat?
you can also strike back here. And on the
Sure.
other side.
4 attacks total from the Tomb Blades.
Let's
They get 1 each.
go! Those Necron warriors on top, getting work done.
They'll hit on 3s. They'll hit you 3 times. They'll wound you on 4s, 5s in fact. It's 1 wound. It's no AP.
No AP, so free up. Fine.
Absolutely. So it's just no. The Catan did his. Catan activated did 1 wound to a Terminator. I did these guys. The Chronomancer, he gets 1 attack with his lance.
Let's go, Chronomancer.
He gets 3 attacks with his tendrils. 2 of them hit.
Whose team am I on? Chat, I'm on your team.
1 of them wounds. It's
I'm
AP
on the team of
nothing, I
having
think.
a
Yep.
Great.
And the
for
Technomancer
us to
gets 1
watch.
entire attack. He hits you on 3s. Wounds you on 4.
And also
he
making
does
sure we
wound
follow the
you.
rules.
Fine.
82 not enough? No, it's not enough. You got 4 Pimpin. Cool. Cool. The Cryptus rolls, sure. 6 attacks.
All right, Cryptothralls, now's the time.
On 4s because they weren't charged.
It's time to kill a Deathwing Terminator.
And on 4s.
Oh, 2
Two
wounds.
saves,
Let's
AP
go.
Is, I think 2.
Yes.
Maybe 1.
So 1. This is the Crypto Franz.
It's AP 1, yeah. So just 1.
Look at that. Glorious.
Kill a guy.
And that pulls
You
them
got
out of
pressures?
OBSEC.
They don't need to consolidate. They're happy with it.
Chat.
Okay, cool. So, scoring wise,
No. Oh
yeah, this
no,
guy's
chat.
just
I think the
barely
Cryptothralls have
within-
done it. I think
wholly
they gave
within
Josie a
6,
12.
I guess.
Does that flip the result? Oh my god.
So no 0 for 2, just 0 for 1. Shock Tactics for 4. And Codex Warfare, I did nothing. Abandoned Sanctuaries, I did nothing. And over to you.
So do we have to roll for these guys? They didn't take any damage before this turn, right? So they lost.
Oh no, they didn't lose.
They lost 5.
They did lose 5.
Yeah.
So they rolled a 6.
Because they took some shooting and then the melee.
I've got 4 CP. Do I need CP for anything at this point? I am just going to auto pass those guys. I don't want to lose them randomly, so.
There you go.
Especially not when this turn is the protocol of fall back and shoot.
Let's go.
Screw you, charging me with everything. I don't care. Alright, everyone heals a wound. Katana heals a wound.
Oh my god, chat.
The Cryptus rolls are somehow fine.
This is
These guys are all full health because they just died
Yeah,
or
8 inches
didn't.
away now.
I'm going to bring back a... We'll bring back an Orange Destroyer, make it the
That
5 again.
saving throw against the assault cannon on the Cryptothralls was ludicrous.
And
I
we
think that
consider
ended up
how we
being
kill this Ravenwing champion. 'Cause I don't kill him
a
before,
point
but
on
two
Codex
dice.
Warfare, 2 points on
I think
or a
these
point
locals have to
on
go
Abandoned
over.
Sanctuaries,
Possibly a Catan.
or 2 points on Codex Warfare, a point on
Because
Abandoned
it's now,
Sanctuaries,
it's,
and I think an
Reasonably
4 points on
short charge.
Primary. It was like a 6
Champion
to
got
9 point
Raven
swing.
in melee?
No, but he's -1
Yeah.
to hit.
Oh my god, chat. Look
Okay,
at that
so 5
score
attacks on
tick
3,
up.
then
The
on 3.
12er for Josie. I think
No,
both
we
these
don't.
players are operating
He
assuming
should
that
do
Josie
it.
gets 4s
He
and
could
then
do it.
Paper
He might
gets the
just
12
try
at the
and
end
barrel
here.
and roll a
But now
5.
Paper has to just
Sounds great.
I don't think I need to
dumpster
be
this
over
Necron
here,
army.
So, yeah.
Paper's like
Base,
pushing for a
first of all,
12 or for a
all the
table
buffs on the
basically
purple
this
guys,
coming
it's still a
turn.
squad of 6. They don't have to
Now
fall
that
back and
Josie's
take
up
minus 1
this
to hit.
huge glut of primary objective points.
We'll
That
just cover
saving
the
throw
the
on
purple
the
guys.
Cryptothralls was
the orange
the
guys. So we'll leave the
wildest
buff
thing
in.
that could have happened in this game, I think.
And that's
Ludicrous luck. Absolutely
Kill the Technomancer
insane.
for 2 CP.
Plus, they killed these
Wanna
guys
run
out of
another-
melee!
yeah,
Are you kidding me?
He's not happy with that. Cool. So then we'll go on to movement.
Oh my god.
Mhm.
MVP of the game. Everybody, buy
Right, so now
Cryptothralls.
He's gonna go try and kill this guy one way or another. This Catan's gonna stay in because he needs to
Transcendent
do the
Catan's
mortal
gonna try to
wounds.
kill the Ravenwing
wait.
champion. That Ravenwing champion
How
is a
did
tough
you
nut to
actually
crack
kill
in
this
melee.
guy? Was it?
The Cryptothrall's got him.
I just
You know,
remember.
They are
one-
minus one to be hit, I
I just
believe,
remember
once their
that,
chapter commanded
I had -1 damage on those guys. Rolled a 2 on the damage, I think. that meant the one guy was on 3 wounds. So I should actually be on 1 wound, the one guy, if I remember correctly, which means...
I am happy to believe that.
Yeah, cool. So he should be on 1 wound. I just remembered now that I had -1 damage on those guys. Which means
No worries.
this should be contested then instead.
Yeah, it was contested anyway, because 3 models on the objective.
No, but you have
Oh,
obsec,
because
right?
you lost the obsec because
Yeah,
you had lost the obsec. Oh yeah, I assumed this was contested.
Yeah,
anyway,
that's a good
fine.
call out.
It's only 8 primary. We'll take the 8 primary.
Yeah, the 12 would have been disastrous.
So,
do
I
dice roll. I
just
think it was
accept
a
that he
2.
will fall back and not cast this turn? I think I don't. I will accept that he's in combat and he's just going to kill a bunch of Terminators and then die. And a bunch is actually not very many, but that's fine, because I need to put some locus into them, some locus into them. I'd like to deal with your bike patrol over here, but that's a job for another day. I don't know, he doesn't need to be here. He is going to fall back. He doesn't get to cast if he falls back, but
Cool.
I am kind of busy not getting murdered right now. So we'll touch onto the objective still, but not do much else. Wherever is required to be there, lovely. And the Crypt Patrol similarly are going to fall back. They're just going to fall back and still be on the objective, though. So they're going to fall forward slightly. Is that outside of an inch? If I just go there?
Yeah, easy.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Cool, so 3 models on the objective still, so even if this completely flubs, you don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. So, who wants to veil and not take the -1 to be hit? It's going to be the orange guys. Where are they going to veil to? Do they just go clear out this? Kill the infills now. Well, not much space. No, they're not going to veil in over there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They
Yeah, it
might
was a
still
2
veil
damage
in
roll
over
from
there.
Megatron. Yeah. That is correct. We have maintained the game state
I've got
because we had the
space
-1 damage from the banner over here.
For 5 especially, because I don't need to worry about coherency.
Yeah, which was placed on the unit earlier. Yep.
Alright.
Fair enough, chat. So no 12 or 12 for
fall back
Josie.
and still do the veil.
Would have been
Those are
nice,
the
but she
these
still
guys.
gets the 8 because the Raven Wing champion fluffed so hard. And that's good. You know? That's what you need. But we
gonna
still do
wander
have a guy on
away
1
from
wound,
the
so we
melee
can
that I don't like being
Sky
in.
of Falling Stars to blow him up. Potentially get a trans-dimensional Thunderbolt.
think
Oh, this guy
actually
fell
it's
back,
wander
so
over
he might
this
be
way.
just stuck.
Just get
There's
out of
the Veil of
combat.
Darkness
I don't
activating,
need
so
to
these guys
teleport
don't
much
suffer
right
-1 to
now.
hit with their fall back. They will choose to remain stationary and then just teleport out of melee.
12 over there. Yeah, that should be
But that is
fine.
still a pretty big swing. So that throws kind of the score up into
We're not
question.
gonna get behind cover or anything fun, so we're just gonna bundle up. Get some of these in cover. And give them all the ability to shoot either the info or not.
If Josie gets knocked to a 4 this coming turn, she's going to have 16, 20, 20.
They've all got light cover from outside 12 inches anyway, so
28, 31, probably 34 on primary. Paper's currently looking at a 12 plus 12, 24.
they have to fall back. So they're gonna fall back.
So Paper will be up 4. Josie has to beat him by 4 on secondaries. Her Ancient Machinery is max. Stretch of Beyonds could get 3 more, which she should do very easily. Purge the Vermin is going to be tough now. Purge the Vermin may be the weak link in her chain. She needs to get...
Never a good idea.
She basically needs to, like, table this Dark Angel's army right now, and unfortunately, it's going to be tough to do. She needs to kill the Terminators back here immediately.
Orange guys can shoot
And I actually think
green
the
guys.
auto pass there on those Tomb Blades might have been a little bit loosey-goosey because she needs the wound rerolls against for the Locust Destroyers onto these Terminators. If she can pulverize this Terminator unit and kill it, she gets 2 more points in Purge the Vermin, so she goes up to 9. Unfortunately, I think that might also be a 12er, so she might be looking at only 39 on secondaries. which is dangerous because Paper is in position to max all of his, although he did lose a bunch of both the moment points. He could get potentially another 13 easily, maybe 14 even. Shock Tactics should max out as well. And then his Codex Warfare is looking a little bit low, but he can tick that up at least another 4 points. So then at that point he would only be down 5, and I don't think that's enough for Josie to keep up. He'd be down 5 from max, and Josie would be still down 6 plus the primary deficit. So right now, Paper is in the driver's seat still, despite that huge swing. If Josie had another 4 points from that Terminator dying, that would have been huge, but the -1 damage saved it. I wonder if Josie, well, I mean, we can't, something can't change the past. I wonder if Josie, having realized that maybe CP rerolls that damage roll, she rolls a 4+ on that damage roll, it actually like basically flips the game on its head. But I don't think she realized at the time that would have pulled him out of Rights of War. You just assume that Deathwing Terminators have upset because they're near the character. So that's a lot of additional information gained now that we can look back on.
He's going to do Sky Falling Stars. It's going to hit the
thanks for the
Terminators
sponsorships,
in
everybody.
red, the
Thanks for becoming
Terminators
channel
in
members.
green, and the Terminators in green. Why not? So the red guys, there's 4 of them?
No,
So
5.
3 or less. Okay, goes off on a 1. We'll do 3 mortal wounds.
Ooh, solid.
Just the classic 3. Oh yeah, the one guy that is wounded.
Yeah, it should
this
be.
guy.
Yep, that guy.
And then...
And then 2 more.
Actually kills the missile launcher guy, which is
Oh,
really
onto
and
the green
the
guy.
guy I can actually try to shoot at a 4+. Nope, doesn't happen. Cool.
Nice, I was just any phase.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think-
we're still, yeah, that's fine. We're still committing to it. The green guy's over here.
Yeah,
At
it
the
is
top by you.
attacks only, I think, for the banner. So the Catan powers
Goes
will
off on
trigger
the green guys at the top. 1 mortal
Not
wound
that
on the
it matters
guys by your apothecary.
Okay, so 6 up. Nope, takes it.
Cool. And the other guys down by me goes off. 3 mortal wounds. Kill the
Oh,
Terminator.
yeah, look at those damage.
Oh yeah, pretty cool. So this guy and then
That is pretty cool.
yeah, like that. Okay, cool.
Right.
No,
Cool.
like
I'm
that.
gonna have to charge him. It's fine. The 3 Tomb Blades that are still
I'm a
here.
little bit
are
worried
just gonna
about this
shoot
unit too,
the,
because I
champion.
think they can also prevent Purge the
not
Vermin.
gonna
I
kill
think that
anything
they
else,
have.
so-
They just have to be within the table quarter.
12 dice.
So we have to
Anyone
kill that
falls
unit
'cause
too.
they
And
fell
I guess
out?
also the Straven Champion. Ooh. This might be slipping away from Josie, unfortunately.
Winning on 4s because it's strength 5. 2 AP
Too many,
ones.
too many Death
AP
Guard.
2s
Or
even, sorry.
Dark Angels, excuse me. Death
So
Guard.
make 1 fail 1, so down to 3.
They play like Death Guard.
Cool. Just improving the chances for Mike at 10. The 2 crit patrols can shoot even though they fell back, so 4 attacks hitting on 5.
Let's go, Crypto Thralls. It's time
They're
for
gonna
you.
do amazing things. It's 2 hits. It is 1 wound. It's AP 2.
Yeah,
It's,
that's dark.
on a 1 it'll pass. Yep.
Yep.
Alright, they killed the guy. Cool.
Crypto Thralls strike
the-
again. That's what you get.
These 2 green guys, before I
That's what you get for
lose track of
messing
them, are
with
going to shoot into
the
your
Crypty
green
boys.
Terminators. So 6 attacks. They fell back. They'll take the -1. They're hitting
Yeah,
on
something,
4s.
something. Dark Angels or Chaos
Rerolling
Space
ones.
for sure.
Okay. Winning on 4s.
I'm a little bit worried for Josie here. She doesn't have anything on Objective 5. She could have fallen back at these Locust Destroyers and placed them
3
there.
ups, right?
The downside is that she's going for the damage to try to clear for Purge the Vermin, but I think in doing so she gives her opponent up an 8-point primary. And if she doesn't make this charge or kill this Ravenwing champion, she actually donates a 12.
4 ups.
Because I don't think she has any additional attacks to deal with these infiltrators.
So D3 damage on the
I guess she was, she was restrained from deep striking there. I would have liked to have seen just a toe on by the Locusts.
Build the guy on 2, and then the other guy is not dead. He takes 1.
Yeah, okay.
Cool.
Mhm.
The purple guys, the entire unit is going to go into the red Terminators. I need them to be dead.
Okay.
So I'll put all 18 shots into them. I don't need them dead enough to reroll all of my wounds. 2 -1 damage. I can't reroll wounds. In fact, I've not got the CP for it right now, so...
Okay.
18 shots.
This will be on freeze, rerolling ones, or...
This will be on 2s, because they got the +1. These are the guys that got +1s.
That's amazing.
2s, rerolling the 1s. Glad I'm hitting on 2s. Missed with 1, that's fine. Wounding on 4s.
So many 2s there. Ooh, that wasn't a great wound roll.
The best, not the worst.
7.
8 4-ups.
4 pass, and then it's -1 damage.
It is -1 damage. I'm just going to do the ordered roll, so that will work.
So here it comes.
So it is 2 damage, and then 1, and then 1, and then 1. So kills 1, leaves 1 and 1.
Not what we needed.
So that's 3 models. We will hold the objective, and that we'll have to do. The orange guys.
Yeah, they're also not. They've been outside optic.
I like to shoot your infiltrators, but I need to shoot your terminators. The orange guys are going to put all their shots into
The red ones are going faster, chat.
Let's go. This will be on freeze, rerolling.
With that, yeah, with the, not with those charges they made last turn.
This
but
guy's
Yeah,
whale.
they didn't fall back, so yeah.
Freeze, reroll ones.
Reroll that 1, the 2s miss. And
then
4. Not better than half every time.
Okay.
So...
Okay, 2 fail, D3 damage twice.
You don't kill the unit. 1 and then 2.
Oh,
Okay.
so that's not great.
Yeah, that's a lot of Terminators left over. I guess the Chronomancer is going to put his shots in. He's got D3 of them.
I think it's despite Josie's.
It's on 4s. Does it? Wounds on 4s. Yeah.
Despite Josie's incredible dice this last turn, I think it's slowly slipping away. These contestations on Purge the Vermin are gonna kind of ruin her secondary score, whereas the Space Marines are just gonna continuously tick up.
And
I'm worried here if we don't get this guy dead, he's gonna start just peeling this objective off.
He will hit you on 3s. He will wound you on 4s. It is 2 wounds at AP2.
Okay, 3 ups. 1 goes through.
Take a point of damage.
Okay, cool.
Excellent. And that is all the shooting I can put out, sadly.
Do you still Overwatch on 5s?
I do. That's the permanent protocol.
Oh, okay. Amazing.
So feel free to charge 6 Locust Destroyers with 2 Terminators.
Yep.
Gladys, it's just the 1. I've got my 1 CP.
Yeah, that feels like I think she could have done it this turn, done what she needed to this turn if she had
5-inch.
If she had just rolled the 6-up morale on the Tomb Blades. She needed a 6. A 6 would have failed. That was the only fail state for them. And obviously, you don't want to take the 3 1s and 2s chances, but it's unlikely you lose the whole unit. It's like sort of astronomically unlikely. And that was an activation of an extermination protocols that she really needed to have in the chamber. To ensure the kill on one of these 2 Terminator units. Either one is gonna be a real problem.
2 84s.
The question is,
damage will be
currently the Terminators are contesting every single table quarter for Purge the Vermin, so this is gonna be a 0-pointer for her, I think.
Mouse to start working with, so.
Yikes,
it is
chat.
not #1. Sadly, he dies.
And then there goes the Raven Wing champion.
This way, because I don't think anything kills a full health Catan at this point.
Goodbye.
Come on.
Just go in the middle of the objective, so
cool.
it can heroically intervene.
That's my only combat. I will pick up max treasures at this point. Purge, I definitely don't get because there's 2 Terminators sitting in my deployment zone, so I'll get 1 quarter. And not even that, because this guy exists. I'll get no quarters on Purge, because your Terminators haven't died.
No
hold it
quarters
because you're
given
still
or
OPSEC.
asked.
I don't have OPSEC.
I hold the objective. I Purge the Vermin I don't get, because you're in my quarter.
Oh, yeah.
Indeed.
I'll get 2 points in Abandoned Sanctuary.
Hey,
and
69
I will
points.
pass it across.
Okay, so I got an 8. Command phase buffs will go on to... yeah, let's see what we can do here.
I don't know, chat.
It's my turn 4. These guys are fine where they are. Then command phase stuff. Reroll hit roll from Osrail will go on to this Telemaster.
So assuming Paper pushes for the 12 this coming turn, which he probably should. He'll get 58. If he gets 3 per Abandoned Sanctuaries both this turn and next turn, he'll be at 68, excuse me. He'll be at 74. If he maxes his shock tactics, which is not capped, correct?
-1 damage will go on to these bad boys.
Yeah. If he maxes his shock tactics, he'll be at 77. If he can then score, he'll score 3 for Oaths this turn. Potentially 4. He could get 4 on Oaths. If he scores the full 4 on Oaths, and then 3 next turn, he would get another 7. So he would be at 84. And then his Codex Warfare is a little bit tough at that point. I guess he'll get 2 from the Crypto Thralls and 2 from the Tomb Blades. But Josie's playing pretty cagey with her other low-strength units. So he'll get another 10 on that. So what did we say? 84, 88 looks like his score. Josie's most likely going to be knocked down to a 4-point primary, so she'll be at 73. This coming turn, she could get 3 on Abandoned Sanctuary, so 76. Ancient Machineries is capped, and she could get maybe 3 on Purge.
This guy will come
So I'm seeing a 79-87 win for Paper here. Did we say 87, 88 point win? And I'm not sure how Josie comes out of it. I think she basically, if she has a phenomenal enough turn that she can prevent the Dark Angels from killing her army and scoring objectives, then that would do it. So she basically has to do exactly what she did last turn, where a bunch of Crypto Thralls randomly survive a ton of attacks. That is the win. That's the win condition for the Necrons right now.
Will also charge in here. Also no line of sight for the charge.
I guess the other win condition is potentially Paper decides to take 2 20-minute turns and timeout as well. That could also
like
do it.
this.
Paper does not get a 12-point primary.
Shooting from Overwatch. I mean, 2 guys on 5. Yeah, it's fine. So I will just take that, and then.
Here comes the Azrael train, push out the center.
Advance.
It is nice that he has the 2 Terminators up here because he basically doesn't have to worry about scoring Codex Warfare or Oaths.
Then the Blade Guardian will also advance.
This Transcendent Catan, interestingly, cannot be killed in the shooting phase, which is pretty useful. But I think, however Josie worked it out, I almost might have liked to keep that Transcendent Catan in the fight. I guess the fallback means that she kept the objective a little bit more safely, but if she did more mortal wounds to this unit, she for sure would have killed another Terminator. Oh, I guess she wouldn't have been able to shoot them, so that would have been bad.
Gonna do something like this, probably.
It is
he be the closest.
Interesting how difficult, how much of a difficult time the Transcendent Catan have casting their powers. Not being able to advance into it is a little bit strange.
Yeah.
But they are very powerful
like
compared
this,
to normal
yes.
psychic powers.
Cool. Then the only obstacle here is the Crypto Thralls. I will try to Codex Warfare these guys. And then these Tomb Blades, I will also try to Codex Warfare. We will, I think, just take the damage from the Catan. So these guys advance.
I just watch out. You have 10 minutes left on your clock.
Yep. So they just take the damage from the Catan.
Yeah, so if we can peel the Tomb Blades, the Catan Shards do not get sub-faction ability benefits, so if we can kill the Tomb Blades with the shooting and get Codex Warfare off them, the Transcendent Catan declares a heroic intervention into the infiltrators and punches them, but it is unlikely, highly unlikely it kills the unit, especially if we transhuman physiology. The other thing that we can do here is place one of these units closer to the Catan Shard than the other. And that would require the Catan chart to heroically intervene in that direction. So what we're going to do is put it so it looks like it has to go into the Land Speeder Tornado. So even if it declares a heroic intervention, it would not be able to hit the Infiltrators. It would only be able to hit the Land Speeder. But we are hoping we're going to get that Codex Warfare.
On the objective, he will advance. This attack bike. We'll move 10, and then this normal moved there. Oh, this Telemaster.
Ooh, here we going for the kill here.
We'll just come here. This Telemaster. We'll advance.
My God. We gotta
So
we
it goes
gotta make
26.
moves here, bro.
Right here. So
Very
he's
nice.
closest for the heroic. And yeah. Let's do this. Land Speeder is gonna go. Let's roll the advance for him as well. So he goes here. Actually, yeah, it's fine. These Terminators, they cannot fit through here, right? No. Probably not. And then these Apothecary will advance up to here. Okay, Psychic. Ezekiel will smite the Catan.
Big if it goes
Goes off,
off. Yeah,
free
so far so
damage.
good. There's two. All right,
For
it is
2.
open to be Codex Warfared.
And
That's a
then
big deal.
he will
Cast the power to do the
nothing
fight last
else.
power to do on one mortal. Could also do
Yeah,
Righteous
buff
Reflect this
the-
for reroll. That also helps.
purple Terminators, why not? Reroll hit and wound. Goes off. No, doesn't go off. Needs a 7, that's fine. Let's do some shooting. This guy will shoot everything in here. Melta first. 2 hits, oh no. Yeah, 1 wound. AP4.
Have a pin then, not passed. I'm assuming you're in Melter range.
Yeah, kills a guy. And then
Kills a
the assault cannon.
Failed 2 reanimation dice so far.
Assault cannon. 3 hits, and that is 2 wounds, AP2.
AB2 means they both fail, kills another one. Does that one feel like getting up? No.
Tomblade, I do the Telemaster, everything into them. Let's do the Heavy Bolter first with full rerolls. That's the guy that was close to Azrael. So that is 5 hits, and then wounding on 2 wounds, AP2.
What damage? He's 1 damage or 2, sorry.
2 damage. So
Okay, so
one's
he kills
alive.
one. Yep.
And then the assault cannon on 2s, rerolling.
On 2? Oh, is this the opposite days as well?
It's the Arbiter's Case guy. So 6 wounds, AP2.
Should get him.
5/5 upside of 6 dice. I've seen it done. I've not done it this time.
Goes the guy,
Flips him, and that's
That
it.
is
2 warfare. And
Grab the
then
objective.
we're not gonna risk it again, everything into the Cryptofrolls. Heavy Bolter.
Stay
from
strong,
the other
little
guys. I
guys.
should have
We
said
believe
them
in
maybe.
you. Do it again.
Only 2 hits, and then 1 wound. Okay.
It's not
Kills
safe,
one.
it will kill a guy. But he's
Kill
gonna
one
get. Oh,
guy
yeah.
and the other.
Good one so far.
Yeah. And then freeze. and freeze. So 5.
That will
There he
kill the
goes.
second Cryptus roll. He dies.
Goodbye, Cryptus
2
Rolls.
warfare. And then we will do some more shooting. Azrael advance this land speeder into the wounded Cthon.
Yeah.
Melta
Gotta get rid of this guy
first.
for another Codex Warfare tick.
1 hit and no wound, awesome. And then the assault cannon.
Clock switches for
Force
saves and reanimation
and,
chat.
Nothing.
Oh,
These 2 Terminators into him as well. I think they just can barely see his glitter. So 4 attacks. The green guys into the Cthon.
Get reroll ones from
Yep,
Astro.
that is reroll from Azrael.
There it is.
So 3 hits and then on freeze. Yep, all nice.
Alright, he is on 2 wounds, so I do have to flare all these. You already fell 1. Does it kill him?
D6 damage. Ooh,
Just the one.
do I CP that? I might as well just CP that one.
There it goes. Kills him.
Yeah.
Explosion here could be funny.
He will die. Does he explode on a 4-up?
Oh,
Never
too
do.
bad.
Never do.
Okay, that gets me 1 and oath. I will do oath at the end. So then let's shoot the purple guys. Do I shoot the purple guys or the orange? No, let's shoot
we
everything
need to
into
roll
purple. So
altars
Land
and
Speeder
stuff.
Vengeance, everything into purple. 2d3 shots, overcharging the plasma. This is 5 shots. And this will be on 4.
Oh my
Takes 3
God.
mortals.
This thing has taken
Down to
from
4.
its own guns so far.
And freeze. Just 1.
Oh, bun. Is not pass. Will kill a base. Will kill whatever guy is closest to that charge. So there we go. Any more from him?
Yeah, the heavy bolter. 3 shots. He normal moved there, right? Yeah. Or did he? No, he advanced. Okay, so only 1 hit and 1 wound.
5 up. That's 2 dice there. I don't know how we ended up with 2 dice there. If it's AP2, isn't it? He's in light cover, so it's 4 up anyway. They're both fast. Sweet. So 1 guy died. He does not feel like getting back up today. Model. There we go.
Yeah, fuck it. Don't think I'm gonna kill a lot here. And maybe the attack bike will try to shoot some purple. He did not advance, so Melta. 1 hit and 1 wound.
Nice. In a purple again. 5 ups. Come on, clocks. That's right, the clock's on me. There we go.
This trackpad over here.
Click. There we go.
What is this?
No idea. Yeah, I'm just gonna reroll that. It's not passed.
Oops, why did it do 2? Just 1. Kills a guy.
Kills a guy. We'll
Reanimation.
just kill. Yeah. We're gonna kill that guy to make it more annoying.
This dice
People
box
potentially
is
bother me.
having a conniption right now, Chad,
Mhm.
unfortunately.
Yeah, sure. Reanimation. No.
So then we will do
Cannot decide what it
some
wants.
charges. Because, yeah, fuck it. These guys are gonna charge.
I think we
If
could
I'm
honestly
standing
skip
here-
charges here.
And here. What is this? 4-inch charge. So I'm gonna.
It's gonna eat the Overwatch
No,
potentially.
it's fine. I'm gonna declare with him onto these guys.
God. That's what I'm considering. Do I need to watch this?
You can't set
There's
to
nothing else
defend
that's gonna be
here.
worth
because of the
overwatching.
protocol.
No, I'm not going to.
This guy is, by the way, not there. He's here. Yep. he was like out of currency. Okay, so distance
There's the 5. Easy.
5. That's enough.
Yep.
And then this guy into everything here. Distance.
There's the
That's
5.
also enough. 5.
This is really... yeah, this is
like
very
this.
close, chat.
And then these infiltrators into these.
Oh, what are we doing? This is...
That's also
we
enough.
do not have time for this.
So just an inch.
Oh, they made it in. Nice. Cool. All of these are setting to defend for the +1 to hit, because that's going to be extremely valuable.
Okay, cool.
Oh, boy. Well, chat, there you go.
Yeah, something like this. And base this guy here. Yeah. Cool. And then, yeah, this guy. Yeah, you can heroic here if you want.
Sure, I will. I don't want to hero both because I don't kill both, so we'll just
We are
heroic instead.
spending
Then
quite
these guys
quite
can.
a bit
No,
of
they
time.
want to stay on the objective. Yeah. I know because I have the land speeder still. So this Terminator's also going to purple. 6-inch charge.
Oh my god. We do not have
that's
time
enough.
to roll this out.
Only a 6-inch charge from there?
Or 7. That's enough.
Yeah, it's a minute. Cool.
Yeah,
So what
either
I'm
way.
gonna do is something like this, and then yeah, I start striking with these guys. They one guy into green, one guy into purple. This is green. 2 hits and 2 wounds.
5 ups. Kills the 2 of them.
They're dead. And then the other 3 attacks into the other. Hit. No, actually the 3 doesn't hit. So just 1 wound.
Also, I'll say, I can't make these 5 ups. Might as well kill that guy.
And then these 2 will pile and punch purple. So
Do we roll
6
reanimation for
attacks.
that guy?
Hmm?
Do we roll reanimation for that Locust Destroyer?
We didn't roll it, yeah. But I would say it's not relevant, but yeah, it's not relevant, so
Yeah,
it
there
doesn't
you
get
go.
up.
Cool, all good.
Just 2. And then
That is required.
I block myself here, so I go different like this. Okay.
My guy.
And then on freeze. Yeah, 2.
Just can't make these 5 ups.
Oh boy.
Except another 2.
And then they will touch you here, but you can reanimate here, right?
I can indeed.
And this guy won't punch anybody.
I make these 5 ups.
Oh, jeez. The 5-up dice, not going
Then
well.
the
for Josie.
infiltrators, I will just skip. If you don't mind. And then
Yeah, you do have to.
here.
You do have to roll out the one dude.
Okay, the sergeant, that is like 4 attacks. 2 hits and no wounds. Cool. And then you strike me.
Yes, indeed. I'm assuming you base the guy at the front, so
Cutting it real close there, my guy. Oh my god.
range movement, range movement.
Jesus. Well, 30 seconds to do a movement phase might be fine.
That way.
Probably not going to get any more Codex Warfare, and
Ooh, that's
Osa
good.
Moment might be tough. Do get the max 4 on Osa
Wait,
Moment.
10 attacks. I'll hit on 2s
Theoretically.
because you charged me. And that's very rude of you.
Do I transhuman here? No, probably not.
I
It
do
has
want
10
to.
full, so I
I
wouldn't.
do want to point out that Josie is playing on a trackpad in an Airbnb right
Are
now.
they real ones
and
because
she
they're
has up
destroyers?
26 minutes on.
And they will wound you on force.
Absolute legend.
AP nothing.
No. Maybe nothing, so 3 ups, so kill the gauntlet, kill a guy, and then wound the guy. Okay.
Cool. That's fine. Over here, we'll roll this out. We've got 1 one Locust Destroyer into a 1-wound Terminator. Dream's alive. Can successfully right-click. There we go. 2 attacks. On 2s, re-rolling once. Doesn't need it. On 4s. Make a single 2-up or lose a Terminator.
Ooh.
Excellent.
Which one is it? This one. Because it's damage.
Oh, it's a 2-up. You're fine. You got a 2.
I am fine. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's fine. The Chronomancer is going to attack with his Entropic Lance into the Deathwing.
Mm-hmm.
He's hitting on 2s. He's wounding on 4s. No.
An Xbox controller? That sounds...
And the more important one, the more fun
Sounds
one,
amazing.
the Transcendent Catan.
I want to see somebody play on
D6
VR.
and
I know you can. It sounds miserable, but... Just the once.
5 attacks, rather, on 2s. And on 4s, because he's only strength 6 himself. 3 AP 4s.
Okay, it goes through. Damage.
In case I need to re-roll one, well, in case I need 1 to re-roll, I'll hold on to that. It's already done.
Explosion. Yes.
Ooh.
Well, I think it's just 1.
We get a kaboom,
3-inch
chat.
one,
Even in
yeah.
like the game with basically no vehicles, we get the
So,
kaboom.
this guy. This guy.
Alright, well...
Cool. And he's
Assuming
gone.
that Paper does
That
not
takes
have a
one and
great
heals,
follow-up
it's
turn.
fine. I don't need to worry about tagging any of this, because I don't hold the objectives anyway.
I don't know if Josie comes
Mhm.
back here.
So just
This
scoring.
is important. I will consolidate this way. It's not important. Actually, I haven't killed enough. No, I don't get enough bodies on. So,
Yeah, Paper took a lot of charges that
Okay,
turn when
so
he had
just
only about
scoring.
2 minutes left.
I will get 4 and off this turn because I killed a character. I maxed my shock tactics
unfortunate.
and Codex Warfare I already scored. Killed the Crypto Thralls in the middle and hold the middle, so 3 on abandoned sectors. And your turn. I'm gonna quickly do a bathroom break again.
that's fine. I'm just trying to work out if this is even possible to win, and I don't think it is.
Mhm.
With how well everything else went. With how poorly everything else went. We're going to res this Locust anyway. But now they're stuck in combat, which means I can't shoot with any
no
of
veil.
them.
I don't know if we needed the veil that turn with the
No,
minus,
no,
with
it's
the
what I can do
fallback.
to exactly nothing.
Because those guys made that big charge. That
No,
big charge was
Thunder Roll, I
relevant.
need that last
Very
turn.
relevant there. I
It's
think
not
that was a
gonna
good
be
move
relevant.
for Paper. I don't know if he needed it to
Shock
like,
track
charge
is
with the
already
Stalin and
maxed,
stuff.
so I don't need to worry about losing an objective to nothing. Given that everybody has to fall back, well, everybody has
There's
to fall
no
back or
obstacle
die
in the
anyway.
middle, so we might be able to
We're going to put
grab the center objective.
this
of the
one to hit.
list.
On him. He's not. He's completely irrelevant. He falls back. He steals the objective. It's a 9-inch because he's core and thingies nearby. I pick up 2 points on Abandoned Sanctuaries for that.
Mhm.
I would like to purge this quarter, and that means killing that one Deathwing Terminator. Do I have anything that can do that? I have a Technomancer with a few shots. Not worried about Assassinate. So that's fine. I've got Trazen that can kill that guy. If I kill them, I pick up a point on Purge. Is
Yeah,
it going
I
to be
think the
enough?
passive
It's not,
scoring
because
is
he's
gonna-
going to get
It's gonna kill her.
probably 12 primary. No worries. I'm just trying to work out if I can score anything, and I don't think I can. I could pick one more on Purge, and that leaves you needing 6 points to win the game. And I think you pick that up no matter what.
Because I get 12 probably.
Yeah,
And,
I can probably limit you to an 8, but I don't think I can limit you to less than an 8.
Okay.
Because, yeah, this guy's fallen back, and unless he survives everything, you take the middle anyway, and it's minimum 8. Even if these guys fall back and take this objective off you, it's not enough.
Yeah, even.
How do you deny me this one?
This one, I just kill you.
Go get him.
Kill 5
Go get him,
infiltrators?
Tiger.
You could get between powers. Even then, it's borderline
Why not?
irrelevant. It's
But yeah,
just the
yeah.
8 primary, and it's already enough to win.
Yeah.
You get the 8 prime, you get 3 on Abandoned Sanctuaries for killing him, you already have to 81. I can't catch that score.
Yep. Yeah, I think
So
the
enjoy
writing
your
is
Dark
on
Angels final.
the wall for paper here.
I'm
All
sure
right.
everybody's looking forward to
Oh
the
my
Dark Angels
god,
final. Well
what
played,
a
GG.
ridiculous game,
I
chat.
ran out of stuff towards the end. That 9-inch charge with your that 11-inch charge with your Terminators won you the game.
Yeah, I think so, but kinda had to risk something like that.
Crazy game,
Yeah,
chat. Congratulations to
absolutely.
Paper for getting through it. If anybody has any questions for the players, go ahead and throw them in
props to you
chat.
for
We're gonna see the Dark Angels mirror in the finals. Oof.
giving a proper performance even after 9 hours of ITT playing.
Yep, and it is 25 to 1 in the morning. I'm going to take a shower and get ready for the next day of games at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Oh god, can't wait.
Alrighty. Then
Thank you for the game. Is there any post-game stuff? Happy to talk about garbage.
Yeah, just thanks for playing. If you want to go take a break and have a nice nap, then by all means go do so. Thanks for the great game.
No worries.
Yeah.
get some rest and enjoy your last ITT games. And good luck for the tourney.
And yeah, put all your stock in Cryptothralls, I guess.
Yeah, they did about
invest in Cryptothrall currency. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they were saving like kings, destroying Terminators.
And they killed two. They did 2 damage to Terminators, right? It's very relevant.
Yeah,
incredible. Yeah. What a unit. Ludicrous. All right, thanks, Josie.
Good night, you too.
Thanks a lot. Bye
bye. Yeah, Paper. Congratulations on taking it down. How you feel about a Dark Angels mirror tomorrow?
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to play Patrick. I think would have been a little bit more interesting than the Dark Angel mirror. I think nobody really loves playing mirrors, but
yeah.
should be okay. I have a few games into Dark Angels now, and I'm confident.
Yeah, no. When Jonah was on, he said he was a little bit worried about Ezekiel being kind of the mirror breaker there. Do you feel like that's a fair assessment?
Oh yeah, I like him. Ezekiel is great.
Yeah, certainly.
But,
I think one of the better psychers in the Space Marine faction for sure.
Yeah. I think it still can really escalate, like the Dark Angel mirror. If like a few 4-ups on those termies go wrong, and it can escalate. But yeah, let's see. It depends also on mission and map. So I'm curious.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm excited to watch it. Well, thanks for the game. Congratulations on taking it down, and I'm excited to see you play tomorrow.
Cheers, and yeah, I'm also excited. Thanks for hosting.
Yeah, cheers. Have a good night.
Good night.
All right, chat. That is it for us today. Oh my god! Incredible game. Super duper close. Josie played her heart out over here, I think, and wasn't able to quite clinch it. But yeah, I think that final score would have looked, even if we just scored passively, right? We look something like this. Yeah, I think we just do that, and that's the final score for Paper. 35 seconds left on the clock. I think both these games came down very, very close to the clock. We're going to be seeing a Dark Angels mirror tomorrow. Currently, we have it scheduled for 12 p.m. U.S. Eastern, so noon time. We're going to talk to the players and make sure we know when they want to play, because I know they are going to be pretty wildly divergent on time zones. So we're just going to make sure, and that will be up on the stream schedule as soon as we know. Whoa! Thanks, everybody. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me. I'm going to take a quick look-see here. All right. Okay, chat. I think we're gonna so I'm not keeping people here. But we're going to give away some Vox Link memberships, and we're going to give away some objective markers tomorrow. So come hang out on the stream for that. Again, stay tuned to the stream schedule. I will post it up as an announcement in the channel as well for the finals game for the T5S2 Season 6 Invitational. Thanks, everyone, who watched the semifinals games today. I think we had some insane finals, and I'm happy to have casted them. Cheers, everybody. Keep it classy, folks, and I will see you tomorrow.